Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembei TV, open forum political discussion show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Thank you so much for making time to join us. I trust you are doing well wherever you are, even as we start out our discussion tonight. Coming to you from unfamiliar grounds, I am still in Busia, and so that is why this is looking the way it's looking. But I believe we can still reach out where you are and be able to discuss what must be discussed in order for us to be on the cutting edge as far as our politics are concerned. Baba is out with both guns blazing, and he is not mincing words anymore. He says Chebukati is a criminal that belongs to committee. And then Muchelule, he says he is a compromised judge wanted by the FBI. What is happening? Doesn't this sound like what Mother Karua said? In some nations, they have mafias, but this one, the mafias have the nation. I call upon us as Kenyans to awake to the reality of what we are faced with and be able to take full responsibility in ensuring that we don't let our children's children live in a country where they will have no say or have no opportunity to become anything except they are led by those that feel they own everything. Asante sana mahala pote ulipo, karibu kwa show leo. Tunavyoanza kwa pamoja, tunakuomba tu tafadhali endelea kukaribisha wawili watatu, ili wote wakamakinike katika kuelewa siasa zetu na kuchukua msimamo ambao unafaa kuokoa nchi na kuhakikisha kwamba kila mwananchi anapata haki yake, hata nani awe rais ama nani awe katika kiti cha uongozi. Hiyo ndio Kenya ambayo mababu zetu walipigania. Hiyo ndio Kenya ambayo mababu ya mababu zetu walitaka, ili sisi wajukuu na vitukuu tukaishi katika nchi ya raha mstarehe, ambapo kuna chochote ambacho tunahitaji na kuna chochote ambacho tunadai hatutaweza kukipata. Kuna mushkili hapa na pale katika kutafuta hii hali ya kufikia ufanisi kama nchi, na sasa hivi tuko karibu kufika miaka 60 baada ya uhuru, lakini inaonekana tuko mbali sana kufikia yale malengo na zile ndoto ambazo mababu zetu walikuwa nazo katika kuimarisha nchi hii na kuifanya kuwa nchi ya kila Mkenya. Kuna wale ambao inakaa kana kwamba wameteka nyara nchi hii na wataki mtu yeyote akabadilishe huo msimamo ambao unahatarisha kabila zingine ama watu fulani, ili wao wakaendelee kuongoza. Na katika huo uongozi, hakuna uongozi ambao unapeanwa ila matatizo baada ya mengine. Karibuni kila mmoja, asante sana. Naona tunaendelea kukaribishana hapo. Thank you so much everybody. Please, let's keep inviting each other. Unfortunately, we are still not able to go straight on our Facebook page, our Facebook profile, and so you will still have to do with Twitter and Facebook profile as well as YouTube. So if you want to get into the studio, you will need to use the YouTube avenue and the other Facebook page. But our profile Facebook page is still being panel beaten. When it is ready, we'll be able to resume. Otherwise, asante sana. Tunapoanza pamoja, naomba tu tukaribishane, hata tukianza kuomba pamoja, tuwe katika one spot. Asante sana. Mato Makundates, Kujeni tuoshe studio bwana. Karibu karibu, bu njoo na ile vacuum cleaner, tukasafisha safisha. Unaona kuna uchafu kiasi, so Mato, kazi yako ufanye vizuri. Hakikisha studio iko safi ili tusipate homa. My meeting with Museveni. Yes, we have advised him to retire. He's becoming a nuisance. He cannot be president forever. So Museveni must go. Itonga, hi to you. Thank you so much. Kuna Brian Richard, asante sana, karibu kwa show. Sema hello. People's government will surely prosecute and jail Chebukati. Of course, Chebukati will face the music. Bombers should be set up as some temporary court ili iwe funzo. Asante sana, huyo anaitwa Brian Richards. Okay, Markandates anasema nini? I said it here that the judge was in Akasha Brothers case. Nikagongwa mawe. Haya, now you can get it from the horse's mouth. Baba is always right. Thank you, Markandates, for that. And mambo ni kama hayo, nchini yetu lazima tusimame imara tukaitetee. Okay, Gitonga anasema Chebukati and the Supreme Court judges are all criminals. Mungu saidia Kenya. Hey, God. Kuna Fatan Abdullahi Muhammad, hi to you. Thank you so much. Asante sana kwa wale wote mna join. Tafadhali hakikisha kwamba unaendelea kukaribishana hata tunapoanza mjadala wetu usiku wa leo. Ningependa tu tuchukue muda tukaombe kwa pamoja, hata tunapowasubiri wale ambao wanaingia studio waje tukaanze kujadili masuala haya kwa kina. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the privilege to come out again and be able to share one or two things about our nation. We're here to air our concerns and our fears and our dilemmas as far as the future of this country is concerned. We acknowledge you as the Lord of all, the one that's able to determine everything and able to shake everything and be able to give us what is rightfully ordained. You say you will overturn until it comes the time for the one that is ordained for the same, and then it shall be given him. Lord, we commit this country into your hands and pray that Jehovah God, you may move in with speed and be able to rescue it from every folly that is determined to cause itself to permanently be entrenched into the governance of this great nation. We pray that the evil determined against this nation will be destroyed completely from the root, that you will, as God, arise to defend our children, save them utterly and completely. That, mighty God, this nation will sing a new song, that the mothers, the fathers, the children will sing for joy because you have come to their rescue. I pray that your wisdom will prevail, that your wisdom that is superior to every other wisdom will confound the so-called wise, will confound the magicians, will confound all that seek the downfall of this great country. In the name of the Lord Jesus, may you fight those that fight against this nation. May you destroy those that seek to destroy this nation, that you may rescue it completely. We sanctify this nation by the precious blood of Jesus. We sprinkle the blood of Jesus over each and every segment of this nation. As we pray for every community, we pray for every county, we pray for every minute segment of this country, that mighty God, your hand will rest upon this nation. Your hand will fight for this nation. Your hand will rescue this nation completely. We pray in the name of Jesus. Let the evil determined against this nation be destroyed. Let the evil men that are out to mess the operations of this nation, Almighty God, be caught into their own trap. The Bible says, whoever digs the pit shall fall in it. Whoever breaks the hedge, the serpent will bite. We pray in the name of Jesus that every evil that is imagined, that is schemed, that is calculated against this nation, you will thwart it in the name of Jesus. You will destroy it in the name of Jesus. And you will save our children, you will save our mothers, you will save our fathers, and save each and every inhabitant of this great land. We give you thanks and bless you. Be magnified and be glorified. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen and amen. Well, thank you so much. I trust you're well wherever you are. Asante sana, karibu kwa show. Tunashukuru tu kwa wale wote ambao mnajiunga nasi. Naomba tukaingie wote katika studio, tukajadili mambo haya, Chebukati na Muchelule. Haya, Raila Odinga anasema hao wote ni washukiwa ama they are criminals. Okay, they are criminals kwa sababu Mchelule ako kwa list ya wale majaji ambao walikuwa compromised in the Akasha cases. Ana moral authority ya kukaa katika kujadili ama kuhukumu mtu yeyote kama yeye mwenyewe ana dosari. Chebukati belongs to the committee prisons. What is your take on the same? Is it true that this nation is now in the hands of the mafias and we will need to live by the same, or we must arise to rescue the same? So karibu kila mmoja tafadhali, wala ambao mnaingia studio njooni haraka tafadhali, tukajadili haya mambo kwa kina tunapoendelea na mjadala wa leo. Naendelea kuwatafuta kina nani hawa, kina Leo, kina Chaga. Karibuni kila mmoja. Tuchukue fursa hii tukajadili kwa kina ili tukasonge mbele, usiachwe nyuma. Ni muhimu wewe kuwa na ufahamu ambao unafaa hata tunapoendelea na mijadala yetu tukiangazia masuala haya. Ni nini ambacho kimeenda mrama na nchi hii, lipi tutafanya ili nchi hii ikawe nchi ambayo itakuwa nchi ambayo ni ya Wakenya wote na kila Mkenya atafurahia kuwa Mkenya. Lini tutakaa katika nchi kama watumwa? Mpaka lini tutakapotumia katiba yetu na system zetu kimakosa, bila kujali sheria inasema nini au sheria inadai nini? So let's get down to these discussions. Wherever you are joining us from, it is important that we look at this keenly, and whether you agree or disagree, let's all be here and do what is required, civic duty to secure this great nation. Asante sana. Mohammed AK anasema hello to you, hello to you, thank you so much. Michael Ngi anasema niko area bado mapambano, asante sana. Mambo yanashika moto, tunaamini kwamba leo kitaeleweka. This time round hakuna kuachilia na hakuna kusema ati official opposition seat. Hakuna official opposition seat. Wale wanataka official opposition seat waende kuchukua kule wanapewa, lakini hiyo kiti si cha baba. Baba ana kiti chake mioyoni mwa Wakenya. Wakenya wanampenda, wanamwamini na wanataka uongozi wake katika nchi hii. Wengi wa Wakenya wamesimama na kusema kwamba kiongozi wanayetambua, kiongozi wanayeamini, kiongozi ambaye walipigia kura ni Raila Amolo Odinga. na wengi wenye nia njema wanajua hivyo, wanaelewa hivyo. Wachache tu ambao wanakaa kana kwamba hawataki kukubali hayo, lakini dalili zote zaonyesha wazi kwamba kiongozi anayetambuliwa na Wakenya wengi, anayeshabikiwa na Wakenya wengi ni mmoja, baba. Hao wengine ni baba wa kambo ajifanya kama baba, lakini watoto wamemkataa wanasema si najua baba yetu. Haya, karibuni wote tukazungumze masuala haya, usisalie nyuma. Wakati tunachambua siasa zetu, hakikisha uko hapa na unatekeleza yale ambayo baba, kama vile tumekuwa tukisema katika platform hii, hakuna 2027 bila kuwa na 2022. So 2027 lazima ijulikane nini kilichoendelea, kwa nini Chebukati alikuwa anakimbia, Chebukati alitoa matokeo kwa Thomas. Karibu Chebukati, nchi itaona mambo haya. Karibuni tafadhali, tusisalie nyuma katika mambo haya yote. Kuna huyu Kenyan Punchline anasema finally Baba spoke on yesterday news. Citizen TV anasema maandamano ni silaha ya wananchi na ni haki yao. Nikisema tutaandamana juu ya uongozi mbaya, hakuna mtu atapinga na hakuna mtu atatufanya chochote. Kumbe hajafika Bondo. Okay, haya, hiyo ndio ufafanuzi wa maandamano. Naomba tafadhali tukasonge mbele katika mjadala wetu. Let's get the work done. Dennis Ondiek anasema check your internet. We are not getting you clearly. Oh, sorry, is it not getting me? Is it my face or my voice? We need to get it. Let me see. Probably the enemies of progress may be on me. Let me go undercover. Let me see. Where are we? Haya, karibuni wote ambao mnakuja studio, tafadhali msichelewe. Okay, asante sana, nashukuru kila mmoja. Thank you. Let's move on now. I think I'm safe where I am. So Dennis Ondiek, you can refresh your browser so that you are able to get what's happening. GFHGG anasema Western will never be one. Mudavadi is useless, can't show direction. Mudavadi yeye alideliver whatever he delivered to William Ruto is the much he can deliver in terms of his political capacity. That is a non-negotiable reality, and so let everyone understand that. And, Gitoka anasema I think Museveni ndio anaharibu your internet. Suspect huyo ni suspect mkubwa sana, mnapaswa kumchunguza kwa makina. Eh, thank you, thank you. Okay, it's confirmed. Niko safe. Tuendelee tafadhali. Wale mnakuja studio tafadhali msicheleweshe show. Mimi niko hapa kuanzisha tu alafu nitawachia kwa sababu niko na mikutano mapema ya kuhutubia Wakenya wa huku tukizungumza masuala yetu ambayo ni ya dini na of course uongozi ambao unaguza kila sehemu ya maisha. Michael Ngigi anasema come January Raila must be given his stolen goat but Ruto and then by Ruto and then Ruto be taken to Manyani prison. Haya, asante sana. By January deadline imepeanwa hapo na Bwana Ngige, ashasema ni by January. Kwa hivyo mjitahidi. Wale watu tulikuwa tumeshona suti za blue, tutaenda kushona mpya. Wacha ile ilikuwa ya August. Mpya ipo in the process. Naona hii dance tutaidance tena. Tuna imani, tuna imani na tunajua kwamba ukweli utakidhiri, uongo utajitenga katika kizazi hiki. We're going to make history in the coming new year. This country is going to experience what it has never experienced before. There is always a first day for getting things done. So there should be no 2027 without the addressing of 2022. Mike, your configuration is not right. Hebu jaribu kama unanipata, jaribu kurekebisha. I say your device is not connected. So anzisha gadget yako vizuri ili ukiingia utaingia sawa sawa. Kuna vile ina indicate kwamba you are not well configured. So correct that and then come forth. Let us talk. Haya, Wakenya wenye nia njema, tupatane hapa, hakikisha kwamba tunatekeleza wajibu wetu, tusiachilie kile ambacho ni haki ya Wakenya kwa sababu tunaogopa ama kwa sababu kuna mtu ametutishia. Ni muhimu tusimame kidete, tukatekeleze wajibu wetu kama Wakenya. Don't accept to be silenced when your voice is needed in bringing about the justice for all the people in this great country. The cowards that wants to go hiding and and sorry, the cowards that want to go into hiding and pretend that everything is all right. Will not go away with whatever their claims is important. Okay, thank you everybody. Please let's those who are coming, let's do that and do that as required. Okay. Okay, let's get this as we get set to listen to continue with the conversation. Okay. All right, all right. Right now, like as a reminder, please, you can only join through YouTube or Facebook. You can't join through Twitter because the link is not shareable on Twitter. So please, those of you following us on Twitter, Unfortunately, if you want to join the discussion in the studio, you will need to follow on YouTube. That's where you will get the link, as well as on Facebook page called Magica, our yellow page. So please, if you want to get to the studio, there are those locations. Okay, there is AMK. Okay, magicalkenyan.co. That is our page, our Facebook page, where you can get the link, as well as on YouTube. You can't get the link on Twitter, although the feed is on Twitter. You can get only the broadcast on Twitter. So kama unafuata haya mambo kwa Twitter na unataka kuingia studio, find the link on YouTube or Facebook. You can't get it on Twitter. Thank you so much. Mike, vipi lakini?
I'm good, Bernard. How are you this evening?
I'm well, I'm well. Karibu, karibu.
Yeah, Santi, looks like always fast nowadays. Ama mimi si wale
Wewe
watu wa
wewe
Masaa ya
ndio
Kenya.
unatafuta award ile ilipeanwa kwa ma elders, wezi.
Naongojea hiyo HACB
Yes.
GHI hiyo.
Basi.
Otherwise, otherwise, I'm good, Bernard. I'm happy to see you again.
Great, great, great.
Sasa
Aya, tuanzishie nikitengeneza hiyo video.
sasa you see, Bernard,
Mm,
some of the information or the discussions we've been having are
mm,
not propaganda or hearsay. You remember I said 3 days ago that the problem we have in this country is what we wanted to do. This system has sort of curtailed it. We wanted a government that would come in and clean our judiciary. There was an attempt to do it, but by the Ringera team, but it did have a haphazard job. And it was with the full knowledge of Kenyans that our judiciary needs cleansing because of the experiences Kenyans have had. We've had cases of very, very simple cases dragging in courts for tens of years, not because a decision cannot be made, but purely because there are people who are able to buy time through buying injunctions and stuff like that. We have had judges who, as now we can see running at the bottom of your screen, who have been implicated in very, very serious criminal activities, like facilitating drug traffickers to obtain bail on crimes that are not even bailable, crimes against humanity and crimes against our children. These people are well known to this government. This government has been given very, very detailed and watertight information and evidence by our partners, our partners, because this country is a partner to very many treaties in the world, and we share information. Kenya shares information with the Interpol, the FBI. We have an embassy in Kenya, and by that extension, we are friendly countries. So when a country like America, Bernard, comes with video clips, with transactions showing how money has moved from a drug dealer to a sitting judge, and you have that evidence, and you don't prosecute or you don't uh, 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 institute a proceeding to remove that judge, and instead to promote him, what is the end game of such a fellowship of courting with a very, very high level of criminality in the judiciary? For me, Bernard, it is purely, as I said last time, to facilitate other criminal activities to go on, like the one that we saw where judges passed a verdict uh, saying the BBI was not valid, one passing judgment on the presidential election. We have a right as Kenya to fault judgments as much as we accept them, and some judgments are very, very glaringly wrong. And the motivation behind that, and this is what I've been saying, is Bernard, some of these people are being held ransom by what the records show about them. And they're being held ransom, Bernard, in a very, very high level and in a very dangerous way. Bernard, there is evidence of a video of you receiving money, God forbid, from a drug dealer. What will stop me from blackmailing you as long as you sit in that office? That is what is happening. And that is a mafia style way of running systems. That's what happens in Colombia, Bernard. That's what happens in Mexico. There is a semblance of a system, of a judiciary, but people know that decisions are made well in hotels, in corridors somewhere. What we see as proceedings are just for the cameras. And this is very dangerous, Bernard. Countries uh, that slip to anarchy and slip to lawlessness start by having certain institutions that society relies on breaking and falling into the hands of people who control them. Bernard, if you can control the judiciary, then you control parliament, then you control the executive. You are a semi-god. You are a god of some nature in this world. And that is what the 2010 constitution tried to cure, separation of powers. There's no separation of power now. In fact, Moi didn't make phone calls. Moi just used to induce. But now the phone calls that will be made will not be made to request. They'll be made to order you because, like I said, of what you owe the system. You owe us this judgment because we have allowed you, a drug uh, trafficker, to sit on the bench. We have allowed you to sit on the bench, Bernard, because we have information that you paid a lady to fly from Nairobi to Kisumu to prepare proceedings of a murder case. We have information about you collecting money. Bernard, you saw Sonko recording videos. And I can tell you for free, Bernard, Sonko has more than 10 videos of other different judges. It is just a matter of when he wants to use them. For that purpose, he produced because it was necessary for him to use that one. It doesn't mean that that's the only video he has. You can ask him. He will tell you over 20 judges around Nairobi area are on record receiving money. It is said that Kidero carried 200 million in a briefcase and gave a judge across in the parking lot. Bernard, all this information cannot be hearsay. We are not people who wake up to create a Churchill show of comedy. I think Kenyans are serious people. When they make certain serious allegation, it is not based on hearsay. It is based on what is known, what has been documented, and that's what I was telling you last time, Bernard. This information about judges being compromised is not hearsay. It is documented, and our intelligence system have that information. It's only that, like Matiangi said, there's some information the intelligence collect cannot be presented in a court of law because of the manner in which certain information is collected. Bernard, there is a lot of information about terrorism, about attempted presidential assassinations in this country that we may never know because it is privileged information. We might never know that there was an assassination attempt against Uhuru or Raila or Ruto for that matter. But that doesn't mean that information does not exist. It just means that that information is sensitive and privileged, and it can cause some level of anarchy in a country if every information the intelligence has is put on the newspaper for purposes confirming that we are making this decision because we have this information. There is a way that countries handle information, and that's why it is called intelligence briefing. It is not a briefing of the chief telling us the information about which chicken was stolen and which one was not. So, Bernard, we 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 we, we need to have these serious dispromisers because allowing to be corrupted in the manner in which they have is taking the country to anarchy. You cannot have a compromised parliament, a compromised judiciary, and a compromised executive. What type of country will you be running, Bernard? Because that is where we simply are. You get a murder suspect being appointed as a CS, and there is nothing you can do because the system is now compromised. A sitting governor is being impeached purely because she took a microphone from an MCA, and that is a ground for impeachment. Yet you have a murder suspect being appointed as CS, and Parliament has passed that as okay. Yes, that person has passed the threshold of Chapter 6 of ethics, integrity, and whatever. So we need to have Bernard to reset this country, whereby some threshold will be put on what we expect from leaders, what we expect from our judiciary, and what we expect from these other arms of government. If we let it that way, we are letting this country go to the dogs, and that's not where we want to go, Bernard. Today I'll be brief. I'll leave it at that. I'm happy some of this information we've been sharing, Bernard, is coming out from now from different quarters to confirm that what we've been saying is not rumors.
Okay, asante sana Mike for that elaborate start. And it is important that we all face it. I think as Kenyans, we tend to pretend a lot in terms of wishing things away. Some things will just require us to confront them. And so, as we carry on this conversation, I would that we all face it that the mafias that are taking over this country must be stopped now before it is late. And so, Kenyans of goodwill, don't play games with this elaborate plan to run this country regardless of what the law says or what the law stipulates. A bad government is seen in the way it seeks to capture institutions and the speed at which they capture institutions. The way Kenya Kwanza took over the judiciary and within no time takes over the parliament, takes over the Senate, it is suspect with every move they have made. And so far, what have they achieved? Their first 100 days is a flop, and all because they were busy capturing what they need to capture in order to safeguard their mediocrity and their poor performance, which, in my opinion, is all but a joke. And so, as Kenyan people, let us arise and do what is right. We must insist on what is right because it is right, and those that are not following what is right are wrong. And because they are wrong, they must be taken out of the way. It is our civic duty to do that. And so hakikisha kwamba uko sehemu nzuri ya historia ambayo wewe ulitengeneza historia iliyookoa nchi, sio historia iliyozamisha nchi yetu. Asante sana, endelea kukaribishana. Hii inaitwa Mtembei TV, Open Forum Political Discussion. Kuna ile ananiulizanga kama iko live. Yes, na confirm iko live. Iko live, tafadhali karibu tukajadili kwa kina. Kenyan would love. How are you? This Kenyan would love. Has love refused or Kenyan? Which one of the two?
No, your internet has an issue. I didn't know that you had already called me to come in to say my part of it. Unapotea
Oh,
kidogo.
you are now accusing my internet when you are the one that failed to come in time.
No, because you're dealing with Museveni. Kwanza, I hope your meeting went well.
I am well guarded. Niko kwa ile uoni niko kwa ile Amadka.
Unaona venye Museveni amefanya kazi kwa internet yako.
That's why I went undercover immediately when you told me somebody's interfering with the internet. So they cannot locate me. I've shifted. I'm not longer in Africa.
Na nasikia Museveni anataka kuretire. Kumbe wende unaachiwa kiti. Ala?
Hiyo kiti naweza kuenjoy na kuambia. Kwanza mimi kiingia hakuna kutoka sasa. Si tunafuata nyayo. Mimi nikiingia naambia tikisa nyayo Museveni. Tunafuata nyayo mpaka dakika ya mwisho.
Utapigwa na Bobi Wine na achekagi huyo.
No, Bobi Wine huyo tunamtengeneza tu anakuwa chang'aa, hakuna shida. Namwambia si chang'aa unataka.
Anyway, Bernard, you know this is not my time, but leo nilikuwa nataka nikuje nikusumbue kidogo na niringe tu, sijaringa for a long time kabla mwaka ifungwe. At least Mungu amenionekania, unabii yangu imekuja tena kuonekana.
Ulikataa title ya nabii. Nilikwambia nitakonfirm tu na utakubali. So umekubali.
Lakini mimi ni nabii mzuri, si ule mwingine. You see, Bernard, let me start with hii kitu ya nani kwanza ya impeachment kabla nikuje kwa zile vitu mbili zimenileta niingie mapema hivi hata nihepe nijifiche mahali. Hii kitu ya impeachment nimeifuatilia, aki ni utoto. You know, for the first time I thought maybe this lady was guilty of something. After listening to everything, she's not guilty of anything. She's guilty of hearsay. Ati sijui alikuwa na sijui ati alikuwa na anaombea nini watu wameenda kanisa kama wamevaa nguo red. What is that to be talking in our Senate? Yani the allegations there, they are just, I can't even understand what is going on. That lady Arudish huko.
How is it possible to commit a crime in 3 months in office? That is monumental to an extent of provoking an impeachment. Our MCA wote ndio wanapaswa kutimuliwa.
And I actually watched kwa sababu venye alikubali kuingia kwa on stand, I actually was very careful to watch what she's talking. And everything that she's spoken is just the same thing that happened with Kivuda Kibwana when he wanted to dissolve the whole government, county government. Is the MCA, all they are talking about, atuskizani, atufanyi nini, he didn't want to give the right, he gave someone else, something to run in funds. It's all about the money. These MCAs, all they want is money, and if you don't work with them, then now they bring you to impeachment. And I hope Kalwale does a good job on this one. I'm grateful because Sifuna is sitting in that committee too, because it's dumb. It shouldn't even be in the national TV. They have no evidence of any wrongdoing in any way. And anyways, if she said anything, she has a freedom of speech. Bernard, what I say, you might not like it, but it's my freedom to talk what I want to talk. Naweza hata kutusi, but it's still my freedom of speech. Utanipeleka wapi? It's anchored in the Constitution. Anyways, wacha sasa nianze maringo. Bernard, unajua niligongwa karibu nimalizwe kwa hii show. When I said, and I came in and said that the judges that Uhuru had refused to swear in, and I said one specific judge, the same one, mwenye anafanya the Cherera 4, he was involved in the Akasha brothers. Him and Cliff Ombeta, they frustrated the FBI so bad, they were throwing laptops in the Indian Ocean. I read the transcripts of the following of Nini Akasha brothers. And that's why at the end of the time, and US wachekagi neo kitu, they had to come, CIA wakakuja wakapita na watu. By the time you wake up in the morning, watu wako kwa kesi New York. Watu wajuangi venye walienda, they were taken, abducted, gone. Those judges, that judge cannot travel. Cliff Ombeta does not travel because he's a wanted person. I said it here. And watu wakanigonga kwanza, watu wa UDA, even some of us wa Azimio, wakanigonga, wewe Mato, wewe unakuwaga na theory mingi sana. It's not a theory. It's there. You heard it from this horse's mouth. Raila aliwaambia. And it's there. Yes, they are wanted by the FBI. They step their foot away from Kenyan jurisdiction, they are taken. Gone. One. Hiyo ni moja nilikuwa nimekuja kuringa nayo before mwaka ishe. Ya pili, Bernard, I said it here and you remember, I think you were here too. Nikasema kuna certificate mbili ziko mahali na nikasema military walikuwa somewhere involved in bombers. It was gonna happen. They were told to turn, to just let it go. You heard it from the horse's mouth again. Na ulisikia hiyo nini, hiyo expose yenye ilikuja ya bombers. Being told that the head of the military were there and they were wondering what the militaries were doing there. And the moment the military walitoka ndio wao wengine walirudi. They still, those are two certificates that are somewhere sitting somewhere. I said it here, watu wakaona nikaa nacheka. But I wanted to come and retaliate and say that there's so much going on in that country, especially with this last election, that something might happen and people might wonder how that happened. The military is very involved. Politicians are very involved. And the intelligence is very, very involved. And I'm telling you, this is the last time kura zitajaibwa Kenya. Next time, we will have good elections. If we survive to next time, or the cycle might actually change. The 5-year cycle that we normally have might actually change down the line. Bernard, we are only 3 months down. You can see the unveiling, the things that are happening. I just wanted to come, nikuje nikucheke kwanza nikuambie, remember what I said, and now it's coming to happen.
Mimi nataka nikuwe Olesapit wa hizo genuine certificates. Wacha zile fake. Olesapit aliombea ile
mbaya. Hata mwenyewe uliona anasema hata ajui venye kule zilienda. Uliona hata mwenyewe anasema ajui kule zilienda, kulikujwa na moja. Ikakuwa shared by the vice president, handwritten, not even printed, handwritten. Hizo zingine zilikuwa zimeenda. That time military ilikuwa on time. Lakini wakaambiwa stand down because there's something, na kuna kitu kingine ilikuwa ime leak. There was an audio that had leaked at the time, if you remember that. Ilikuwa makarao fulani walikuwa wakiongea wakisema ngoja mtu kwanza ashike kitu, akiwa na bangi mgoja kwanza avute ndio uweze kumshika. You remember that? You remember that kaka leakage?
Yes. We played it.
That was real. Yeah, that was real. And it's real. Kuna watu wataumwa hapa. Endeleeni tu. But anyway,
Bernard, kwanza isipite Januari, sisi hatutaki mchezo. Kura zetu mpaka zihesabiwe vizuri.
Na Bernard, nitarudi tena kuuliza.
Wananchi wamekataa. Si ati Chebukati amekataa.
Na nitarudi tena kuuliza. Hii swali sijaipata, nimeshinda nikiuliza, hata watu wamechoka nikiuliza hii swali. Muniambie Ruto alitoa wapi kura isipokuwa Central na Rift Valley, na munipigie hesabu na mjue walishare. Muniambie kule kwingine alipata. Bernard, no one has been able to answer that question until today. I've asked it almost every show that I come in. No one can answer that question, even the UDA guys. No one, because there's no hakuna kura and they know it. So Bernard, Mimi, let me get home here in about 30 minutes. I'll be on the backstage because I'm working from home today. But I'll be huko nyuma. If you get someone who can moderate until nimalize kazi, nitakuwa tu huko nyuma so I can do that. I just wanted to come and nisumbue kidogo, alafu niwaambie tu tuko na tuendelee. Let's have a good conversation. I like it, and thank you so much, Mr. Mike, the streets journalist, public participation. We appreciate you all. Na Bernard, wewe ukikuwa president wa Uganda, tutashikiana na
wewe. Ninyi mnataka unataka serikali Azimio ingie wakati mmenisukuma Uganda. Kuna Mimi lazima nikuwe minister wa Azimio government.
All right. Cheers, guys. Cheers, 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 cheers.
Thank you, thank you. A cabinet secretary in Kenya is better than the president in Uganda. So all the same, thank you, Mato. Stay at the back office in case I decide to move out. You keep adding. Na mgoja leo sijui ako wapi. Karibu tafadhali kila mmoja tukajadili mambo yetu. Ni muhimu kuambiana ukweli. Nchi hii lazima iokolewe kutokana na uongozi mbaya, na lazima tuwe na msimamo ambao unafaa ili tusipotoshwe na wale ambao wamejitolea kusema uongo na kusimamia yale yasiyokuwa ya haki. This country belongs to Kenyans and all Kenyans for that matter, not a few or not the chosen fews. So let's keep the conversation going. I beg to play a video kabla tulete street journalist. He has gone for a long time. Sijamuona muda mrefu, sijui ni ile pigo ya nini atatuambia. Alipigwa na butwa. Kuliendaje? Now to this video first, and then we can continue with the conversation.
Azimio la Umoja leader Raila Odinga has called outgoing IEBC chairman Wafula Chebukati a criminal who belongs in jail, saying Chebukati bungled yet another election. Raila also launched a scathing attack on the tribunal investigating the conduct of the Cherera 4 commissioners and described Justice Agre Muchelule, the chair of the tribunal, as a judge of questionable ethics, saying he is unfit for the role. Raila says Parliament, the executive and the judiciary are all working together in cahoots. Now, talking for the first time about his election loss in August, Raila exonerated former President Uhuru Kenyatta and his allies from any blame for the election outcome. He has also given the clearest indication yet of a push for a referendum in 2023, saying the Azimio coalition will constitute a constituent assembly to push for reforms that are wider than the failed Building Bridges initiative. Speaking to Citizen TV's Trevor Mbija, Raila Odinga, who had made his 5th stab at the presidency, described the election as the most significant event of 2020.
This year was an election year. Like all election years, Kenyans turned up in large numbers to vote. And they voted very effectively. They elected their leaders from the MCAs, members of parliament, women reps, senators, governors, and the presidency. They voted, and I want to say that the process was fairly smooth. People turned up and voted. The only hitch was actually to do with the presidential elections. And this was only messed up at the tallying center, the tallying point. For the first time, Kenyans saw an electoral commission that was divided, not in the middle, because 4 out of 7 commissioners disputed the results. Only 3 approved those results, meaning that majority of the commissioners said those results were not a reflection of how the Kenyans had voted. It is unfortunate that the chairman of the commission divided the commission and then decided to unilaterally go ahead, gazette himself as the returning officer for the presidential elections, and declare results which only him himself knew where he got them from. Because as you remember, at the time that he had disappeared, 29 constituencies results had not been announced. And for 2 days they had stopped the portal from announcing results. But then he came back and came with his results, which he said his staff had compiled, and unilaterally announced those results. It is a tragedy of justice. And it was even much bigger tragedy when the Supreme Court confirmed that kind of blatant rigging of the elections. So I want to say that I'm not bitter because the elections are not for Raila Odinga, it's for Kenyans. What we are saying is that we want an audit of these results. We want an audit of these results so that Kenyans can have confidence come 2027, that they can go to the polls, cast their votes, and those votes will count.
Chebukati says this is the most credible elections and he has no regrets.
Those are Chebukati standards, which in my view are very low standards. Indeed, in my view, Mr. Chebukati is a criminal who should be prosecuted and sentenced to jail. What he has committed is a great crime against the humanity and against the people of this country. I believe very strongly that he, not the other 4 commissioners, are the ones who should be on the dock.
Now that we're talking about the election and how it turned out, again, your chief agent, Saitabao Lekanchori, says that 3 people bear the biggest responsibility. 1, Junet Mohammed, Joe Musheru, and Makau Mutua. Do you agree with him?
I don't really want to engage in argument with my chief agent, because those are things that we can deal with in-house. So I want to reserve my comments on that issue.
But your chief agent, Saitabao Lekanchori, said that your campaign was disorganized, the command center didn't work, the agents were not paid. Is this true?
Absolute rubbish. His duty was at the bombers of Kenya, not about the campaign and not about the agents and so on. You see, you need to say this, to realize this. We have in elections an electoral commission paid for by the taxpayers of this country to conduct free and fair elections. And Kenyans spend billions of shillings. This time it was over, again, 40 billion shillings, close to 50 billion shillings of public money that went into doing these elections. The Electoral Commission has the responsibility of hiring returning officers and presiding officers and so on. So there is no need for candidate to have agents. It is the responsibility of the Electoral Commission to conduct a free and fair elections. This election should not be stolen. The Electoral Commission should not come to you and tell you that you did not have agents, that's why your votes were stolen. The Electoral Commission must protect the votes. It is their responsibility. That's why the public funds are given there. In other places, the United States and so on, there are no agents. In Britain, there are no agents. This is the whole idea that if a candidate does not have agents, then his votes are stolen. It's a crime against the people of this country. You don't need to have an agent. Why should you have to pay agents, all 46,229 polling stations? It is a misnomer. It is something that should not happen. The Commission failed Kenyans. They will continue to fail Kenyans. So the blame should be directed where it belongs. Our votes were stolen at the tallying center, not at the polling stations.
But the Supreme Court disagrees with you.
Of course, and you have to ask yourself, when the Supreme Court acted the way they acted, what was the persuading factor? I believe that they were persuaded.
By who? Because all of you took your evidence to the Supreme Court. In fact,
Yes.
some of the evidence from your side was called hot air.
You saw how the Supreme Court handled the matter so casually. You saw how the kind of language that they used, which is not even a judicial language, the arrogance with which they dismissed our case. That's why we are talking about an audit of this electoral process, starting from the polling station, all the way to the constituency, to the National Tallying Center, the Electoral Commission, and to the Supreme Court. Do have a complete audit and come up with a proper figure, proper facts. This country's electoral democracy must come of age. It must come of age. The others are applying standards which are different. I've mentioned this to some of the diplomats. In Europe, where an election has been conducted, and 4 out of 7 commissioners say these are not the results, in the EU, they will not allow it. They will not allow it. 4 out of 7 commissioners are saying these are not the results, and you still say these results are credible. It is actually a shame to our electoral democracy.
3 of those dissenting commissioners have now resigned, and only Irene Masit is facing the tribunal. Do you believe that tribunal is going to unearth the truth? Some of the things that have been mentioned there already is that some of the politicians allied to your side visited Masit.
The politicians were justified to visit these commissioners because they were saying no. So our people were actually justified in finding out what is it, what are the truth. It is because that was already post facto. The result had already been announced by Mr. Chebukati, but our people wanted to know what actually transpired. You see, and they're making too much, noise about it in the so-called tribunal. That tribunal itself is illegal. Even the bill was taken to Parliament. The so-called victor, who brought the bill, already condemned these 4 commissioners as people who would have put the country to turmoil, and that they need to be investigated. So they were already condemned before they were charged, before they were tried, and they knew that it was a charade, that they couldn't expect any justice before the tribunal. Muchelule. As you know, that he himself has got integrity issues. His name was mentioned in the Akasha trial in the US as one of the people who are on the take. As you know, there's a big file on him by the FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigations. Is now the angel who is now trying the other commissioners. It's a charade. You don't expect any justice from that kind of tribunal. Remember, the matter was fought in Parliament by a Parliament which had already been cowed, passed quickly. The following day, the president appointed the tribunal, and the same day, the Chief Justice was already there to swear in the tribunal. This is the conspiracy. The Parliament, the Executive, and the Judiciary, all acting in cahoots. We are facing the same situation that we faced in the 80s and early 90s, and we must actually say no to this.
Do you believe that your closest allies let you down during the campaign season?
There was nothing wrong on our side. Our campaign was one of the best campaigns, the most organized campaigns throughout, because there's nothing that is perfect in this world. But I don't want to play a blame game among our people. We know exactly where things went wrong, and we're saying it straight. All these other statements we're hearing are diversionary. They're diverting our people's attention for a very serious crime committed by the chairman of the Electoral Commission and his team. And this is where the blame should go. Yeah.
Some people say that your ally, who is the former president, Uhuru Kenyatta, did not support you as he had promised to support you.
Nothing could be further from the truth. Uhuru was not supposed to be campaigning for me. I am a politician in my own right, and I'm capable of campaigning and winning elections. And Uhuru knows it. Uhuru only said that he stood by me, that between me and Ruto, he will support me because of my track record. But he was not the one who was going to campaign for me. He did not move around campaigning for me. He basically stayed on his duties and did not use his position as the incumbent president to swing the result in my favor. He did not. He even did not use the security forces. He did not give instruction to the police, to the intelligence machinery, to the director of criminal investigations to support me in any way. So the environment was very free and fair for everybody. Okay, if he had wanted, he would have used the security forces. You remember, there's those people from Venezuela, one Jose Camargo, who were arrested at the airport with gadgets and information and password for the Electoral Commission. And they said that the report said that these people could compromise the elections. In the end, the direction was given that those people should be released. And they were released. If Uhuru had wanted to interfere with the elections, those people should have either been prosecuted or deported. But he did not. And then eventually, those people are the ones who are with Chebukati. We now have information of the role that those people played in manipulating the electoral results. Those facts are out there.
Did you bear the burden of an incumbent president? Because he had said that he will stand with you, and therefore, did his mistakes become your burden? Did you bear the burden of incumbency?
Not at all. I mean, Uhuru was not campaigning for me. How does the issue of burden come into this? We campaigned very effectively. And I just want to tell you that I got a lot of votes in Uhuru's backyard. And that's where most rigging was done. I got a lot of votes from Central Kenya. And I really want to thank the people of Central Kenya for voting for me the way they did vote for me. I'm very grateful to them for doing that. And the fact will come out sometimes. Yes.
You released a very harsh statement on the review of the first 100 days of the Ruto regime. In fact, you gave them a 4 out of 10. There are those who say that this is just the usual rivalry between yourself and the incumbent president. Is this a fair assessment in your view?
In fact, that was not just me. That is Azimio team. My rating was even not 4, it was 3 out of 10. But because of the compromise at 4 out of 10. Because you see, every Kenyan today will tell you that they are unhappy. 73%, which is now much higher than closer to what myself I had thought. It's what the Kenyans feel. That life is worse today than it was at that time. Remember, they had given promises that when they took over, within this period, the cost of unga will drop from 200 shillings per packet to 70 shillings. It is actually gone up. They said that they were going to reduce the price of fuel. The price of fuel has gone up. Therefore, with it also the cost of energy has also gone up. Then there were the issues of kazi kwa vijana, kazi mtaani, which Uhuru had introduced to actually put money into the pocket of the youth and women. That also has been suspended. Then there's also the fund which we are giving to the elderly people, wazis and widows and so on. All that itself has also been dropped. And people are suffering seriously. Then he had said he was going to ensure that there's gender parity in his cabinet, that he was going to appoint 50% women in his cabinet. Yeah. Out of 22 ministers, he has appointed 7 women.
But MPs were involved in all these appointments. Were the Azimio side MPs, did they live up to expectation to object to these appointments?
Of course, remember, our people came up with a report, that vetting committee, which objected to some of the people. You see, this issue of chapter 6 of our constitution that talks about integrity in public service. And we've shown even in this Azimio report that a number of people he has appointed to public service do not meet that criteria, which is chapter 6, okay? He actually had a choice. You've seen how he has interfered with the criminal justice system. First, they have forced the director of criminal investigations to resign. And then they have now compromised the director of public prosecution. Criminal cases, which were already before the courts, are now being withdrawn supposedly because there are no evidence. The DPP had gone public under Uhuru and said that he does not take instructions from anybody. He said that the DCI cannot dictate him. He cannot even talk to him. He is his junior. Now the cases himself had found to merit prosecution. He is now withdrawing them. If he was not directed at that time to prosecute, why are the cases being withdrawn right now before they are being tried? You see, because there is pressure and interference. Cases where the court themselves had frozen money and said that money belonged to the government. The money is now being refunded back to the criminals. Okay? So we are really going back to those dark days. The judiciary is being compromised. The criminal, the prosecution is being compromised. The investigation agencies are being compromised. So we're just going back to those dark days, which is very unfortunate indeed.
There's been a suggestion to create the office of the leader of opposition.
You see,
what are your thoughts on this?
We had come up with a BBI in which Kenyans participated and expressed themselves. And we came up with a very comprehensive piece of legislation. But it was opposed by these very same people. Remember, we had expanded the executive. We had the office of the Prime Minister, the 2 deputy Prime Ministers, and so on. We even had also an ombudsman for the judiciary. And we had even the position of leader of opposition. They opposed it at that time. Now they are coming back and want to introduce it through the back door. We had said that we wanted cabinet ministers to be members of parliament so that they could answer questions. So we are actually going back to the hybrid system of government, where you had the executive in parliament, and they had opposed it. Now they're saying that they want to change standing orders to allow cabinet ministers to go and answer questions in parliament. You cannot do it through the back door. It's a very, very fundamental alterations of the constitution that must go to the people. The same thing with the leader of official opposition. You're not going to be enticed because I'm going to be given an office in parliament. I've had an office in parliament as a prime minister, and I used to answer questions and speak on behalf of the government in parliament. So it's nothing so exciting to me, and we cannot be compromised or bribed to circumvent the constitutional provisions just to satisfy certain interests.
But if it went through a referendum, would you accept the position of office of the leader of opposition?
I mean, if it went through a referendum, what we are going to do, we are going to initiate a constitutional review, which is going to be participatory. We'll come up with a constituent assembly, which will do a review, because this constitution is now 12 years old. It now requires a review, because now we know where the shoe is pinching as a people. But we're not going to do it at behest of Kenya Kwisha administration. That will be resisted by the people of Kenya.
So you will reintroduce BBI?
And wider, we'll go try to go wider. There are some areas which we did not touch at that time. So we will involve the people in looking at it. Yeah.
When is this likely going to happen?
We'll beginning of next year, we will be at it. Yes.
As we wind up on this conversation, are you confident that the Azimio coalition will hold?
Certainly. Azimio coalition will hold. Naturally, there are always pressures. So there have been post-elections. The party which is running government tried to entice people through positions, appointments, here and there, to weaken the opposition. That has been the case, and we are seeing it also now when the Kenya Kwanza administration is trying to weaken the opposition. But the people themselves are not amused. We are more concerned with the people than with the individuals. Individuals will run and go. But we also know that at a certain stage, when they realize where the people are, they will come back. So we are not bothered at all that somebody has left us, has gone the other side to the government. Those are opportunistic moves which just are self-serving and do not serve the interests of the people.
Will you run for president for the 6th time?
I am not talking about the running for president. I'm concerned about what has just happened. I want to ensure that this matter is cleaned up. I want to ask you, why would Kenyans again go and queue in 2027 to vote when their votes are not going to count? That is the question which you need to answer. So if you answer that question, then everything else will be okay. I don't have to run as a president. And I want to repeat, I don't have to run as a president in 2027. But if I didn't run, somebody else will run. But I've not said that I'm not going to run. I want you to get me right. Because the media is all the times in the habit of misquoting. I'm not talking about 2027 now. I'm talking about 2022, which must be sorted out.
Thank you very much.
Haya, mambo ni kama hayo. Baba ameongea, naamini kwamba umemsikia kwa njia iliyo safi. Street journalist, how are you today? Long time. Unmute. Your mic is off.
Okay, I think you can hear me now, Bernard.
Yes, that's okay now. Go ahead.
Okay now. Go ahead. Okay, I was saying Kenya is very interesting. And of course, if you look at the way the government is being run right now, it's very interesting and very confusing and just it's like a drama, like Afro cinema, what we are seeing unveiling by the current regime. And I want to start by concurring with what Honorable Raila Odinga has just said when he talked about that it is time we need to do a constitutional review, because in my views, I think that the constitution that some of the important laws that are enshrined in our constitutions is not being applied. For example, if you check the first clause in our constitution, it talks about the power of this country, the power being invested in the people, in the hands of the people, or in the people's hands. But what we are seeing is that the power is within the executive, and most of the things are being decided without public participation. So when Raila talks about the need of public participation in constitutional review starting next year is something that it's a good thing actually that all Kenyans we should embrace and support Baba in that directive, because Bernard, what you see, even if you what you see happening right now, we see a government that has that is in love. They are in love with the judiciary. They are in love with the parliament. That's the legislative arm of government, and therefore it's like something that the president says must be done, even if it is something that is not the will of the people. Then they go ahead and implement those things. Like for example, if you look very clearly, the fate of the Cherera 4 was decided. Their matter were decided and sealed by the president, even if before those tribunals were formed. So what we are saying, Bernard, is that this government is a government of drama and a lot of Afro cinemas, which needs that all Kenyans we need to come up and be very firm and support the opposition to ensure that we eliminate this injustice that is being done to our people. So we see a government that has its interest, puts its interest before the interest of Kenyans. And that is not what we are supposed to be experiencing right now, especially in this century that we are living in right now. I want to say that, in my view, I think even before a motion or a bill is discussed and passed in Parliament, it is my view that all the MPs, the members of Parliament, goes back to the constitution level and then hold participatory rallies to so that they get the views of the people who send them to Parliament, just like they come to us to ask for votes to campaign. Before they pass any bill or before any bill is discussed and passed and made a law in Parliament, I think it is high time that the members of Parliament, each time they want to pass a law in Parliament, each time a bill is introduced, let all members, we need to review the Constitution so that it is a law that before a bill is discussed and passed in our parliaments, all MPs have to go back to their respective hold rallies, public participation rallies, so that they get the views of the common mwananchi on the matters at hand, because these are national matters that affects the common mwananchi, the Kenyans, the voters of this nation. So it is important that we review the constitution and we put a law that before any bill is passed, let the MPs go back, hold rallies, get the views of the people, across the constituencies and then come in parliament and exactly represent those views the way the Mwananchi said on the ground. Because what we are seeing right now, Bernard, is matters are being decided, they are being sealed and decided already, and because the legislative arm of government is taken, it's like it has been captured, and therefore it has to implement what the executive has already decided. They have to implement. And then another thing I wanted to say that we need to start, the leadership of this country need to be, there need to be a change in the leadership of this country, starting from the MCA levels. Like for example, the mediocrity that we are seeing is you see, like for example, we have seen most of the people in government who have been servants of God, they normally have a very strong stand when it comes to matters of corruption and matters to do with things that are going to affect the common Mwananchi and things that are not acceptable before God. So they have very strong stance. Like for example, we saw the previous Chief Justice Maraga. He was very firm and he was very independent in his own deliverance of judgment in our courts of law. So Governor Kawira Mwangasa is a servant of God, and she cannot entertain some mediocrity from the MCA so that they can work together. And we want to say that let us be matured from the level of MCAs to MPs. Let us have the interest of the people who send us to parliament at hand. What we are seeing are leaders who are greedy, leaders who are being corrupted. They are being bought by the executive so that they can go ahead and implement the things that the executive want to be done. And we are seeing a country that actually is going to be a country of a few people who have a say at the top. And the common Mwananchi like me and you, Bernard, and the rest of us who are here, we are going to continue to suffer day in, day out. And if we are not going to stand firm and condemn the government and support the opposition in its effort to ensure that we hold this government to account, then our lives in the next 5 years, I think, is going to be so pathetic. So we need to have people in a representative position, people who have the interest of the people hand. But my point that I wanted to put across, Bernard, that is very significant, that those rules, those laws that are passed in Parliament, we need a constitutional review so that the constitution, as it says that the power is vested in the hands of the people, let that power be in the hands of people. Because these people that we sent to the parliament to represent us, they are not representing our views. They have become the representatives of the executive. That's why I'm saying we need a constitutional review and put a law that before they discuss that bill, before they make it a law, let them come to us. Let them hold public rallies across the constituencies, and let the common Mwananchi have a participation. That's like something like what we are doing here right now. Let them have something like this. Let them hear from the Mwananchi, and then let them go to government and implement the same thing. I don't have much to say, Bernard, but I am a bitter man and I'm just confused. I don't know what to do because this government that is ruling us nowadays, it is a government of a few people and we are really suffering. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana street journalist. Please mute your mic. Okay. Asante sana street journalist for that observation and analysis. Appreciate everybody. Please, let's keep the conversation going. I appreciate there is Mama Mary is here, Uprising is here, and then kuna wao watu wa comments, kuna wale wengine wanakuja hapa na story ile imechoka. Tafadhali kama uko na story imechoka usikuje hapa tafadhali, tumechoka na hiyo story. Tunataka kuona ile mambo ambayo inafaa. Not everybody can be wrong about the same thing. 4 commissioners cannot walk away from a result and you still say the result is right. You cannot be thinking like that, please. Tutumie akili. Kuna sababu Mungu alikuumba akakupatia akili, uitumie. Hiyo ndio unaweza kumshukuru kwamba alikupatia. Lakini wakati una suspend akili yako kwa sababu ya chama ama ya kusupport mambo ambayo ni maovu, una sound vibaya. The kind of things that are being done right now are out of order, and anybody in their right sense can see that this is out of order. So why should you be supporting it, even if you think that your disorder is your order? It's important that we think outside the box for once and think for the country, not for an individual and not for a political party. Thank you. Let's hear from Rhoda quickly before we move on. Rhoda, vipi?
Hi everyone. Good evening. I'm sorry yesterday I couldn't say bye when I'm coming out, because it's very important when we come here. We say we are going out because of the everybody can feel security, and we can feel like we have the same connected. You know, when Baba is talking, I was feeling crying in my heart. I was feeling very sad because, you know, I know Baba when he was a member of parliament in Kibera. He used to make fun. I'm going to Zama. My dad's cooking. You know, he was a man we were making fun when he's just a simple person. He have a passions. So Baba is a man need to be valued as a man, done amazing our country. Yeah, we need to have a mercy for him. You know, I feel very sad of him. I was almost crying. You know, me nakuanga very sensitive. Nikiona mtu akiteswa, you know, I don't like, you know, me I'm always, nikiona watu wanakureject, kana watu wanakutesa, mimi nakuanga hiyo side. Kwa sababu it's so sad. Yani walimuiba kura life. Mimi nashindwa hii Kenya yetu, tuko na makanisa na makanisa tu tunaambia tunasimama na ukweli, instead of wangesimama na yeye ni kumreject. Hata kanisa hiyo priest wa bishop wa kanisa wa Anglican walikuwa naenda, Raila Odinga alikuwa naenda na mama Ida na familia yake, hakusimama. Hao na walikuwa namtembelea kwake Karen, they didn't stand with him. So, you know, Odinga is like my dad. I see him like my dad because he's an old man. May I call him dad? He's like my father, even if we don't come from the same community. In our African culture, when we see our old people, we call them our father. That is our African culture. Even people from Western, they don't understand. They know that we behave very differently. So it's very sad what happened in elections. People like Chebukati, I don't know. It's so sad. Yani wanaiba mtu mzee kula life, wanamuona na like they could not, even Chebukati cannot feel, he could not feel something in his own heart kumfanya hivyo. Unaona? Unajua, something I know about UDA, they were saying that they will bring in at wataleta nini irigo. Hawa watu wale wana count vote, si want to vote hawa watu wa emergency, walisema watalete watu iligo. Nilisikia mama mwingine anaitwa sijui Veronica Maina alikuwa na sinahujua na Citizen, akasema watalete irigo yani emergency. Yani wale wana sijui walikuwa nasema nini. Sasa yani ni watu walikuwa wameplan, watamtesa, watamfanya hivi. You know, Kenya, let us be happy people. Kenya people, let us have the mercy in our heart. Tusije tunafikiria sisi wote tunataka kuchukua uongozi, unataka ati because you can be power. You know, think about those people like Raila. Is people have been fighting over democracy. Ni mzee amejulikana, he's very smart, ni mtu very honest. You know, he believe democracy, he believe leadership. It's very sad mtu kama Ruto nasikianga akisema ati ati Raila anawa correct wakifanya bad. You are the one who need to correct each other. You are the young. Ruto is young than Raila. You are the one need to correct Raila because you're more younger. You see, even we don't respect our old people. That's why we have Kenya, and we need to change this kind of. Raila si mtu ni mtu anaheshimiwa, ni mtu anatapikana, anapatiwa the word as a Kenya, kwa sababu ni mzee amepigania nchi yetu ya democracy, amesimama na ukweli. Yani yeye anaga ukabila, yeye ni mtu anapenda watu wote, ni mtu, by the way, Raila ni mtu amesoma mpaka Germany, ni mtu very educated, si mtu watu anamweka chini. He is very a man who can represent even Kenyans, to represent about Africa when it's about economy, about the climate, everything. Is a man who can present whole Africa. When I'm talking about all Africa, even North Africa, is a man to be respected. It's very sad they steal his vote, and we are, I remember 2017 they did the same thing, and I remember people, they were doing demonstrations in UK. They were Jaru and Kikuyu. I thought it was fun. They were fighting somewhere in UK. Baba came in UK on some meetings with the UK United Kingdom lecturers. They were discussing about lecturers. So Baba, when he came, Kikuyus and Luo, they were like argue. Oh, when Mama alikuwa anaongea Raila. You see that emotionally. It's fun. Even if anamuuliza, yani baba ni mtu ule amekuwa anarespektiwa na baka wa mama wazee. Sasa ni mtu, we always respect him. Hata hizi vitu zote zinifanyika hivyo, we still know baba was a victory, na we still respect him, na we value him, especially as young women and old women, we respect him. He had been making fun when he was doing those days, when he was a member of parliament in Kibera. He was all the time, when it comes to social media, everybody was, oh, right, so ni mtu anatarikana very respected, si mtu ati wa kuwekwa chini. Ni mtu unamuona namwambia yes daddy, unamuita daddy. He's father for every generation. He's a father for many people. So we need to love him and respect him, because people like those people, they were doing this for elections, still his elections. It's very pity, it's very sad. They didn't have feelings for mtu kama huyu amesimama kiti ya president miaka, I don't know, it's 4 years, and all the time wanamuimba. At least this time it was very, very bad. Was very bad, because we don't know whether 27 he will stand. Now it was more chance for Raila Odinga to be the president, but he didn't. For me, even I feel ashamed. I feel ashamed myself. I feel something in my heart. I feel ashamed because the way he was speaking, I could read his body language that is a man that need to be respected and man need to be valued. Hao ma politician wamekaa hapo kwa sababu he have been politician many years. Unajua hao watu wote wamekuwa politician many years, like kina Musalia Mudavadi, kina Waitangula, is the people they need to respect Raila Odinga, not put him down. They have been together, they have been eating together, they have been loving together. So those people, they were NASA before, and now they are in the other side. They need to see the Raila Odinga, oh, you have been working together. But Kenya, there is no leadership. There is no leadership. There is no respect. People just think about their own interests, their own stomach. Me naga watu kama Watangura, I feel just, that man, I don't know. I don't feel respect. The way he behaved, I don't know. Okay, I don't talk so much. Thank you.
Okay, Asante Rhoda, to appreciate that for your contribution and observation. It is important that we ensure that we keep our elders in the right place, for us to be able to be well guided. The Bible says if you're going to have your teachers in place, that's the only time you will hear a voice behind you telling you this is the right way to walk in the same when you get to the crossroad. Kuna hii campaign ambayo Na anaitwa nani huyu? Felimona Samoe anasema Bernard, hello, I'm following from Qatar. Every day I'm asking you that if time come 2027 omba kiti ya MP and B. Sawa sawa, asante kwa maombi hayo na I will consider your proposal. Tutaangalia masuala. Hii nchi ni muhimu na inahitaji uongozi at all levels, na kama nafasi itatokea lazima tuwajibike. And in the meantime tutafanya hiyo kazi hapa kuhakikisha kwamba we hold this government to account and be able to get the country back on the right track, because it is our responsibility to safeguard future generations. The dynamics of our politics, in my opinion, it is way too much in terms of deviating from what should be to what is unlikely. And so if we don't arise now to save the day, we may have nothing to save at the end of the day. And so let's talk to each other. Let us ensure that we assess these things rightly. I will not have a problem with the Kenya Kwanza government if they are doing the right thing. I will be very happy if to give a benefit of doubt to William Ruto and his administration. If they prove me wrong, that everything we feared about them was wrong. The problem is everything we said is being confirmed one after the other, and that makes us very uneasy and that makes us very uncomfortable. But as the Kenyan people, we have a responsibility over this great nation. Let's do the right thing so that our children and our children's children will have a country to be proud of. We may suffer right now, but let's suffer in the push to make Kenya great so that our children will enjoy the sweat that we have labored even in all that we are doing. So thank you so much, Felimona, for that suggestion. We will consider it and see whether that's viable or not. But I believe the space I already have is more than enough in causing the right influence. But if duty calls, we will heed the call and do what is required, because we really need serious leadership, selfless leadership for this great country so that this country can move forward. I hate what I see around the country, the begging, the saddest sin. I keep rising this up before Nilete Mama Mary Alaf uprising. There is a sin that I really don't, it makes me very sad when I'm in my missionary traveling trips, and then you get to the bus station, then you see a mother, and then you see a wife and a husband and children, all of them lifting up a maize cob and begging you to buy. Okay, that hurts me greatly, that after 60 years of independence, we still cannot feed our people. Then somebody wants to be saluted, somebody wants to be sung for, somebody wants to be clapped for. We can't take that anymore. Let us respect our people. Let's let our people lead dignified lives. I don't see how we'll be competing for the same customer on the roadside, the husband, the wife, and the children, then go home and give orders as the husband, and probably your son sold more than you, or your wife sold more than you. How are you going to have the authority to lead that home? Please, Kenyans, let's arise and understand our country is not doing well, and it needs badly to do well. Asante sana. Let's keep the conversation going. Mama Mary, karibu sana. Natafuta Leo na Julia na hao wengine wote. Karibuni tafadhali, mimi nataka kung'atuka. Karibu Mama Mary.
Thank you, Bernard. I would say hello to Uprising, my dear Rhoda, and all the backbenchers, whoever is there in the comment section. I greet you all kwa jina la Mungu wetu. Now, I'll start with the point that our country started sinking the very beginning when these parliamentarians started increasing their salary. This, I think many Kenyans were not happy because of how these people acted on their own behalf and for their own benefit, not for the people that elected them. This thing has started a long time ago. And this has enticed all this big group to feel that I should be elected, and they can use all means to get elected. So Kenyans, that is where we started having trouble with these people, and that is where these people became so greedy. I'm glad that when Baba was talking, he rubbishes all what people were claiming that people did not supervise their votes, people did not work hard. I'm very happy for the wisdom our Baba has. You can tell somebody who is ready to rule a country, somebody who is ready to get his people galvanized, put together so that they can live a happy life. Raila is that man who feels very, very happy to have his country organized and live in harmony. That is the guy. That's our man. That is our Baba. His feelings for the country is great. You can see even when he is being interviewed. He's not stammering. He's talking straight. The other thing is that when I saw the results, actually, 10 million plus against 3.5. I really saw Kenya, we don't have hustlers. We have got hard-working people. That is what we are talking about, if that is the number. And I remember on this forum, I said, if Ruto, being fair, got votes, it could be only 4 million. Now we see it's 3.5. The guy has played with us all through. He has manipulated everything to his benefit. God help Kenya. I thought IBC was the custody of free and fair results of election. But it came that we have to be vigilant with the corrective figure that was found that Chebukati could not pronounce, but he thought otherwise. So what I'm thinking is that this office, as far as it is concerned, if possible, it can be abolished, because we are the people who are voting and we know what we do. And wherever we vote, those are the people who can be the IBC, every corner of the country. Whoever is standing at that location should be the IBC. We shouldn't have this office, which has brought this fire in the whole country. If we have it, then we should have people with common knowledge, people who are human, and people who care about the country, not about themselves. We need to have regulated minds, people who care and who want the country to move forward. Sisi hatutaki hiyo mambo ya majambazi, and especially the last part of the election, the last conclusion of the election, ati ndio inaleta shida, simply because somebody is there controlling it. He was not in the locations whereby all this election was taking place, but he decides for millions of people that it is not going the right way. The other thing, I was happy because Baba exonerated Mount Kenya. I'm very, very happy. He said Mount Kenya gave him enormous number of votes. That was excellent to hear from him. I'm very happy for him. And always I have been remembering Raila in my prayers. And every time I feel very confident when I hear him talk. And I feel very strong when I hear him still on the same stand that he wants Kenya to stand. We are behind you, Baba. Whether physically or spiritually, we pray for you all the time. I would say the hustlers in Kenya is Sapit and his colleagues. Those are the people who are running around looking for money. They are the people looking for jobs because they are hustlers. Hustlers is those people who really are fighting to see that many fall, few rise. And that is Mr. Sapit. I was very much ashamed. Those are the people who we should be depending on to hear the word of God. However, we can read the Bibles by ourselves, but those are the people who can stand in front of a group, instead in front of a congregation and give us a word in a big way and understanding and making people to feel God's presence. Those are the people who are going against the harmonious way of godly people, how to live. The other thing is that this government has done three things. It has abused Kenyans. It has neglected Kenyans. They have exploited Kenyans in all ways. These three things have made Kenyans feel not at home, feel like they are not Kenyans, feel like they are not worthy, feel like they are ready to die because some of them have committed suicide. Why? Because they feel left. They feel they don't belong. They feel they can't make it. That's why they have reached that point. But it's sad taking your life for the sake of feeling like that is the end of you. It's very sad. Bernard, you have said about people selling maize, the whole family on the street selling maize. Take that picture, Kenyan. Think about it. Think about the house that has been put a padlock at the door. People have gone to the street to hunt, to see whether they can have something to buy, something different from maize. Is that a country somebody is talking about? Trillion. Such much money being exploited, misused, put to the hands of criminals. And you can imagine, Bernard, those who are selling those maize, they can afford to smile because they have no other way. They feel happy because they have got something to do. In the end, they go in their cold homes, waiting tomorrow the light to come and walk out, go and start again. And that is the country that Ruto is feeling is governing. That's the country Ruto is feeling that he feels that the money that is found there, it has to be used for different purpose instead of for human being, for life of people of Kenya. Money has been misused in different ways, we have seen. I cannot imagine sitting somewhere watching football, laughing, shouting, knowing that we are using the money for the government, which could have sustained few lives. They are dying because they have nobody to help them. They are sleeping hungry because they have nobody who care. The people elected, it's only being happy, running here and there because they are able. I want them today to sit somewhere and don't eat for 3 days. You tell me what you feel. 3 days. Because these people have lived with hunger for many days. But for these rich people, 3 days, go sit somewhere. Even if you want to sit on your sofa, that expensive seat, and don't eat, you tell me the answer. Let's pray for our country. The problem is getting bigger, but we're gonna overcome it. Let's have faith. Let's follow Baba. Let's listen what he says. The time for us is coming. Thank you, Bernard. It makes me emotional when I think one day I'm hungry, what I feel. One day, what I feel when I'm hungry. And I imagine those people who have lived with nothing, with them in their house and no hope to get some. Hunger has no story, but just killing. Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you, Mama Mary. Thank you, Mama Mary. It shall be better. It shall be better. We just need to stick into the struggle until we achieve what we need to achieve. This country has come a long way. We will not let it go to the dogs under our watch. As the Kenyan people, we can't sit back and see one or two wrong people mess up our country. Like I've always said, Kenyans are not helpless in this matter. We still have got options. After Chebukati and the Supreme Court did their part, Kenyan people can still salvage the situation. It is not too late. All we need to do is get together and push for what is rightfully ours. The results are out there. The other day, I was sharing with you about a retired NIS person who I ran into in the my dry cleaner place. He noticed me because of this show and picked up the conversation, introduced himself, and he said as early as 13th August, the results were ready, and he had the copy of the results because the people he trained who are working in office, they always have their own tallying, and they had gotten the results. And the results were that Baba was leading by far. There was no way for William Ruto to catch up with him. So he got those results, and so he was, waiting for the announcement. And then he was told that if you will get any other result, you will know that this country is rotten. But the real results are this. And so what we are talking about is not anything that people are doing without knowing. Hii si ile Yesu anasema Baba wasamehe kwa sababu hawajui kile wanatenda. Chebukati anajua kila anatenda. William Ruto anajua kila anatenda. Wale walioiba kura walijua kile wanachotenda, na hii kura ilikuwa kiasi ambacho hata mtu mwenye akili timamu hawezi kujaribu kuiba, kwa sababu the margin was wide. It was forced rigging, yani ile tufanye kile tunafanya mtadu. And one of the things I suspect, before I bring a pricing, the greatest suspicion that the rigging of this election was decided after the KICC was set ready for the celebration of Baba. Remember, the one for Kwea was not set yet. So when they saw every pattern set and the celebration starting, and everyone is in the mood to celebrate Baba's presidency, is when they said, Liwe Liwalo, do anything, even kill. And that is what happened. But we will not take this sitting down. We must arise and do what is right. So kila Mkenya mahala popote ulipo, kumbuka wajibu wako kutetea na kulinda nchi yako sasa hivi kwa ajili yako na kwa ajili ya watoto wa watoto wako. Usisalie nyuma ukijaribu kucheza siasa na maisha ya Wakenya. Do what you can do in your space. Educate somebody, sensitize somebody, inform somebody, so that when the uprising start to uprise, hakutakuwa na hii ujinga mnaanza kusema change the referee, change which referee where? Wizi ni wizi tu. Hata mtumie referee, mtumie goalkeeper, mtumie captain, it is still wizi. Na hiyo ndio tunasimama kinyume nayo. Tuko kinyume na wizi na tuko kinyume na uongozi ambao haujachaguliwa na Wakenya. Hapo ndio tunasimama. The majority of Kenyans are not happy. The majority of Kenyans think the country is headed in the wrong direction. The majority of Kenyans cannot take it the way the country is being handled. So let's not deceive ourselves. Ukweli utajulikana, lakini sisi hatutaki ukweli peke yake. Tunataka haki. Baada ya ukweli, tunataka nini? Haki. Mwenye mbuzi apewe. Mwizi wa mbuzi apigwe fine. Kamiti, Mayani, Shimolatewa, Kodiaka. I'm not far from Kodiaka. I passed there on my way to where I am right now. So wahalifu wafungwe, wenye haki wapewe haki, inji isonge mbele. Asante sana. Uprising, umejificha tena ama unataka leave?
No, I'm here.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you so much, people of Kenya. Asanteni sana. I think hatuchoki, we will not get tired. Because one thing, when you spoke about people selling maize, it is the level of poverty in this country that has been caused by our fellow Kenyans. Because when you look at the leadership today, and it has been over the years, it is worse than the colonial masters, because Bernard, sikudanganyi, we might have a lot of problems and a lot of attitude towards Wazungu. We know they are not good people. We know they are even influencing this election. But we also know that these people have what we call humanity in them. Yeah? Despite the fact that they are colonial masters, they have been instituting war all over the world and the Western world. For example, the Western Wazungus. But these people, the way they manage their country, that is why Akina Roda are comfortable living in those areas, is because they respect humanity. They do not grab toilets. They do not grab schools. They do not grab hospitals for their own personal gains. They respect that life is precious. And they let the basic needs of human beings to be taken care of. They have the best hospitals. And therefore, we would be in a better place today. And anybody, we can go to any debate with anybody. We could be in a better place today if Kenya was still being managed by the white people. I'm telling you the fucking truth. But now we have these Africans with our own skin who have bigger lands than anybody else, who have a lot of money and they don't even shy from saying it. That a person can go to an interview and say he has 4 billion shillings and he is looking for a job. Yeah, 4 billion. That is in dollars form. It is it's a dollar billionaire. This guy is a dollar billionaire, and what that means is that this guy is he should be an astute or an inventor to have such kind of money. But the fact is, he's not among that. We do not know of any business that he has done that is unique to the world. We do not know any invention that he has done that is unique to the world, that it has brought a lot of, it has affected and impacted the lives of the people for him to own 4 billion shillings. And you know, that is also an understatement. He used 4 billion so that people see he's not that rich. But that is tips of an iceberg. Because, Bernard, we have very few Kenyans today owning trillions and billions of shillings at the expense of the Kenyan people. That today we have no hospitals that have enough drugs, we have not enough schools. Some of the public schools, Bernard, in one class, there are about 10 to 15 streams where you see a teacher having 70 kids. Why? Because somebody owns 1 billion or 4 billion shillings that he corruptly acquired. Because even if you are employed today with 1 million shillings, even for 100 years, you cannot earn that kind of money. That is impossible. And therefore, what am I driving to? Watu hufika mwisho. Watu hufika mwisho. And this country, we should not take Kenyans for granted anymore. When you talk about the people selling maize, I remember I visited a house in Usenge, in a part of Nyanza, where you find a father and a mother living in one bedroom house. They have 4 children. 3 of them are daughters, and 2 of them have kids. And believe me or not, that one bedroom hosts all of them. And you wonder how they live. There's nothing to smile about. Some of these kids have turned to be prostitutes, not because they want pads and they want food, and then eventually they get disease or they get babies. So we are in that kind of a situation, and we cannot allow a country to get to a point where it is getting too low that we cannot manage our affairs. And so uprising is beginning. I think it is important we finish the Christmas and Turuke Mwaka, but immediately we get to the new year, we need everything to be on a reset mode. We have to make sure that this country is on what we call factory settings, so that even the Dongo reports, the TRG reports, they can come out and be implemented. It is not fair for one individual to own 200 houses in Kenya. It is not possible. It is not normal. We are not
It's a problem with
complaining
the
because
connection. Do you
which
hear
connection?
me? You don't talk.
No, Rhoda. What's up? Okay. Sorry, thank you. I think uprising continue. Rhoda, you lift your hand, then we can you can intercept if you need to, but let the person have ample time to make his submission, please. Thank you. Uprising.
Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, we can get you clearly, sir. Go
All
ahead.
right. Yeah, because my line of thought karibu ipotee, and I was in the anointing. Unajua ukianza flow na anointing upako inatiririka kabisa. And therefore we have to uprise. We have to raise up our voices and our presence so that this country, for the first time, we can show the world that we are not stupid. We are not a country who can be led by people who've imposed themselves on us. Because the fact is, these are not people who have the standard and the character to be leaders in any country, even not Kenya. I don't think they have any. And there are things that Raila Amolo Odinga has spoken today that has really touched me. Or yesterday, I had actually mentioned it yesterday. One of the things is a constitutional change. And I think that is very important for people to understand. There are things that are in this constitution that are being abused because they were not clear. For example, the chapter 6 of integrity. where we say now until somebody is proven guilty, there is no case. He can be a member of parliament, he can go wherever he wants, he can kill, and still because he cannot be proven, he is still our leader. Those are things we need to change. We need to say any suspicion, hata ukinuka ama ukae kama mwizi, you cannot be a member of parliament or a president in this country. That one alone, by suspicion. Hii mambo ya kuambia watu ati wanaua watu mpaka sasa alafu they go corrupt themselves with the prosecutors and the judiciary, you see it is in bed with the government. When will these people be put to whatever? These people will never be guilty. For example, they will never be guilty, my friends. They will steal land, they will sleep with people's women, they will grab, they will kill, and they will never be guilty. They will never be guilty. Why? Chelule is a judge. Chelule has issues. He has been salvaged from the FBI list. How can I then, as the judge who has been salvaged from a bad character, condemn good people, condemn these people? It is difficult. So constitution change has to be happening. First of all, I propose, as Raila says, integrity chapter, because some of these people are not even suitable. We have over 90% of members of parliament who are in wash, who have others are killed, and they are guilty. They are not guilty. They are innocent, still proven, and they will never be proven guilty. So that one should be checked, so that any suspicion, you are not supposed to be a member of parliament or a leader in this country. Number two, we need to change the governance of this country, because the president also should not appoint tribunals. I think tribunals should be appointed by the civil society. We need to do voting in a way that, like the way they do in the US, where they have the jury. Jury comes from every person. There is a bishop, there is a sheikh, there is a farmer, there is a businessman, there is somebody, and then we vote. Maybe we can vote with SMS. To say what women will be there, because what is happening today, the constitution gives the president tribunal, and then he chooses his friends so that they execute whatever he wants. That should also be changed in the constitution. The other things that should be changed, we do away with the duplication of members of parliament. We don't need to bicameral parliament. We don't need the senators. I don't see what they are doing. I think they are just taking salaries for nothing. And women reps, women should be elected. And if they are not going to be elected, they should be having what we call special slots. Yeah, that is enough. But the issue of duplicating responsibility in this country, yeah, should come to an end, because we cannot even afford it. Now we are talking of county government of Meru. Yeah, everything is at whole because they cannot work together. Why? Because there are so many gaps. Yeah, the members of MCAs are from different parties from the government. They don't see eye to eye. They never campaign together. They have no vision. Everybody has his own vision. So you look at it, it's complications upon complications. And therefore, there are things that we have to change. And there's no two words about it. And I'm not going to miss my words. This country needs a revolution. And that revolution will take us to where we are supposed to be. The less than 7,000 people who own the 90% of the economy of Kenya should be called to account. And they should tell us where they got that money. Hii deni tunakuanga nayo ya 12 trillion can be paid by only 10 families in Kenya. And if we push them to the corner, they are going to pay na watubakishie kidogo. Why should they have a lot of money while other people are languishing in poverty? This money and this land this question should be answered. And this is a high time. Ukigojea mpaka Yesu akuje, it would work. The things of this world, we have to solve them here. And therefore, people, it is important. We are so much scared. We are scared because the people who listen to us and people who are in power, they say they can kill you and nothing you can do. But eventually everybody dies. Even Biwott did whatever he did, but eventually he was, so there is nothing to fear. And I think it's a high time people to say whatever happens happens now, because we are in a position where we cannot see our future. We cannot see the future of our kids being destroyed by bad governance. Everything in this country is going haywire. The farmers are crying because the government has imported or is importing maize and importing rice. This should not happen. However, Bernard, as I finish, I want to say, let us keep discussing, because I don't think there is anybody out there who, we have made bad things look good because of the leadership we are having today, and good things look bad. Yani unakuta ati wanasema sasa wale watu wanne walikuwa kwa walisema hii elections was a problem, they are the bad people, and Chebukati is a good person. In fact, inafika mahali mpaka anapewa shahada, sijui ama of what. You can imagine, after bungling and making Kenya look like we are, you know. So we have to get to a point where there is clarity and the country is on the right track. So those who are listening to us, whether you are the leader of whatever, we have to decide, all of us, on how we are going to be managed. And we are not going to be managed by mediocrity and stupidity and over religiousness. Sometimes we are so over religious until we forget there are people who need to eat and to be paid salaries. Those are things we need to talk about, because anytime we lose an argument, then we quote the Bible, we whatever we say, God has blessed this government, God voted for us. When did God vote for you? God, you cannot manipulate God. You cannot. I don't think you can. Mnasaidia Mungu kushinda mpaka mnaanza kusema ni Mungu amewapatia. Why didn't you wait for everybody to be counted? So things are going to change. Me, I'm so positive that things are going to change, and we're going to have a good country for our kids. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Pricing, to appreciate that, na lazima tusimame ngangari kuhakikisha kwamba hii nchi haitokomei kwa vyovyote vile. Kwa hivyo kila Mkenya mahala popote ulipo, angalia nchi, angalia vile tulivyo, angalia hali ya maisha, angalia uongozi ambao upo. Kama hautoshi mboga, utimuliwe. Hiyo ndio suggestion yangu. Kama mtu amekaa kwa ofisi na hawezi kufanya kazi ambayo amepewa ofisi kuifanya, atimuliwe. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu Kenya has options. Kenya has many competent people who can deliver right leadership to this great country, and within no time will be a self-sufficient country without needing any support from anywhere. When this country gets opened up to industrialization, we have all the materials to make this country a hub of great sufficiency for each and every Kenyan to lead a dignified life. We cannot have the majority of Kenyans living wherever, a beggarly kind of life, a life that cannot, be appreciated by anybody. We for how long? For how long? Until watu wanaendelea tu kupemba bendera peke yake haitoshi. Bendera haiwezi kutupatia heshima. Heshima tunatoa kwa watu wetu. Mfalme anaheshimiwa kwa sababu ya wale watu anawaongoza. Kama watu wake wako na afya, watu wake wako na elimu, watu wake wako na matibabu ya kutosha, watu wake hawahitaji chochote, huyo ndio mfalme anaheshimiwa. Wewe unataka kuwa rais, lakini jukumu lako la kwanza ni kufanya kila mtu akuwe maskini. What kind of leader are you? Na magovernors wote, I'm serving you notice. Kama ni governor wa Marsabit, governor wa hiyo ingine inaitwa Garissa, Turkana, all those semi-arid areas. This is the third term for governorship in the country. Those areas should not continue being semi-arid at all. After 10 years of devolution, we need to see majority of your land put to proper use. And there are donors out there who are willing for you to bring in. The Constitution gives you a right to negotiate with any government anywhere, any organization anywhere, and bring in aid to help the people. Not aid ya kudistribute chakula, hiyo Yowalo na group yake. Au Oyalo wanapaswa kuchapa viboko kwa sababu wanaendeleza umaskini. We want those governors engage NGOs, engage wherever different organization, watengeneze maji, watengeneze irrigation scheme, wacha Marsabit ianze kutoa millet. Okay? Kama haitoi mahindi, itoe millet, itoe cassava. Let it generate some products so that it can be self-sufficient. But we cannot perpetuate all this lack of everything. So governors, kama utoshi mboga, jiuzulu tu mapema. Kwa sababu hatutavumilia ujinga na hatutavumilia uzembe. Kama nchi lazima to take off, and for us to take off, we must take full responsibility. So Kenyans of goodwill, wherever you are, you love this country, you want this country to take off, please let us rally together. Let us sensitize our people. Let us ensure that this country does not sink under our watch. Usiseme amechukua, it has to take 5 years. No, kama hafanyi kazi vizuri, atimuliwe hata after 2 months. Atimuliwe tupate vile mtu. Biblia inasema tuokoe muda kwa sababu siku ni mbaya. Okay? Let us redeem time for days are evil. Let us kuokoa muda inamaanisha msiwache mtu akae kwa ofisi 5 years kama hafanyi kazi, analipa mshahara wa bure. Atimuliwe, tupewe mtu mwingine ambaye atafanya kazi ipasavyo. Nashukuru sana. Moses, niko hapo kwa jirani yako. Sasa sijui wewe ndio utatuma matoke ama mimi ndio nitavuka boda. Hali vipi?
Poa bwana. Mambo
niko poa. Nimeingia Ibusia boda. Sasa wewe ndio utatuma credo.
Yeah, karibu bwana. Nakuzia huko lakini you saying something that being in cabinet is better than our president.
Naambiwa malipo mingi, mara COVID in, COVID out, COVID aside, COVID sijui what. Hey.
Usijali, sisi tuko. We are there to protect anyone. You know, sisi ni majirani bwana. Usisahau, we shall protect you in all ways. So, how are you everyone? Loda, Mama Mary, Uprising, thank you for your submission. Otherwise, hope we are all fine. Let me start from where our brother stopped from. I just make a comment. You know, Bernard, I think we give too much trust to individuals, more so in our constitution. Like we trust once we see someone promising, we just rush to give much trust. And those are the errors that we are we are seeing each and every day, not only in Kenya, even in my own country. At least in Kenya, it's somehow better, but in my own country, Bernard is worse. Because the government that is there right now, when they came in power, they find people were desperate for change and they were tired of the old government, of which right now they regret that it was more better than the current one. So they gave too much trust to the office of president. Because in Uganda, Bernard, I don't know whether you have ever gone through Ugandan constitution. If you read it, you can just cry yourself. Everything is under the president's control, you know. So no one can, the president of Uganda appoints ministers, is the one who appointed judges, is the one who appoints those ones in sorry, sorry, which one? Ministers, judges, IGs, everything is under presidency's control. That is too wrong. Totally, it was a blind. It's like I don't know where was these people. What were they after? You give that trust to someone who will change. Even now in Kenya, even though we wake up tomorrow and we find that Baba is the president, of which we have hope, he should change each and everything to put things right in the constitution. Some things should be remain untouchable. Put there and put there seal. This one is never to be touched. Because if we want to change our countries, and we must use our constitution, and we have to use those people whom we trust, people who love their country, and people who cares for others. Now you find people like the current president, the current government in Kenya. They call themselves to be hustlers. A hustler who doesn't know how to help other hustlers. Because if you have ever been a hustler, I believe that you know how painful it is. If you find families for you are eating and even throwing leftovers here and there, but you cannot feel for those people who are sleeping, spending nights. People, they don't even have 2 meals in Uganda. I don't know whether in Kenya, but the situation shows that people are just having 1 meal, and you don't know when you have 1 meal, you have no hope for the second one. Yet these so-called hustlers, they are eating how many times? They eat every time they are eating. They are having this and that. So, and also, Bernard, it's a high time, I think. These religious leaders should be called, I think, into order. Because if people can hide under that image of, call themselves like fake prophets, and you are watching, and some of them, they are standing with them, then you confuse people. People will start not believing in you. People will start saying that, I'd rather be in my village than saying that I will go maybe in one of these worship, or I cannot listen to these so-called religious leaders, because those people are there to call even these presidents, these government leaders to order. Once they see them, they are going in the wrong direction. But they are quiet, they are supportive. One of them, I don't know his name, during the announcement of election in Boma, he was there leading the choir, and they talked to that. Then I was very sad, honestly, to see such, if they can bribe these people. Now, we can't even say judges cannot be bribed. If they bribe with someone who knows that whatever you do in darkness, or whether you are alone or in public, God is there watching you, and you accept to be bribed. So, which signal, which are you sending to the public? So those are the things that we should look at. Like giving trust to individuals, it should never happen again. Because, like, I can give an example, Bernard. If tomorrow we wake up and we see Baba is the president, I believe 70%, whatever Baba says, they will accept. But we should never do that error, because that is the time if we get someone, a leader whom we trust, a leader for people, someone who can be trusted, that is the time we have to use to correct each and every error that these mafias they have done. Such that the time he leaves, whoever comes in will suit. You cannot bring your own ideas because you want to be to suit whatever the situation is. So, like in my country, that's the error they made. But now our generation, we are there to make corrections, and we hope very soon We shall, if God wishes, we shall come to the conclusion of that. Um, I think I saw one of our brothers here was talking about this government of Ruta and the team. Last time we talked here about Bernard, we talked about this government here. But if there is one thing that I'm happy of or I'm proud of is that each and every day this government is proving to Kenyans that if you don't wake up, they are calling them to come out and demonstrate. That if you don't come out, if you are in your comfort, for us we are busy doing what is ours. We are busy rooting. We are busy taking our shares. It's like they are taking their shares from the country. Because remember before when Ruto started with rewarding his royalists, rewarding them with positions and reward. But now the way I'm saying it has reached to the extent of now tribalism, you know, because I'm not much sure, but when I read, for me, the way I'm seeing things moving now, it has now turned into tribalism. Like, where do you come from? Where do you belong? So it can never move a country forward. Now it's up to Kenyans. Some of them who were those who were convinced and those ones who were lied and they accepted the lies before election. I think it is time to they are showing them what they were meaning. But good enough, others are saying, you know. So it is time for you to know that I was duped, but now it is time to go where I belong. Like I saw Baba talking here. Was it yesterday or when? That reminds me of those four uh, commissioners. Maybe I have a feeling that Bernard, these four commissioners maybe knew something. They know something concerning what happened in the election. And Chebukati and the team, maybe they are fried because he knew that after him leaving the office, because Chereda will be the one maybe replacing, or maybe will be the one like she will be the one like acting chairman before they officially, I think, put the real chairman in the office. So maybe Chebukata and the one whom they stole for thought that Chereda can go there and maybe open the server, like I heard Baba talking about auditing. So I think that is what disturbed them to make sure that before Chebukata resigns or his term ends, these four commissioners should be kicked out. So then at the last one, they talked about 100 days, but I'm seeing the tune now. It has turned into 1 year. So like us in Uganda, I'll give you an example. We have a government which is with full of lies and the empty promises every year. They will tell you in 1 year we are going to do this and this. When that 1 year collapse without doing anything, I say now give us more 2 years. We are almost on there. So I'm seeing this government now after they will come out and say, you know what, this 1 year, we are trying by this opposition, they are pushing us, we can, but we promise in this term. So after the closing to the end of this term, they will say, you give us another term such that we can correct everything. They are not there to work for Kenyans. They are there to work for their souls and maybe covering up their criminal cases. They have some other things I think they are trying to, like, they don't believe in what they have earned. They know that if someone comes and takes over government, then they will not back up whatever they are having or whatever they have in their what they have achieved in the wrong way. So they are after. I don't see anything. It may be I'm wrong, but Like me, I'm talking through experience. Like we have been in this for a long period of time, to the extent that we almost lose hope, but still we can't. So Bernard, this government of Ruto and his cabinet, I think they can never deliver anything good to Kenyans. And it's like they don't even have idea anyway of how to run the government. Because for me, it's like they are gambling. Each and every day you think maybe now they can deliver, but you see just wonders. And so that is it, Bernard, for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Moses. We appreciate that, and we look forward to engaging further. I really want to see to it that as African people, we arise to the occasion and do what is rightfully for ourselves. We've been blaming the colonial masters, we've been blaming everyone else, but I think it's about time we shouldered the responsibility of these great countries and the great people of this part of the world, and did everything in our power to see to it that we become self-sufficient and self-sustaining. It is said in our village that if you give birth to twins, you must arm yourself with enough milk to feed both of them. I believe whatever populations that we have within our vicinity, we have capacity to get to take good care of them without having to rely on any other support from anywhere. Kuna nani huyu where is this Njeshi J anasema watu wa nini ni wa elimu kwanza, anasema NGOs and other organizations within the semi-arid areas are making a lot of foreign exchange by reason of sustaining the semi-arid status of the place. I have no problem with somebody earning anything anywhere. The only issue here is that we cannot be on a waiting mode for 60 years, for heaven's sake. We need a leadership that brings these things to conclusion. Let those NGOs be transformed into organizations that are solving problems, not sustaining problems. You must have even the sponsors of those NGOs. How can you be sponsoring an NGO to continue sustaining a semi-arid area? What are you doing? See, you give the money so that it offers a permanent solution. Let there be boreholes, let there be water treatment centers, let there be whatever agriculture or rather irrigation schemes established in the vast land, and let's overproduce the products, and that will take care of everything else that will arise in our great country. Well, thank you so much. Namsubiri Francis, namsubiri Leo. Sijui wako wapi leo. Ningependa kusign out. It is 2 a.m. and I have a speaking responsibility very early in the by daybreak, and so sijui nita Moses upo? Museveni atakuruhusu network yako isikate.
Yes. Sema bwana.
Nataka ukuwe chairman. Kuna mtu wa kuongeza watu huku nyuma, uongoze hii nafasi ya watu kuongea. Dada Nifa ndio
Okay.
next, alafu kulikuwa na dunia ina mambo, akatupwa nje, akirudi apewe nafasi. Of course uprising, mtasaidiana na Moses Alafu Kenyan Would Love ndio ako kwa back office. Kenyan Would Love atakuwa anawaongezea washirika. Ninyi muendelee tu kuhubiri, lakini mhubiri injili ya kweli. Msihubiri ile injili ya nabii. Hiyo ya nabii imeharibu nchi. Tusikubaliane nayo kabisa kwa jina la Yesu Kristo mwana wa Mungu aliye hai. Tusimame kinyume na uovu wa kila aina, hata wale watu wameenda kujificha kanisani. William Ruto hafai kuwa kanisani, anatumia kanisa vibaya. Maaskofu wote wanatembea na William Ruto, wote ni wakora. Inaweza kusema hivyo kwa sababu hakuna mtu ambaye anasaidia William Ruto wakati wanatembea na yeye. Kama wewe ni Ole Sapit na usaidii William Ruto, haufai kutembea na yeye. kwa sababu humwambii ukweli. Ukweli wa mambo ni makosa kutumia kanisa vibaya, na William Ruto ametumia kanisa vibaya, amejificha huko akiendeleza dini yake ya Freemason nyuma kwa nyuma, lakini ameweka kanisa mbele ili aonekane kwamba yeye ako salama. Hayo mambo yote hatutayakubali. Hii nchi ni ya Wakenya na Wakenya wana haki ya kuchagua nani anayewaongoza. Hatutakubali uovu kuendelea katika nchi yetu. So I want Kenyans to be on the alert mode. January tunaanza, okay? Tukiitwa street tutafika mapema na tunajaza street. Sio watu watano, okay? Kama tunakaa Kenyatta Avenue, tunaanzia wapi? Muhindi Mbingu. All the outlets zimekaa vizuri. Muhindi Mbingu imejaa, Kaunda Street imejaa, Tomboya imejaa, mpaka Kirinyaga huko Korogoni tumekaa na asumbui mtu, tumekaa tuko barabara. Siku 3 tu hao wakora watakuwa wameenda, sisi tuchukue nchi yetu tuirekebishe. Sasa hivi hatukubali kuchezewa kama vile tumechezewa wakati wote. Lakini Chebukati na Supreme Court judges, I hope they have begun to park, because we are not getting rid of Chebukati alone, we are not getting rid of William Ruto alone, we are getting rid of everybody that sponsored them into evil. Everybody mpaka Kome wajipange. Mi kama nabii nimesema. Asanteni. So uprising
Okay.
na nani Moses muendelee. Sister Nifa vipi leo?
Nzuri. Nimekumisi jana. My phone.
Uliingia nikang'atuka.
Yes, my phone ilikuwa inaleta shida. So kwanza ningechukua fursa hii kuwasalimu nyote and na wale ambao walikuwa hapo awali and na wametoka. And I should say also leo pia wale wenye huwa wanakuja after sisi huwa wana debate kweli mpaka leo saa 4. So they really, hata vile nani alisema Kenya with love, ndiye alisema tio walimuingilia. It's true, nilikuwa nawasikiliza tu kwa nini hawakumuingilia vile, but I think PK Stone na huyu mwingine anaitwa nani Guru, they always have huwa wako na maoni yale makali and I really like the way they debate. So after they close the show, alafu wanasema then another 15 minutes yao tu ya kuongea. So as you guys, bila kuchukua wakati mwingi, nilikuwa nasema I just wanted to hear what Raila is going to give us a way forward and kila Kenya atasema. And I was really happy that he came. He was so energetic. He was positive. And in fact, I listened the clip today in the morning when I was going to work. It was loud and clear what he's going to, the plans for next year, 2023. At least he talked about, he was so concerned about Kenya, not about him. It's not about him. And he said the new constitution review, this is very urgent, as the way he said is like 12 years old. And then I was also impressed how he talked about the opposition's office. At least that's what I wanted to hear. He said it's not a must. He's been there in the office and he was the right honorable. That was a big office. So this opposition office is nothing, compared to what he had. And then, so which means for him, it's a no-go first. So for the first thing is not looking about 2027 when he was asked if he's going to be the president. And I think that was a good answer, because it's not all about being the president. He has to fix and sort out about this 2022. People are interested with 2022 and what really happened. So he said, I think everybody had, but I'm just doing the summarization. I don't like to speak everything what he said. He said systematically exactly what happened And I think the judiciary, I think akina huyo, the judiciary, they're listening, people are listening. You know, alisema vizuri what really happened, how 2 days Chebukati was missing, and you know, the votes were stolen at the tallying center. So exactly, if even judges or even lawyers, if you follow up, you don't have to be a lawyer so that for you to see what really happened. But actually, at least kila mtu ataona akona kichwa what really happened, and it was not a fact that wale Azimio wanapigana na pia hiyo Kenya Kwisha, the way he always say Kenya Kwisha wanapigana. Hiyo ingeleta shida, it will have brought us back to that. Unajua ile wakisema wameshinda, mnasema hapana tujashinda. It's like it's chaotic, watu wanapigana, and then people will go back again kwa hiyo ya 2007. And then akasema mambo ya audit results. So I was not happy the way Uyo Obicha, the young boy, was interviewing. I think some of the interview anaambiwa what to say, because look, ukiuliza mkubwa unamuuliza do you believe at your chief, wanasema your chief agents were not paid and that's why wakufanya kazi. So akasema no, it's not about the chief agents, because kazi ya our IEBC ilikuwa ni nini? Because any country, nyinyi ndio inatakana muangalie votes are not stolen and everything. It's not a matter of paying people the way the other guy is doing, because mtalipa watu. Hata nikikuwa na milioni moja nanio Bernard, nikisema kila mwezi nitakuwa nawapatia, si pesa zitaisha, pesa mfukoni ya mtu itaisha. It's not all about kupatia watu pesa so just to make them like those other vile hao wengine wanaruka from one place, hao wakubwa wanaruka from one place to the other. So and I was very happy vile alipeana hiyo the nini answer. And then akasema, so to back his statement, akasema in Europe, America or US, you know, ingekuwa these four commissioners out of 3 wamesema no, hatujakubaliana. I swear to God inafungwa. Wanasema okay, 4, because 4 ni majority, ni wengi. They will have sat waone kitu gani ni mbaya, na alafu waende through hiyo the server to be open. But then they did not do that. So that means tulikuwa tunasema wengine, it was something which was planned. Hiyo ni kitu kenye wale wengine walikuwa wameplan, and exactly what they're going to do with Chebukati. So this other huyu Bernard talked about hao watu wakubwa wa kanisa. It seems like now in Kenya nowadays, wakienda through watu wa kanisa, watu wanafikiri watu wataamini okay, mtu wa Mungu ameongea ama pasta, kwa hivyo sasa is true. So I wonder how watu wa kanisa, huyo Ole sijui Sipate Ole sijui what, I'm sorry to pronounce the name, yeye ndiye aliitwa kwa Chebukati aenda muombe. So I wonder kwa nini wengine hawakukuwa makasisi, hata Waislamu au mashehe. So at least wangeka at least 7, tungeona kama the judiciary wako 7, na watu wa kanisa pia kutoka Mombasa, kutoka Kisumu, kutoka Nairobi, na tena different denomination kama Catholic, Salvation Army, Anglican, SDA. Hata wangeweka huyo Maraga by then hapo, manake Maraga knows the history. So I wonder why Maraga saindi anachukuliwa. But maybe Maraga tusijaribu maybe ataingia Maraga might turn up the stuff, the things. Anaweza kubadilisha aseme okay, sasa mmenileta na last time mimi ndio nilifanya paka watu muende for rerun. So na kumalizia, akasema also about vile walitaja huyo Muchelule. Now Muchelule is a FBI, anatafutwa kwa FBI list, and he has integrity issues. So I don't understand why walichukua huyo mtu wakamweka hapo. It seems like in Kenya, wale watu ambao wako na criminal cases, like hatuwezi tukadanganya Kenya Kwanza chairman alikuwa kule kunaitwaje kule Hague. Alikuwa kule Hague. So it seems like watu wanafanya makosa alafu they run for head offices ili wakijua wanaenda kuachua. Manake hii issue ya Muchelule nitakana pia angaliwe vizuri. And then yes, now to speak again, I was happy that his remarks, the Raila spoke about when he was asked about Uhuru, kama Uhuru played him, and he said no. Uhuru was president, and what Uhuru did, he just said that Raila is his successor, and actually, and kwa ajili Raila has good tracks. Raila hajawahi iba, hajawahi ibia serikali, and also akasema no, it's not true that wanasema Uhuru should have campaigned for him. Uhuru was supposed, he's a president, and he was supposed to be neutral both to the two presidential, the other presidential candidates. So, but I was also happy when he thanked the Central Kenya, the way people were saying, oh, Kikuyu ndo walipatia kura sana Ruto. At least he knows that Central Kenya was also, for the first time, Central Kenya has voted for him. And his interview, actually, haikukuwa interview too, only the blame game, what really happened, but at least he thanked the Central Kenya. And also, when he was asked about the BBI introduction, what the chairman for Kenya Kusha wants to do it, akasema no, it cannot be proposed through the back door. Why? Because they were there before, and he's wondering why the guy has to bring it right now. So let's wait again. We still have few days to go to 2023, and I think he'll come back with full blast. What we have to do is to keep on praying for him, and sisi wadogo tunambak, and other Kenyans who are also with us. So we will see what's going to come up. Thank you so much.
Okay, asante sana Sister Nifa, we appreciate that, and we keep into the struggle. Let's keep Kenyans aware of what is happening, and ensure that everyone in our space is aware that the country is headed in the wrong direction and it must be returned into the right path. For that's the only way for it to be secured, and everyone around the country will be safe for both investors and the interested parties. Let everybody assume their responsibilities and take their responsibilities serious. MCAs of all counties, mwache ujinga. Mwache ujinga na upumbavu wa kupeleka magovernors kwa Senate kama hamna kesi yoyote ya kupeleka. Wewe hukupigiwa kura kwenda kuchunga gavana, ulipigiwa kura kwenda kutetea wananchi. Jukumu lako la kwanza ni kupeleka hoja za inaitwa nini, wadi yako kwa county assembly, sio kwenda huko kuchunga vile mke wa governor na mke wake na mume wake wanaishi. What's your problem? There are some men who are misbehaving in this country. They just need to be put together, wachapwe viboko. Ile tulikuwa tukichapwa ile shule tulienda shule wakati shule ilikuwa shule. Because this is a stupid move. Ati unataka kupanga mke na mme. Mke na mme ni watu wa kupangwa. Ati wewe ni MCA wa kwenda kupanga mke na mme. Ati governor akijengewa nyumba, kwa nini mme wake asiende huko? We have nurses who are government officers who work in government hospitals. They are given government quarters and their family move in there. It's nothing new. Alafu sasa ikifika kwa governor mnasema because governor ni mwanamke, mume wake asiende kuishi na yeye. What is wrong with you? Unataka wewe uende kuishi na mke wa mwenzako? Kenyans, you disappoint me. You disappoint me. Especially unataka kuitwa mheshimiwa na hakuna heshima yoyote ulio nayo hata kidogo. So my MCAs, tafadhali muende kusoma jukumu lenu ni lipi. Sio kwenda kupanga governor na mke wake, governor na watoto wake. Hiyo sio kazi yenu. Asante lakini. So Bwana Moses na Uprising mko in charge. Wacha mimi ningatuke, tutaonana hiyo masaa yake. Baadaye I'm still in Busia, naongea na wananchi huku. Sijavuka boda. Nilipewa offer ya kuvukishwa boda, nilisema hata makaratasi hitaji, nivuke tu niende, lakini nikakataa. Najua
Yeah, Bernard, you come to
Museveni ako na
Malaba.
jina yangu. Eh?
You don't have return passport. You need passport nowadays. Just cross home.
I came to Busia. I knew I would not cross the border, but these guys, they told me there is how they can even take me to Kampala if I want to, using motorbike.
Yeah, the government is not functioning. That one, even if you still you can cross, so long as you have kitu kidogo.
Eh?
Our
Sawa
country
sawa.
is very
So
open.
okay, so
And
wewe na pricing na mtasimamia mkutano, alafu nani ako hapa back office, Kenyan would love ataongeza, and then
Yeah,
baadaye atajui eh?
uprising is the one in charge. I will be assistant because he knows what he has two languages, both sides. I am good in one side. Maybe if I bring Uganda,
No, usilete Kiganda hapa. Unajua bado tunadai Migingo, hatujamalizana na hiyo kesi, ndio hataki baba
Kenyan
akwe president.
Kenyan with love is here, so we are now sorted. I'll be around, just in
Yes.
case.
Yeah, but please let's keep the debate healthy. Let's keep the debate strong. Let's
Yes.
not trivialize the matter at hand. This is a very serious matter. Anything touching Kenya should not be trivialized. Like these boys wants to make it look like it's simple and they don't care. You don't care, they should be slapped for the same. You don't care, they need to be punished seriously for the same until they realize that matters Kenya is different from matters UDA, is matters Kenya Kwanza, and matters mother and father. They must understand that Kenya is more important to Kenyans than anyone else and anything else. So let's keep that debate in that way. And then more than just this space, let's also use our spaces. Facebook yako anza kuandika articles. Tafadhali andika articles, break down. Ninyi wale watu ambao mko na results, let's break down those results. Let's break
Wait,
them down
Bernard.
from every county. Tuhakikishe kwamba wakati tunaenda street, watu wako na sababu ya kwenda street. Tukisema tunakaa 7 hours, tutakaa 14 hours because we have reason.
Bernard,
Yes.
I just wanted to tell you to have a good night. Ukienda inauguration utwitie ya Uganda president utwitie. I just wanted to tell you that I'm here, na wenye umeachia usukani niko huko nyuma kwa back office. I'll do that, lakini utwitie inauguration bwana. I know you're going to be the president of Uganda now that you're there. Na uanze
Mkishamfukuza huyo wa Venezuela atahamia Uganda.
No, usitulete GMO matoke. Ukae huko na matoke yako.
GMO is banned in Uganda. GMO is banned everywhere. It's only Kenya who wants to embrace it.
Hey, thank you. I just wanted to tell the person that is going to take over. Niko huko nyuma too, so I'll add anyone that you need. Na kila kitu. I'm still working, but Bernard, thank you so much for the show. I do appreciate it. Thank you.
Wait. The elected president in Uganda is Bobi Wine, not that fake one. That one is also another Venezuelan president, not Uganda one.
No, who on your opposition leader wa Bernard?
No, sisi tutakuwa na handshake na Bob Wine. Hiyo msijali. Sisi we are democratic and we believe in everybody being put to use. Nobody should be put on the bench. Ili inji develop haraka. Wewe unataka kuchukua all the good brains, put them aside. Dunderheads are the ones you give office. And you want to develop the country. For heaven's sake, hata kama Mungu angependa kusaidia, atatumia nini kukusaidia?
Wait, sawa.
The current one in Uganda is a ruler, is not a president. You grab.
Thank you. So please keep the conversation going, uprising and the.
All right, let's continue. Bernard is gone. And now tutaanza tu msururu kuanzia Mary Wainaina. You know, the way I do my administration is different, and I want to ask Mary if she's around. I don't know whether she is around, and she is around. Mary, I will start with two questions because I know Raila Odinga mentioned so many things and that are very important, but I want to talk about the constitution. In your own opinion, what do you think, or how do you think we should approach the constitutional change, and which areas do you think that are pertinent in the constitutional review? Because I think without changing the constitution, I think it will be so difficult to govern this country in the next few years.
Asante sana Uprising. Nisalimie Nefa and Moses. For me, I know Constitution stands for the whole country and stands for the good. And our country needs one. And that one that we have, it has got some hiccups that has made us have the problems that we have right now. There is one thing I was looking, and it's that one that stands with the people, how they can be one vote, 1 shilling, one, what is the other one? One vote, 1 shilling, one what? Do you remember Uprising? 1 vote, 1 shilling.
It was what? It was 1 vote, 1 shilling. I think representation with the what? With the value of the representation. I don't remember it so well. I think anybody who does can, even in the
Can
comment section, can tell
Yes,
us.
can tell us. And that is the one I had stood with, because that would have made people balance their way of life in whichever constituency or location they are in. The other problem I was seeing is how these standing government that want to change the term of their regime, the term limit. I thought even we should go for 4 years, if need be, because even 5 years has become like a problem in Kenya, because before that time goes, we have got time that people don't understand what the government is doing because of the long time they are there. I was thinking, if Kenya is trying to copy the ruling of Americans, because that is what I mostly see what they are doing right now, then we should change the Katiba and go to 4 years if it can work. That is my opinion. The other thing is that whenever we have election, I don't see the reason why we should have people being supervised. I mean, like the location where the election is being held, the location where people are voting. Why should we have supervision if we are fair and free? I'm thinking that one should be abolished, because there's so much money spent for no reason. The other thing is IBC, it seems not working. And if there is something to be changed, we can stand ourselves, we Kenyans. Why do we call ourselves thieves? Why do we portray ourselves like thieves? Because if we have IBC that is not controllable, we can control ourselves from the point of election point to the end, whereby everything is brought to the table and everything squared up and concluded and announced. Those are my take for now, while I'm gathering more, because the question you raised to me, I wasn't aware, but those have been ringing a bell in my mind. You caught me unaware,
Okay.
but I have tried my best.
Yeah, you're smart. You're smart. Let me ask you, in this issue of whereby that two communities can gang up against other communities forever, how do we solve it constitutionally? How do we solve it constitutionally? Because it seems it's a big problem where people feel like they are excluded and not included in the governance of a country.
Thank you very much, Uprising. That is another very, very essential and very important point for our country. And I am a Kikuyu, and I have never raised my hand that Kikuyu should be ruling the country forever, that any other tribe should be ruling the country forever. This sharing of ideas, it should come from all over the country. And when we have a president from a different tribe, actually that is when we can learn each other. And that is when we can know the weakness of the other tribe or the other tribe. If we don't give them a chance to do their diligent work, how do we understand them? How do we know them? So for me, actually, that's another very important thing, and it should be number one on my account. That is why I was saying I'll sit back and make another list of what is needed to be done on the Constitution. That is my number one, plus the rest I have said. Thank you, Uprising.
Thank you so much. I think you've articulated the issues very well. And I think if people would listen to Mary Wainaina and the panelists here, I think they will gather a lot of wisdom, because a time comes when a nation is more important than individuals. And I think it is important, whatever we speak, many people, or we influence so many people, so that when the time comes, when Baba calls us, when the people of reforms calls us, then we have an opportunity of airing where it hits. Because like the issue of representation without the value of the representation, then it is difficult to move on as a country. Because whatever we fight for, it's fairness. Whatever we fight for is representation, and whatever we fight for, is equality. And that is what we should fight for. So, and Iceland are the same questions. In which areas do you think Baba is so concerned about that are affecting how we are governed? And in your own way, which ones should we prioritize in the constitution making? Because I think now we have gotten to that point. We have to change, and that is why Baba was saying, and I think you have spoken about it. That we do not care. We do not care about 2027 anymore. We want to know what happened in 2022. What happened exactly, and how can we sort it out forever? If it is an IBC that is chosen from United Nations, we do it. If it is an IBC that is chosen from the civil society, we do it. If it is going to have a jury, then we do it. In your own opinion, where are we going wrong, and where should we start, and what should we do?
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's true that I alluded about it uh, from Baba's interview today. So the first thing, I think it's this the IBC, or the commission, or this electoral system, whereby we are still, of course, Africa is still, we are still not yet democratic like US, Europe, but Kenya is trying. And the problem with Kenya is, the stealing of votes. So they steal votes because of, when these are leaders who think they have money, so they manipulate. Or the head of state, for example, the person who is there, the chairman of Kenya Kwanza, was a DP, so he knew exactly what he was doing. But just to come to your question, I think for me and for Raila, I think they should fix first this electoral, and whereby I also talked about it before even the election. I was telling my friends, I think, and I knew it's going to happen. I didn't know how, but I knew they will do it again. Now, you talked about this UN. I think UN should also be concerned, and they should be recruiting people here from, it could be, from other countries like US, maybe few, Europe few, including also Africans. Why? Because I have this, and today in the morning when I was going to work, I was thinking, it's like now our young people, or the commission, it's supposed to be from the country. But because of our tribalism, it's not that easy, because of course there are some people going to be compromised many times. And even during that time, Kivitu, I don't know how to pronounce it, he was also compromised. But after he said, I was told to announce the results like this, and this is what I did. So which means when once you say who is the winner pops on stage, and then he knows, I'm going to sign the certificate, and that's it. Nothing is going to be done. The rest is ule mwenye amepoteza ama ule mwenye ameibiwa, si amepoteza, ameibiwa kura zake, he will maybe go to the court, tutasumbuana, wataleta nusu mkati, watasema tukue pamoja, but mimi niko hapa manake nimeambiwa. You see, ye kujidefend, atasema mimi niliambiwa nimeshinda. Just like other countries Democrats wanasema nani ameshinda, na wakisha announce nani ameshinda, wamesign certificate, mimi nimeambiwa nimeshinda, kwa hivyo nimeshinda, whereby pengine enda amefanya. So nafikiri the first thing ni hiyo they need to fix really, and United Nations has to step in. Wanasema okay, tutakuwa tuna recruit watu from here. Hawa watu wanaweza kuwa si wazungu pekee, even Africans, whereby mzungu hajui Mjaluo ni nani, hajui Raila ni nani, hajui Kalonzo ni nani. They will be fair. I think like that. So nafikiri that's the first thing. And then the second thing, watengeneze hii constitutional review, because it's a little bit old, and the way Mama Mary Wainaina talked, in fact she talked very well. Nafikiria pia, just to back her nini, I think it's first UN, because UN, Secretary of UN, najua, and I saw him also embracing congratulate. He congratulates because congratulate the new president, because anaona wanasema tumepewa tumejichagua with the democracy behind, na ameambiwa ameshinda. So how they are not there kuona exactly what happened. Unaona? So I think hiyo ni number one, kufix. And before hata hiyo 2027, wakisha fix 2022, what really happened, they should really say okay, no, imekwisha kuchukua vijana wa kwetu, because hata vijana wa kwetu kina Cherera wanapewa pressure. You understand? Wanapewa pressure. And I think it's really so sad that she was the next chair lady, ama she was number 2, and look how it has happened, unajua, to her and the other 4. So I think apart from the one who is still there, and the one who's still there, I think also the opposition, ama akina Raila, they should defend her, because she can be tempered for, atapewa so much warnings, atambua, you are not supposed to speak this and this and that, because maybe she's the one Mwenyezi Mungu amemweka hapo, manake she cannot resign like the others. Hao wengine walikuwa naandikiwa barua, do this, do that. And then ya pili, your constitution, they're supposed to fix it, the constitution number 2. And Mama said kama wanachukua ya America the system, because they used to be a British system. So I'm thinking Kenya is a big country. Why don't they just maybe do maybe 3-3 ama hata hiyo 2-2, so that not to give really power. Wanajua 10 years is too long. Wakama wanaweza, there are other countries like Switzerland, they are doing bosses. Huyo the president, there are 7, and the president wanakuwaga only 1 year, so it gives you more time to do what you're supposed to do to control the system in the country. You understand? So that's what I was thinking also. But though vile mama alisema maybe 5 years or 4 years is also okay, but not 10. So which means if it's 4 years, inakuwa only 2 terms, like 2 years, and then they go for rerun again. 2 years, they go for rerun. But there are so many other, modules whereby we can also think about maybe the way umesema, if Raila's people are listening to us, because we are also concerned, and wanaweza wakaiga. I heard him one day talking about Switzerland, how their whatever is, and it's the best model so far. So nitawacha tunapo. Maybe if you ask me another question.
I wanted you to, before we bring Big J, and Big J, mute your mic. I wanted to ask you the issue of integrity, because it seems we have never got it right. We have never known on how we can sieve, for lack of a better word, the best amongst us, because I think integrity should be the first priority, not even a doctorate, not even academic qualification. I think the integrity of our leaders, because we are where we are, because the people in leadership are dishonest and are not suitable to be in any leadership position. And therefore, people are emboldened today. Thugs are emboldened. Judicially is corrupt because they cannot be punished. And how do we deal with it constitutionally? Before we bring BJ and gives us his submission, and of course, then we get to to ask him also some questions. How do we deal with the integrity? Because I think it's rotting from the head.
Okay. Yeah, for sure, I'm not perfect, and that's a good question, because it's on my docket. Like, I belong to UPF. UPF means Unification Federation, and one time, 2007, our organization invited. It's all over the country, and it has issue to deal with governance, and integrity. So we have courses whereby we normally give some courses, not only to leaders, but also to young people. So we have so many, and we've been doing a lot of projects in Kenya. We've been to University of Maseno, Kenyatta, and Nairobi, talking to young people. And 2007, I asked our president here about how can we, because it seems the way you say, it's not only even the executive, the judiciary and legislative, it's rotten, they don't have really, manners is really bad, whereby they go to one another, they talk, they talk rubbish, they abuse one another, daylight, while young people are listening. And even you have your own children and you're talking bad, and you even going beyond, abusing the head of state's mother. You understand? And that's a no-go. So how to be fixed, I think after this 2022, again, because Mama Ida Odinga was invited 2007 in UK with our organization to speak about what's going on as a mother, as a woman, and as the wife of head. And she talked so very well. That was in UK. And then last year, was it 2020? No, 2020, during lockdown, we invited Uhuru Kenyatta, and he spoke very well also, and there were so many people online. We were like almost there, 10 million. And he spoke very well on behalf of African continent. So I think through Uhuru Kenyatta and Mama Ida, I could ask again, with your permission, I could ask our organization, because we have so many courses whereby all of them, they have to go through that and they have to sign. You understand? We come in and we teach them, and they have to sign. Of course, we have an office for at the UN. We are affiliated with the UN. So we normally have some sessions in at the UN, and probably in future I'll be inviting some of you guys, and then we will see how we can cope up from there. But for me, they have to go through this process. They get a certificate, you understand, because it seems like they have their own in Kenya, but it doesn't seem to work, because they go through this bribery. You go and bribe, I don't know how they call their office of the office for Kenya, whereby when you have to go to be satisfied. For example, when the new CS were being vetted, they need to
Ethics,
get
it's ethics and EACC. They do the certification, but I don't think it's
that
work.
one. Yeah, that one. So so for me, all of them, they just have to go back to class, and they need to, because since we are affiliated with the UN, so they need to sign, so that in future, even if I have problem with you, I don't have to come to do breaking news and say, oh, Uprising, you are so stupid, I have 3 wives, or I have 3 husbands, I have this and that, such whatever. So for me, they need to go back to whatever. We teach them really the fall of man, and we teach them how to, as a leader, how to set a good example with the office. And also, of course, it's also comprises with not spending money, spending, government money, and yeah.
Oh, thank you. That is elaborate, and I think it is something that we should look. I think coming, we hope one day that our leaders will be behaving in public. We have seen what the ministers have been doing. They are abusing each other, others spewing hate to other governors, like the DP spewing hate to the governor of Nairobi. You find that there is something lacking in the leadership of Kenya, that our kids, when they look at them, they are like, what kind of example are we setting? Because I think leadership should be beyond reproach. There are things you should never say in public, and there is a way you should handle yourself. Because if we show the world that crime pays in Kenya, then every kids are gonna be bringing up will be a criminal. Having said that, now we want to listen to Big J. You can do your submission because you have just come. There are many topics here.
So,
Before we go to
praising
Moses,
one minute.
okay. Moses, you have something you say?
Yeah, I was just asking
Yeah.
that in Kenya, do you have regions?
Do you have what?
Like regions, like in my country, you have Eastern, Western, and Central, like that.
We had that many years ago. We departed from those regions to counties, though we still refer to them when it comes to administration of the country. But we do not have regions like Western, Northern. We had them before. We had 8 regions. Now we have 47 counties, which now are the administrative unit
Okay,
of
because
Kenya.
for me, in our country, we propose that, and we wish it can go successful because of tribalism. We suggested that at least we want to put in the constitution that we put these things into region. When like now a current president is from Western, the next one should come from North. Then the one follows should come from Central. Then after that, the one will follow should come from like Eastern, such that every region leads the country to finish up all these Saka and what. But since in Kenya you don't have, that's what I wanted to know. And maybe election, like the law that governs elections. Like in Kenya, it is becoming not only in Kenya, even in my country. You know, at least we should have a law that once the election is being petitioned in the court, at least the server must be opened to prove failure to do that. The election should be turned down because I have seen like twice they asked Mr. Chebukati that can you please open the server, and he's always no, it's never opened. So why are they always hiding? We don't know. Also, the serving of leaders or people in government. Once you have a case, or you have like you have a case in courts of law, until you are proven guilty, you are not supposed to be in office or participate in any government like places. Like you should not even qualify to any government office. But we see these things, people are criminals, they have done a lot of cases here and there, but they are also from another, they are just being promoted. And I'm seeing this also becoming common in Kenya. Like in my own country, someone will go and kill people after you see someone is promoted to a big office. So rewarding cowards, really, where are we heading to? So there are certain laws that should be at least. This constitution is not for this generation, I think. We must put the generation that suits this generation that we are in right now. That is it for me. Is it uprising? Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you. Thank you
And
so
maybe
much.
lastly, finally, Iceland. You said that, but that one will come later. Let's give a chance to BJ and see what.
Maybe you ask me now because my phone of late something it's heating up, so I have to cool it down. I'll come out of the show and then come back. But just to let you know, I have a mentor from Uganda. Maybe I should link up with you.
Yeah, of course, I'm willing. I want also to know more about what you are like. You have been talking about. I've never got a chance of like talking to you one on one, but I'm always there, and I have no problem in case we want also to know. You know, when we have leaders like you abroad, we feel proud. That's why I'm like, when you get time, maybe we shall keep in touch, and looking forward to know more about.
Yeah, anyone interested, you can ask my number from Bernard, and then of course I will link you up with the leaders here, whereby you know it's just something which is like this. It's not like and then we could have a course with you guys together with them, because since you are online, and then you will like the course. So during 2020, I also managed to put more guys, young people from Africa on the show, like Uganda, Tanzania, Kenya, Ethiopia. Yeah. And most of the time we normally have some projects, and most of the projects have something to do with, we are affiliated with the United Nations and also with the country, no matter which country you are. So what I'll do, I'll talk to them, and then we will have just the way we are doing, which is nowadays is easier through online, and then we'll see if you're going to like the course, and then after then we will proceed from there, because you guys are from Kenya. You are the one who we have to know where to go, but they have power. If they want to do something, they can do something. Of course, not just with you guys, but also with the government. they have to go through the government, and that's when the things will start rolling.
Okay, and I will look for Bernard here with me. After this show, I will go and look for
I think
Uprising,
it's
one
also
thing I forgot.
yes,
Also, during election, I think we
yes.
should have a law that governs that campaigning period. These people who moves with money, ditching here, people, corrupting people before election. I think once you are being proven, once you are being caught and there is evidence, then you don't qualify to stand for any office because there are younger people who doesn't know what once is being given like 50 shillings, the vote will be given to those ones who have given him that little amount of money. So I think that one also we lack a law that governs that because during election we see things that are not, once we should extend ideas and what we believe in and what we think we can do for the country, not all about bribe. Once someone bribes you, and we younger generation, we have to realize this. When someone comes to you with a bribe, just know there is nothing good in that person. There is something rotten behind that. Because if you believe in yourself, why do you bribe me? Just tell me what you are capable of doing. Then I'll support you. Once I agree with you that yes. But you have to convince me not by money. Because money you are just blind. It's like you make me blind. There's something that you want to, you know. So I think there are certain things that like 3 or 4. Once we change that, we can achieve this election without rigging.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Moses. I think your ideas have been they are very beautiful and good, and I think they concur with what Baba was talking about. Before we get to 2027, let us deal with the gray areas that are affecting our elections in Africa and, of course, in particularly in Kenya now, because we cannot move forward. We cannot move on and accept, and then we repeat the same mistakes next time. And NS Land, I think we have a private chat. If you can drop your number for those who are in the panel, they can get it. And we want those courses also because we want to be the salt of the world and teach people on the integrity that we need, because we are not short of people who can lead this country. And therefore, if you have opportunity, you can drop your number on the private chat, and then we get it from there. We can do that online course. Even me, I'll be happy to participate. Big J, it's your time to approach the floor and tell us what is in your mind and your way forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Uprising begins, and I salute Ireland, Mama Mary, Michael, and Moses. I'm Jambo. I don't have much to say, but I have few things. Sometimes for me, uprising begins. We have been here for some time, quite a long time. we have never got. I don't think we are going to get healed soon. Myself, I know I'm not going to get healed and move on. That moving on, I don't know. They are telling us to move on, to go to where, to change our ID cards, to change our passports, or to change our country. That's what I don't understand. Because these things have been happening. Election fraud has been there since 2013, 2007. I think I talked about it last Saturday or Sunday, I'm not sure. And what Baba said, actually, I talked about it. I think Ireland was here. I talked about it, and I said, we cannot go to 2020. I don't want any Kenyan who has a good heart, who loves Kenya, to think about election of 2027. How can we think about election of 2027? How? Surely. If we did not fix 2007, 2013, 2017, and 2022, that is 20 years. We did not fix. And we are thinking about going to election 2027, surely. Are we stupid? We have to find the solution. And you know, the problem of that country now, the people like Gachagua, who is, they are always talking about Raila. How many years Raila is going to live in this world? People are not talking about Raila. It's not about Raila. It's about the country. It's about the future country. That if somebody loses election, that person is happy because he lost in a good fight, you know. Lakini unanyanganywa tu vizuri, like unaona Kapseret MP anaitwa nani, that young man anaitwa nani, uprising begins. Kapseret MP
Oscar Sudi.
Oscar Sudi.
No.
Kapseret is Oscar Sudi.
Sio Kapseret, Nandi Hills MP. Nandi Hills MP, sorry.
Cherengei ama
this young man alishinda
Alfred Keter. Alfred
Keter. Mtu unaibiwa tu live ukiona. But you know, election should be that wewe uprising ukinishinda na kusalimia because you have just defeated me. And you know, one thing that we have been bewitched ni kusema ati lazima mtu awe ati president awe sijui Mkamba awe Mkikuyu. Kenyan doesn't care which tribe will be a president. So long as a president of all Kenyans, they would be happy. The reason why people think that their tribe should be a president is because when a president comes and are taught, like now, saizi wale watu wanapata kazi ni Mkikuyu tu na Mkale. That's the truth. That's why many Kenyans think that, our tribe should be a president. And for how long are we going to fight like that? We don't need a tribe president, but we need a leader who can lead the whole. We are almost now 50 tribes. That is the biggest problem we have in Kenya. And if we talk about the UN, the discussion that you have been having, you know that UN is under what US says is what UN does. That is number one we have to understand, because none India anachangia the UN number moja, who is the highest contributor to UN. That's what we have also to understand.
No, not what US said. No, wrong.
No, I don't like that. I think you if you have something to say, my dear, you can just wait. Finish. You rebut it after that.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I just say because we are also affiliated with it, and we are not in the US. That's why, Pole.
No, you know, we like Judiciary Kenya. How big is the support Judiciary of Kenya getting from US? It's a lot. They are contributing a lot of money to support Kenya Judiciary. There is a lot of things connected to everything here. But we don't have to think about, we have to think about fixing our election. That I really support what Baba said. And even myself, I talked about it, to fix once our election. Ndio tufikirie sasa the next election. We cannot think about the next election kama hatujafika zile zimepita. Surely pricing. How? Sasa wewe uko na bibi umeoa, na huyo bibi amekusumbua, hujamalizana na yeye na unataka kuoa bibi mwingine. How? Ama tuseme bwana, surely mnaandikiana divorce, mkimaliza kila mtu anaenda zake, ndio unaoa bibi mwingine. But unaleta bibi mwingine, ule ukifanya harusi ule mwingine amjafanya divorce, anakuja anasema is my husband. No, there is a lot of things that makes me sick in Kenyan politics now. Gachagua anaona Wakikuyu ni wajinga sana. Yani, the Kikuyus are very stupid, they are not educated. When he comes to Nairobi telling that Sakaja he should be careful about the Kikuyus. What has he done in 2017, in 2022 election to elect a Kikuyu governor? Azimio gave a Kikuyu governor. Did he support him? If he likes the Kikuyu then. Why now is he coming back talking about the Kikuyu? You know, unajua watu wanafikiria ati ana anxiety kabila zingine against the Kikuyus, but anatukana wa Kikuyu wenyewe that Kikuyus are stupid. They don't know what they want. They are not educated. Because Azimio, we gave a governor of Nairobi a Kikuyu guy who was the best bet and changed that Nairobi. But now anarudi kwa sababu ya labda matenders na nini hajapatiwa, kwa sababu ya biashara yake personal business na friends personal business, ndiye anarudi kumpiga Sakaja. You know, we cannot be taken to by the Kenyan people. One thing that I love Kenyan people don't care about the party. They care about the leadership. And the leadership of Kenya, that is my prayer, that even the president, I don't care which tribe he comes from, so long as he will serve the country of Kenya equally. I think that is what we need in Kenya. That is what we need in Kenya. So I really support what Baba said. Chebukati, of course, is a criminal. He needs to be in jail. And his story, Muchelule, I think uprising we discussed. Do you remember the beginning of we talked about this. We talked about this in this platform, the same platform. But the only way that Ruto could award those criminals, I mean, to get to put them in their pocket, he has to award them. Najua hakuna, by the way, wacha nikuambie, ukitaka kujua tabia ya mtu, angalia ule wanatembea na yeye. Ukitaka kujua tabia ya mtu, angalia ule wanakaa na yeye. So you will understand what kind of a person is that. For me, I'm not going uprising kusema ukweli nimeshinda kupona. I'm not going to move on because where do I move on? I cannot move on. I just feel my pain. I feel my pain because the economy is very bad. Home, everybody saa zingine asubuhi na my younger brother ananitumiaga video watu wako nyumbani ni kama wanatafuta kazi. And I don't employ anyone. Watu wanakuja mtoto sijui jana watoto hawaja. Yani people are struggling. Are crying. But I mean, even if you hate somebody, you cannot hate because you hate somebody to the extent that hata unaumiza watu wako. Sasa akiingiza mahindi, watu nani wataumia? Sini Wakale, because Wakale ndio wanakuoga wanalima mahindi mingi. Ukileta mchele, si unaumiza watu wakulima mchele. Na kwanza hao wakulima wa mchele ni the biggest number walivotia because they thought he will change their lives. Subsidies zote alitoa because ati anachukia Uhuru. But Uhuru, ukimchukia, by the way, Uhuru, I mean hata kama unamchukia, but you don't have to hate to hate what wazee walifanya makosa gani kuwatolea ile kapesa walikuwa wanapata, hata wanunue hata sukari, hata kanyama siku moja nyumba inuke kitunguu, surely because wazee wengi watoto wako peke yao nyumbani. Au ulikuwa unaita mahustlers yeye kufanya kazi mtaani unatoa. Yani there is a lot of crazy things that we cannot even mention them because everything about this government is hoax. Is a joke. Waliiba serikali, lakini sasa wamepata, wanashindwa watafanya nini? They don't know. They are just blaming Raila. Badala wanafanya kazi, they are blaming Raila. Hata kama ni nini, you have to try your best. Anyway, wacha nifikishe kwanza hapo because I don't want to take much time. Tuko wengi. I have time. Nimefunga kazi mpaka January 5th, so tutasumbuana hapa for I'm okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Big J. I think you point loud and clear. Na tumesikia, one thing I agree. I think Iceland did not understand when you meant UN. I supported more of that, but the US by the US. Ni kama shareholding. The shareholding of United Nations, and that one you're going to agree. The biggest sponsors are the US. So they have the biggest share, the biggest say. I think that's what he meant, which is a fact. But so I think that one is clear. So Big J, thank you for that. Hata mimi I'm not going to accept and move on. We cannot move on to corruption, move on to filthiness, move on to abuse of offices. I mean, that is not the way we are going. We are going to stick in Azimio and stick for integrity and stick for the truth. Because until we find the truth, we are not moving on anywhere. We cannot move on with thieves. Lazima tufike mahali tuseme 2022 it is a final. Na lazima tujue what happened, how much were these people paid, where is the money, alafu tujue exactly how do we go about the election 2027, because it means the 8 million who didn't vote 2022 wataongezeka, watakuwa 10 million, because the vote doesn't count. And therefore I agree with you 100%, and I agree with Baba. We need to find a solution, and an amicable solution, so that we have a country that we are proud of. We were going so well in this country. We were growing very well, democratically, economically. Alafu, all of a sudden, we made a very big mistake in trusting that people like Chebukati and the likes can handle the matters of 50 million Kenyans. I usually say that as we welcome Michael, India has never had issues with the election, and they have 300 million voters. They have never had issues. Why do we have issues and we are only 14 million voters? Which is it that we are so poor we cannot manage our elections? And we put people like Chebukati, who deliberately, I think they are put there to fail or to serve their masters. So those are things that we need to talk about. Michael Aoko Ojiko, the floor is yours. Tell us your thoughts.
Yes. Good morning. I've never been convinced that Kenya we have a problem with educating people on what to do. People know what they are supposed to do, but sometimes I think adopt the Ujamaa policy, which because the issue of you do something to benefit you yourself. That's why I know what should be done, but I fail to do it because I want to benefit myself. I've been watching what is going on in the Kawera Mwangaza impeachment. And sometimes when I watched that father yesterday, I really wondered, a man of God who knows that God exists is standing with lies, blatant lies, just because he wants to benefit maybe from few tenders. That was actually, anajua tu he was lying, but because he wanted to benefit, he opted to lie rather than telling the truth. The issue of election, Kenyans do not have I've been since 2007. I've been. Let me talk of the election I've watched. I can vividly remember, 2017. The one of 2013, you could not actually tell what really happened. But 2017 and this one, this is something I term it as a coup. Kenyans vote peacefully. They vote when they know whom they want to vote for. But when things come to bombers, the likes of Chebukati, they know very well that after this, my time will end, and I want my wife or myself to be appointed as a judge. I overheard somewhere that Chebukati is waiting to be appointed as a judge once he retires. So I just think that it is something I still really want to, because the few, less than 10 people, the issue comes at the declaration point. I joined in the midway, but I found somebody was saying that let us announce whoever will have a complaint will go to court. So our issue also, I'm yet to listen to what Baba said. I'm hearing it's the focus of discussion. I'm searching what he said yesterday. But the big issue here, the big issue we have is that when I become a president, I'm a Luo, I know the only people who are supposed to be appointed into public offices should be from my tribe. So people like us who come to this platform sometimes, I just feel that we have a very working movement. When I read the group that's of 1992, those guys really did a tremendous work. I don't know, it's because they had funds and today we don't have funds or what. We can come, people like us can just even find a way of, when you, like we have 50 something CSS or PSS. Kenya has 47 counties. What does it cost a government to ensure that every county produces a PS? And if you decide that because you are the sitting president, now come when you are Rift Valley, you can congest the rest, the other three or four from your own. You divide them, 2 from your region and the other from your DP region. But every county produces a PS and a CS. So we still really have a long way to go. But I personally, I feel this issue, actually, even if you are a Kikuyu, maybe those who have been appointed as CSS from Kikuyu and Kalenjins, the far they can extend the benefit of being in the government is maybe to the extended family. You don't benefit by virtue that you are a Kikuyu and maybe Nyoro is a minister. So I don't know whether I'm making my point, but the major contributor of the problem we are facing today, young people who have just left the university, when we see how people like Babu Owino started, we've been made to believe that when you are in the university, you start to follow politicians, they fund your university politics, and that's how you make money. Very many young people who are currently graduating, that's what is in their mind. Let us follow a politician, even if I'm doing wrong, I better do wrong, but I get the money to start. And that's where we get it wrong. May I stop there? I don't know whether I've communicated something, but our major challenge is the issue of, if we had a communism policy, I think it can really take this country to some extent as we look for other solutions to our elections. But our election has nothing until the point of declaration who is the winner. If you sit in your television, unaona hapa ni madharau tu, Wakenya ni wajinga tu. Anyway, acha nimalizie hapo.
Asante sana, Michael. Thank you for your sentiments. I think they are audible and clear. But I'd like to ask you maybe one question. Let me ask you, when you say communist, which communist principles do you want them appearing in our constitution? For example, if they are very explicit and they can help in management of elections.
It will not come in election as such. I was taking the issue of integrity, how we can solve integrity, like maybe someone to correct me. Is it the Ujama Nyerere adopted in Tanzania? Can we say it's the Ujama? So the issue of somebody having a land 2,000 acre land or 1,000. If we have such policies, nobody will be struggling to have that size of land through crooked ways, and they will be finding it difficult to struggle to steal from the public coffers, and maybe the urge with which they fight for leadership positions will reduce. Just the same way if the MP salary would be reduced today to, let's say, 300,000. And if you add all the total, all the allowances, the much an MP can take home in a month is 500,000. I'm telling you, these positions will not be attractive to the point that taking someone's life is not a big issue to you as we see it in Kenya. So, I'm not a political scientist. Up now, I tend to think Ujamaa and communism are the same thing. But if they are, we can start adopting them in the issue of land policies, and land grabbing will not be there. Utakuwa na struggle ati wacha niingia hapa nianze kuiba mashamba. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I think you have clarified it. And now I wanted to ask Big J, because I think where sikukuuliza swali. There's an issue in Kenya. We have over religialized, if there's a word like that, governance, where we find kama sahi mimi ni mtu ya ACK, but I feel like I should not go until Ole Sapit toke, because if everything we are doing, there is no separation between state and the church, how are we going to move on with the good governance and good elections? Because if indeed the church is endorsing crime and bad elections, then who do we turn to as a country? Because we need to find a place where we separate these two.
Thank you. Uprising begin. This Kenyan style of religion, it's
Chaka, mute.
It's hypocrisy. It's hypocrisy because a religion, you cannot be. For example, I'm a Christian myself. I'm a Christian and I believe in Jesus as a Lord and Savior. I go to church, I pray, but I'm not a better Christian than somebody else. I don't think I'm better than you. That's one thing as a Christian you have to do, because a Christian should be a Christian who reads the Bible, understands what the Bible says. So they use that system. What Ruto is doing is using that to he used that for his gain, personal gain. Unaona, ikudanganya watu ati yeye ni Mkristo kuliko. Kama yeye ni Mkristo saizi, ni Mkristo gani haogopi damu? Does the Bible tells you to kill? No, it doesn't. The 10 commandments, actually, the five is about five of them is about this world. Because you kill, you can the judge who is not a Christian, if you are taken to him that you have killed, you will be jailed. If, for example, I admire your wife, and you definitely that one, it's only the first the five is the tano ya kwanza na tano ya pili, tano ya kwanza ni ya kuhusu kiroho na tano ya pili ni kuhusu hata dunia hii. That's the 10 commandments. Sijui kama unanielewa pricing. Tano, amri 10 za Mungu, tano za kwanza ni za kiroho na tano za mwisho ni za dunia, like our normal life, the way we vile tuna interact in the society. So the true Christianity, a true Christian, you should not be someone who praises himself that is a good Christian. That actually, even the Bible talks about that. The Bible talks about that. I cannot I cannot read for you now, but the Bible talks about that. Tusikue kama wale wanaitwaje how can I say wanaendaga kwa kona ya barabara, wanaimba kwa sauti kubwa kuonyesha kwamba ni Wakristo kuliko wenzao. And we have seen African countries, a president who lied to people that is a very good Christian. What did he end up doing? Pricing, you know, all the whole thing because we have been talking about it. So Ukristo ya Kenya, by the way, it's no longer makanisa za Kenya, sio kanisa tena. They are no longer churches. They are money laundering scheme place. Ukitaka kufanya laundering ya pesa, ingia church, shika pasta, wewe unaingiza pesa yako, itatembea vizuri. Don't worry about pricing, nimekupatia siri. Asante sana.
Hiyo ni strong sana lakini ni ukweli, because unajua pesa kanisa haiulizangi swali. So I agree with you, and I also agree with you. Let us not be like the Pharisees and the Sadducees, that we show people in the street we have a Bible. I think the Bible says that we shall know them by their fruits. Kama hauna mazao ya Roho Mtakatifu ambao tunayajua, hiyo Kristo yako is null and void. Kwa hivyo I agree with you, Big J, and I think it is important for people to understand that it is not that we are condemning Christianity. In fact, we have no problem with the Church of Christ. We have a problem with the Church of Kenya and the leadership of the Church of Kenya. That is where the problem is, not the Church of Christ. Sisi ni watu ya Mungu, we love Jesus, we are going to heaven. Mkifika huko mtatupata tuko kwa mstari wa mbele. Chaka, I can see you. Karibu sana. Before we go to Mary Wainaina for the next round, we want Chaka to tell us what is happening in his mind and in his ground. Ground kuko vipi bana? Watu wanasemaje kuhusu baba ameongea, na tunataka nchi ibadilike kwa sababu si zote tunapenda nchi yetu sana, na tunataka nchi yetu iwe nchi ya maana katika East Africa na katika Afrika na dunia yote mzima. Karibu sana bana Chaka, uwanja ni wako.
Asante sana brother Uprising. Vilevile pia niweze kutoa salamu zangu kwa mama Mary Wanaina, my sister hapo Nilanda, Moses, Big J na Michael. Yes. Hapa mwisho hapa kwa mzee Big J patamu. Stima zangu nazo ndizo hizo. Utanipata nikiwa nyuma ya curtain juu stima zangu ndo zimeenda. So naomba ni submit hivyo.
No, it's okay, continue.
Ukweli wa mambo ni kwamba ground iko tofauti. Ground watu wameshangaa, wako na maswali, hawajui maswali hayo watatatua vipi. Maana matarajio yao ndani ya hii miezi mitatu ya uongozi wa serikali sasa imekuwa roho mkononi badala ya faraja. Harama kama tunavyozungumzia kila siku za maisha ziko juu, elimu haijazungumziwa, hospitali zipo hazina madawa, hazina madaktari. Mzigo wa mwananchi kwa kweli ground huku ni mkubwa mno. na wananchi ndio mwenye maswali mengi kabisa, ambapo majibu hayapo. Kwa hiyo wengi wa wananchi wanaona ukweli kabisa kwamba hakika mkono salama ulikuwa wa baba. Ndipo sasa hivi wengi wanamwamini baba kuliko uongozi ambao tuko nao katika serikali. Na yote haya si ya sisi wanadamu, yote haya ni mipango ya Mungu, kwa sababu Mungu hachanganywi siku zote na uchafu wa aina yoyote. Mtaje, mvalie, lakini ndani ya moyo wako kiroho kama uko na kinyume, basi matendo yako yatadhihirika waziwazi tu machoni kwa watu. Hivyo naamini kabisa kwamba haki, ndugu yangu uprising, haki kuinua taifa, lakini dhambi huwa sometimes ni aibu kwa watu wote. So makanisa ya Kenya yamefail, na si kufail tu, wale wako mle ndani haswa kama mapasta wakuu wa makanisa wameigeuza dini kuwa biashara, kwa sababu wanaimani kwamba uchunguzi kwao ni ngumu. Hizo pesa wakizikusanya hapo, hizo hazina maswali mengi wala hazipigiwi mahesabu, maana watu wanaamini kwamba Mungu katenda. So zipo aina nyingi sasa hivi za nguvu ambazo wanajitafutia wanadamu kujitilia mapesa. So wameshindwa kuweza kusimamia ile haki ile inapaswa, na kuzungumzia ukweli, kuwa watetezi wa hasa wa Wakenya wale ambao wanalimishwa na mzigo. Zaidi ya yote, wao sasa hivi wametawaliwa na pesa na kuwaabudu wale walionavyo. Kwa hivyo makanisa ya Kenya yamefail kwa tamana, si yote, lakini tasema mengi sasa hivi yanatawaliwa na pesa. Wao ndo wa kwanza haswa. Laiti kama wangeulizwa vizuri, ama kungekuwa kuna sheria ya kuweza kuwauliza malimbikizi ya mali zao, kaka president, ungeshangaa sana tu. Kwa hivyo makanisa yamefail ya Kenya kuweza kusimamia haki. Ndiposa wajanja na wasomi, wanasiasa na wenye kujivalia makoti mazuri na wengine kanzu nzuri, wengine hawakosi kila Jumapili makanisani, na baadhi yao wengine hawakosi misikitini kila Ijumaa. Kwa mtazamo wa macho unaweza sema ndio, hakuna wema, hakuna watakatifu, hakuna wakulokole, hakuna wanaojali Mungu kama hao. But kwa sababu maji hayachanganyikani na mafuta, utakuta maji kivyake, mafuta kivyake. Tunapima kwa matendo yao, tunapima sisi wananchi huku ground kwa track record zao. Na ukweli ni kwamba kama haki haipo na kitu si chako, huwa kuna njia nyingi sana cha kutia waibu. Ndiposa tumefikia mahali tupo sasa. Hii ground inasubiri baba, tayari ashatoa mwelekeo na tuko tayari kumuunga mkono ili kuweza kukomboa taifa letu. Tusiingie tena kupoteza mamilioni ya pesa kwenye chaguzi zinazokuja kama kutakuwa hakuna muafaka. Tutashuhudia hii mambo ambayo sauti ya Mkenya sio inayozungumza. Baadaye kauli mbiu inarudi kwamba let's heal, let's accept and let's move on. Haya ndio yametumaliza. Kwa hiyo before we heal,
Chaka is back. Ama network imeleta shida, but I think it's talking about we cannot accept and move on. Hakuna mambo ya kuaccept, lazima tujue what happened kwa hii elections. Why did we see foreigners in these elections? Yeah, Moses knows, even Moses Masare knows, even Uganda was involved in the elections of Kenya. Why? Why
Mnanipa
did Chaka, you're back. Karibu sana. Endelea vile ulikuwa unasema. Endelea please.
yes. So panapotumaliza ni huo msemo ambao mimi kwangu unanitia chuki kabisa, unanifanya uso wangu unakunja zaidi nisikia hapo mtu anazungumzia huu msemo. Kwa miaka mingapi tumekuwa tukiambua huu mfumo? Now if there is no justice, hakuna haja 2027. Na kama hatutaambiwa vizuri maana ya kutolewa hawa makomishona wanne waliosimama kidedea wakasema ukweli kwamba hapana, kura zenye zimepigwa na hayo matangazo yenye yatatangazwa hatukubaliana nayo, there was something. Na wao ndo walikuwa majority kama alivyotangulia kusema baba. Na wacha kusema baba, sisi wa Kenya kabisa tulishangaa kabisa kuwa na mgawanyiko katika tume ya uchaguzi, but because a few decided, tunataka tuambie ukweli, na if hakutakuwa na uhaki, Chebukati ni lazima afungwe. Hii tume hii mipango hii imefanywa na bunge. Hii ndo mpango wa kwanza hii serikali ilizungumzia katika hiki kipindi kwamba mbona katika mtazamo wangu mimi Chaka naona haswa watu wanatengeneza strong bunge huku kununua wale kuwaleta huku kutengeneza nini, sauti ni kwamba sauti iwe wao. So watapitisha vitu ambavyo vitakuwa hakika si haki, lakini vitapitishwa kwa sababu wao wanajiita majority. Then nikazungumzia kwamba watakimbia katika judiciary. Wakishamazana judiciary watarudi hako kwa security. Maana tayari kitu cha kwanza kilichotekwa ni kanisa ambalo ndio lilikuwa watetezi kubwa. So for real, hii ndio serikali vyenye ilivyo kadri kama nilivyoitabiri. So masuala haya ya kutolewa hawa waliozungumza kweli leo, sio kuna tume gani inayochunguza, sio kuna nani atasimamia, sio kuna nani kuchunguzwa, hii yote ni mipango tu kutaka kuvuruga ukweli ambao hakika hawa wanne waliuzungumza tupe. Baba won this election, na if baba aliweza kuona hii election apewe mbuzi yake. Mimi nalilia mbuzi, apewe mbuzi yake baba. Lakini yote haya kuyatimiza ni sisi wananchi. Tuungane pamoja kukomesha haya machafu, kukomesha hawa ambao unakuta wakiwa na pesa wanaweza kufanya lolote lile, liwe baya liwe zuri, wanaweza kufanya. Tuonyeshe kwamba hawa wanasiasa sisi ndio tunawaajiri. So wanaoharibu nchi ni sisi wananchi, tunaotengeneza nchi ni sisi, kwa sababu tukisema twendeni twendeni, tukisema la. Kwa ni wakati wa kusema hapana. Tunataka tuelezwe vizuri nini kiliendelea pale. So ni sisi wananchi wenyewe tuungane kabila zote. Na nishukuru sana, kila siku nazungumzia hapa watu wa mlima kwamba hakika wengi walimpigia mzee, wengi tu waliungana na Wakenya wengine haswa kutaka mageuzi. Kwa hivyo tusikubali kutawaliwa kwa pesa tu. Kila mahali inabandikwa pesa, pale inabandikwa pesa, sasa inabandikwa pesa. Hapana, lazima tutofautishe kati ya mdosi na kiongozi. Na if we are allowed to be ruled by a mdosi, for real Kenyans, we are in for it. And that's why we are now in bottle top of trouble. Hatujui mahali tutatokea ni wapi. But the only healing solution is kuungana na baba. Maana naamini baba track record yuko nayo. Na anapozungumzia hapungumzii kwa binafsi ya ulafi wa madaraka na uchu wa madaraka. Anazungumzia kwa utaifa. Laiti hii roho kama hii ingekuwa haswa, haya aliyopitia baba ingekuwa haswa ni upande huo mwingine, sasa kama Kenya tungekuwa na ungekuwa sasa katika kitambo hii. But because ana utaifa ndani na ameamua haswa kulitetea hili taifa, kuwe jua kuwe mvua, let's according to the support. Kwa hiyo Wakenya wenzangu, ni tuungane, tuseme no, tukomeshe haya machafu yote. Huu wizi wa uchaguzi tusikubali kuingia 2027 kabla hatujajua reform na mikakati ya huu uchaguzi. Tuwakomeshe hao wanaokimbilia uchu na hamu ya madaraka kwa njia za milango ya nyuma huko na kuhongana, kununua wale, kufanya hivi. Mwisho wa siku wanashindwa hata juu, hawajui waanzie wapi wamalizie wapi. Serikali ndio hii, kile mnazungumza hapa leo, kesho kimebadilika, kimekuwa kile mlipinga wakati ule, hiki ndio ndio mnakitumia sasa hivi. Ni waibu. Na siku zote mfamaji, kaka yangu, aje kutapatapa. Hii serikali inatapatapa, hata tukuipa miaka 10 still bado watakuwa ni haya mambo ya malaumu. Leo wazungumze hili, kesho wazungumze lile. Mbuzi huyu si wao, na Mungu anasema wazi haswa na anadhihirisha wazi kwamba mbuzi huyu si wao, walimfoji tu. Kwa hiyo reforms kwa judiciary, tusikubali wananchi tupelekwe mahali. Na pia natamani haswa kama ingekuwa katiba, kama tungeongezwa kipengele, basi ni kile kwamba wale majaji, huu uamuzi kwamba unafika mwisho, wakizungumza ni mwisho, tuwe tuna mahali tunawasukuma wananchi. Mmetoa kweli maamuzi yenu, lakini wananchi tunakataa. Tungepewa nafasi hapa kukomesha hawa majaji wakuu, hasa kwenye hii koti kuu, kwamba wakiamua wasiamue kwa sababu wamekiwa mstari pale kwamba kinachozungumzwa pale, that's the final. Hapo ndo tumewapa nguvu. Lakini tungepewa nafasi ya kuweza kuwashtaki hata hawa majaji endapo wanatoa uamuzi ambao si sahihi. Hii mambo na lugha ilitumika pale ilinikera. Si lugha ya heshima, si lugha ya mahakama, ni ubepari. Na ndio maana unakuta hapa juzi tayari leo bunge limepitisha tayari kinacherera watoke kidogo, kesho kumetangazwa hili, mara jaji ndio huyu. Yani vitu vimbwanga, yani tunatengeneza, yani uongo peupe machoni. So nikwamie pale tu nisije nikamaliza nikaingia mahali kingine ambako itakuwa ni kwa kukwaza. Lakini kile naombi langu ni kuhakikisha kwamba Wakenya turudi pamoja. Ndugu zangu, Kenya yetu ni nchi ya maana zaidi, ni nchi Mungu alitunuku kwa mambo mengi. Juzi tu watu walikuwa wanaita Ulaya hii, Watanzania walikuwa wanasema ukiingia Kenya ni Ulaya. Yani watu wako radhi kutafuta kazi kwa sababu ya pesa tu yetu, ilivyo na thamani, ilivyo na nguvu, ilivyo na thamani katika soko la Afrika. Lakini ndani ya Afrika Mashariki, watu kutoka Msumbiji, kutoka Malawi na baadhi ya mataifa wanakimbia Kenya kwa sababu ya sarafu yao yetu tu, alafu na mipango ya hapa na hali ya kiuchumi. But where are we heading to? Tuangalie sarafu yetu ilivyoshuka. Mimi na ndugu zangu hapa wa Tanzania tuko karibu. Ukiwa na 1000 yako ndugu yangu, zamani ulikuwa unapewa shilingi ngapi? Unapewa kama miezi 4 mitatu huko nyuma. Ukiwa na 1000 basi utapewa 22,000 za Kitanzania. Yani kuna thamani. Sasa hivi ukiwa na 1000 yako inakata, unapewa 18,000. Si lolote kabisa pesa yetu. Hata Tanzania sasa hivi imeshapanda juu thamani yake. Where are we heading to? Na bado mikakati ile hakuna kwamba angalau tuweze kufufua uchumi wetu, turegeshe mahali pokuwa. Kukicha ni vimbwanga, story na malaumu na hawa na ukabila. Please nikwamia pale, lakini wa Kenya tufungueni macho. Kenya ni yetu. Tuonyesheni mfano Afrika Mashariki na Afrika nzima na dunia kwamba Wakenya wakizungumza, wananchi wakizungumza, basi hata awe kiongozi nani, hana thamani katika hiyo taifa. Let's speak with one voice. Turudi pamoja, tuungane, tuonyeshe Afrika Mashariki na Afrika na dunia kwamba wananchi ndio kusema popote. Uwe mdosi, uwe na njia gani, nunue bwana Venezuela, ununue kina nani, but wananchi wakisema no, itakwamia pale ndugu yangu. Asanteni kwa hiyo nafasi.
Asante sana bana Chaka, unafanya nakumbuka fasihi Kiswahili mufti, Kiswahili sambaba. That is beautiful contribution. I think unanikumbusha kuhusu shamba la wanyama, kwamba wanyama wengine ni wa ajabu kuliko wale wengine, wana maana kuliko wale wengine. So Kile umesema ni kitu ya maana, and I think it is now clear that a time has come. Usiwe mtu wa kuangalia wewe ni kabila gani, wewe ni nani. I think we are suffering together. Haijalishi umetoka kona gani. Hii mambo ya inflation inapiga kila mtu na kila familia, na ndio sababu unaona ya kwamba wale ambao wana nafasi ya kufanya kazi katika Kenya hawawezi pia kujimudu kimaisha, kwa sababu they are interdependent, they are dependent more than any other person. Unakuta kwamba kama vile Big J alisema, asubuhi anapata watu wanampigia simu, wanamwambia huyu hajakula, huyu ni mgonjwa. Because when a country begins to fail, that is the symptoms. Hizo ndizo dalili za nchi ambayo haisongi kulingana na vile inatakikana, kwa sababu viongozi wameamua that they better use every taxpayer money to buy other leaders so that they can control the country forever. Lakini ya maneno lazima ifike mwisho. Roda Waithira, tohoro waku. Nataka pia uchangie bana. Umenyamaza sana, umenyamaza sana. Na wewe najua ni supporter wa Raila Amolo Odinga. Unajua before you speak,
kabisa
ngojea
nide wa Raila
Roda, ngojea before
nide wa Raila
uongee mimi
Odinga
na
damu.
okay,
Roda, ngojea
Ati
Roda,
1 minute.
nasema kwa heri, mimi naenda kulala.
Okay,
Naenda
before Roda.
kulala. Yeah.
oh, asante sana.
Okay, bye.
Nice to see you dada
Okay,
Nare.
bye. Yeah, kesho,
Siku
bye.
moja nataka to change I could like we change number one day, one time. We can keep in touch. We talk on WhatsApp.
Nimeambiwa na
Tomorrow
Pride what to do. Yes.
Okay, nitakupatia namba yangu kesho.
Excellent. Uko na neno ulikuwa unataka kusema before you go? Do you have anything to say before Roda comes?
No, I just wanted to say nimefurahia the way Mdune amepeana submission yake, and I wanted to salute, to say thank you so much Moses. At least he's East African mwenzetu, anajiunga na sisi. And Big J, I would like to say pole, nilikukatizia so I understood kitu kenye ulikuwa unataka kusema, sitafanya hivyo tena. Hai. Okay, hiyo tu peke yake. Otherwise ningelipenda kukuwa na nyinyi but cause naenda kazi asubuhi, so nikiamuka kina Roda watakuwa bado wanaendelea. Nikienda kazi I listen also, nikiweka the head earphones. Okay, kwaherini.
Let's do this.
Okay. I've been very sad. Sometimes I've been crying, and not many used to understand me when I tell them how I feel. Sometimes I used to be rejected with my Kenya fellowship when I tell them how I think about how election was. Some people, they don't care, but I care. I'm very kuna mtu anaongea hapa ma? I'm very responsible about our elections, and it was very sad, and something I just we want haki yetu. Sisi wa Kenya tuliamuka tukavote na tukavutia baba. We want our haki yetu. Tunasema haki yetu. Hata sisi tufurahi kwa sababu wao wana enjoy. Sisi tuko na huzuni, tunalia, tunapiga magoti kulilia Mungu. Kama mimi I have been praying for Raila, I have been praying for all the Azimio, because they went a lot. We know what happened in Bomas of Kenya. They were beaten by the police officer, and nobody care. Hakuna mtu ageuliwa huko ndani. Nobody was care. And something, that election for Kenya, it was, imagine hata niliona news za huku. niliona huko news wakionyeshana vile watu walichapwa. Watu wengine walikuwa wananiuliza, kwani kwenu Kenya hamnaga nini democracy? Yani polisi kwani polisi wenu ni wajinga aje wanapiga watu? Nikamwambia that is the norm in Africa. In Africa, it's not like here they can't do by the law democracy. That's the way in Africa we are used for that. That's the way it is. Akaniambia, oh my God, you guys live very, 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 very tight. Yeah, tunakaa hivyo. We are used for that. Because Africa, there is no democracy, no katiba, nobody care. Africa, you can, as long you take the power, you can control everything. You can use the military, you can use the police. We see the country like Mali, it's usually darkness. Mali is always darkness because there is no law, there is no democracy. Kama sisi tunatuma majeshi huku kwetu, tunatuma huko nini Mali, kwa sababu president wa huko kwa that country is always the blackmail, darkness. Na ndio maana watu wa huko nini wanahama nchi zao, wanakuja huku Europe, wanatembea huko, wanakuja France, kwa sababu kuko na mashida huko. It's not a democracy country, it's not freedom country, freedom expression. And that's why kuna kuwa na umaskini. Ukiwa na nchi hakuna democracy, hakuna nini, hakuna democracy, hakuna constitutions. Ndio maana most of the country in Africa, they have a poverty because of that. And Ruto, he can bring a poverty in our country if we don't stand by, because he doesn't rule by the law, he doesn't care about the constitution, he doesn't have a good leadership. Like Uhuru Kenyatta, he was a man of what, he have a very good, he was welcome everybody, his government. He was not mean or dominant. I think Ruto, the way I think the childhood of Ruto, I think he grown up, maybe his parents, they didn't love him. Maybe they didn't tell him he's a worthy, like the way that the children used to be loved by parents. Maybe that's why he always behaved like that, because I've been watching him when they were interviewing him. It's some Nation TV. I think it's 2 years ago. Anaulizwa maswali, he doesn't answer. Anasema watu tulikuwa tunasoma na wao wanakaa huko Karen. Unaona, maybe that guy have a problem when he was his own childhood. That's why he behaved, because I have done research. I was telling my friend what he behaved. Maybe today his parents didn't love him. They didn't, maybe that's why he behaved like that. And if he have like that, there is a lot of help. He can meet counselor and they cancel him and he can be free. I think that's why Ruto, he behaved like that, and he always have bitterness, because he was planning when he take the government, he will do what he can to prosecute Azimio la Umoja, to prosecute us Kenyans, because we are alichukua haki yetu. We are still prosecuted as he prosecute us Kenya, because he take our alichukua haki yetu, na Kenya we are still paining, kwa sababu haki yetu ilichukuliwa. Sasa mimi saa zingine nauliza, when Africa will be free? Like Nigeria right now, they are praying because they are going to have election next year, because they didn't have a good election for 5 years. So they are praying that the many countries in Africa, they have been praying for Nigeria, because God can restore that country again. And I'm very happy for Nigeria churches. They have been stand for their own country. I'm proud with the leadership of the church. I've never been Nigeria, but I want to travel whole Africa, and I want to go to Nigeria and Ghana. Those are countries I'm banning to see how things work, those countries. Because the leadership of the churches, they have been stand with their own country. Even Ghana have bad leadership, but the Church of Ghana, they have been standing with those countries, Ghana and Nigeria. Those are countries very rich, very development. They have a very nice laws. They have a very good. Even a country like Gambia, something is going very fine in Africa. Even Africa, we have a good leadership, and people who love their own country. People think from here, from the brain. I'm telling you, everybody cannot sleep without food. Even our old people cannot, nakwambia, Africa, we need people who have these only here. Hata watu European, they used to tell me that there is one politician man told me, something you miss in Africa, people, they don't think from here. When you're a politician in Africa, they'll start to think that you will see a lot of the goodness, you see the development, you see, that's why Muzungu aliweza kuwaza hapa. Because I don't care about my skin color. I don't want to think the language I speak. That's why you always ask us why in Europe everything is new, everything my boy end up most. You know why they have built this country with the good leadership and the politician and justice here. Everybody is here. We focus even human right. Everything here, you cannot be treated bad. Whether your skin color, nobody can take you the bad at workplace. You have right to take them in the court, and when you go to the court will stand with the just. Me have been the court. I've been the court, and I didn't win, but they listen my voice because here they focus. My voice matter. No matter the language I speak, no matter the country I come from, no matter the skin color, and they listen my voice. I was so proud. Actually, I was crying. I was teared. I'm a black woman, and they listen for me. They respect me. You know, they respect me who I am. And my case was very, I want just, even if I don't want, even if I want to win, at least they can hear my voice. I was asking God, when we are going to have like this in our country, like you listen, your voice, very men and women of integrity. What do you want, Rhoda? They respect me. What do you want? And then they understand my station. In Kenya, we need a man and woman of integrity who love our country and good leadership. Everybody can rule our country, no matter your language, no matter tribe. Furthermore, you are the man of integrity and a woman of integrity and person who has the wisdom. We see a country like Liberia. They have a president of the woman. That woman, she get a job in United Nations because they look at, Liberia people in Liberia, they are very educated. They are very smart people. And that woman, the former president of Liberia, she get to work in United Nations because they saw her. This woman, she's a woman of integrity. She has been ruling in the country of Liberia. Why not? We cannot give it. Why in Kenya we can have a woman of God who love our country and leader God fearing, who fear the church of Kenya stand with our country. Don't think about the money. Stand with Jesus. Follow him 100%, and you'll never be ashamed. Because the Bible says, if you follow me, you will never be ashamed. But in our country, we have seen the picture. They have been ashamed, Jesus. They have been going because of their stomach, because of their money. They don't focus what the current government they did for them, how they were going to the state house, drinking coffee together, laughing together, and crying together. But now those things they have forget. It's good to remember small thing somebody have done for you. Something, even if somebody, small things, remember. We were going to Odinga home in Karen, and they were eating together. But now they forget that man is an Anglican church bishop. Now something I learned with Kenyans, I will never ever trust Kenyan. How I used to say to my people, Kenyan people are very nice, are very social, are very honest. But nowadays, even I'm quiet. The way I have seen with the churches, but not all. See, Azimio tuko soba, which is tuko high, tunapedana, that we love our country, and that's why we fight every day, and we come here with the honesty. I'm very happy. That we have the same people, we have the same voice, we have the same similar, we think almost the same. So if I'm going to hang out here, God bless you, or you take your time to watch. Even those people who are watching us online, we don't take for granted. God bless you so much for that kindness. God bless you.
Amen and amen. Thank you so much. Unajua, once you get to the liambs of a spirit, when you're anointed and you are flowing the Holy Spirit, we love you, we like it, because I think the Spirit speaks to us. And one of the things you have said that is very, very vital, where did the church go? The leaders that we had, the Bishop Muge, those who remember him, stood until he was killed. Dingi Mwana wa Nzeki, there were people who fought for the liberation of Kenya. Lawi Imatthew, Getari, those were leaders. That hata ukienda kanisa unasema I have a religious leader. Yeah, but the Sapit, yeah, sijui the Sapit, mwingine sijui anaitwa nani, wamefanya hata nisiendage. Mimi nimeanza kanisa yangu mwenyewe. I've started my own church, eh? because I believe in Christ. Naenda kwa kona yangu, nachukua Bible, nasoma Psalms yangu, nasema praise the Lord. Naita watoto kidogo, tunakula biskuiti and we praise the Lord, na tuko kwa safari, lakini there's a pit. And I don't even know who is the Methodist leader because they are all kept quiet. So we are worried as a country. Now we need to welcome Mr. Wangira. I know he has a volume of knowledge. And then once we get to from Wangira, you can see the subject of today about Chebukati being a criminal. Of course, even a class 2 knows that this guy is a criminal. He helped to sell the country to the highest bidder. So whoever paid him the highest became the president. And therefore, Karibu, you can approach the floor and tell us what is in your mind. What is your thoughts and the way forward? Yeah, the way forward for Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the invitation. You know, I've been away. I've been in the village for Christmas holiday. Only arrived in Nairobi just last evening, and I've just been trying to catch up with what has been happening when I saw the topic of today. And I'll just start with what Raila Odinga believes Chebukati is, because Raila Odinga seems to have used very strong words against Wafula Chebukati, you know. Even believes that perhaps Wafula Chebukati could have committed crimes against humanity. And, you know, under international law, I don't know whether that would fit within what is called crime against humanity. But, you know, many of us, Kenyans, and especially majority of us who support Azimio la Umoja, we know that the court ruled the way it ruled. And, you know, we are a country ruled by the rule of law. But, you know, that doesn't mean that we cannot also not have our own opinion, what they call the court of the public opinion. So in the court of public opinion, there are many Kenyans who believe that Wafula Chebukati subverted the will of the people. And I am among those people who believe that Chebukati subverted the will of the people, and he didn't run the 2022 general election in the manner that it was supposed to have been run, in a free, fair, transparent, and impartial manner. And perhaps, you know, there could have been a script that he was perhaps playing to. So to me, I tend to believe that, you know, what Raila Odinga is saying, you know, is true to a large extent, because Raila Odinga says that Wafula Chebukati lowered the standards of the IEBC. I also tend to believe that, you know, under the Wafula Chebukati, we have seen the standards of the IEBC go down. You know, in Kenya, I think the only time that we saw a real serious electoral body was during Samuel Kiwitu's time in 2002. And I want you to underline the word 2002. When you oversaw the election, the general election in 2002, that, you know, where President Mwai Kibaki became the president of the third president of the Republic of Kenya. And since then, we have been having issues around our electoral bodies, some that I've documented in the book that I plan to publish next year, perhaps in January or February. And I'll be encouraging some of you people to buy the book so that you can also read what my written opinion is in some of these matters. So we have had issues around the Electoral Commission ever since. We know what happened in 2007. We know what happened in 2013. We know the big problem that we had in 2017. And I also think that, you know, the 2022 election, irrespective of the verdict of the court, you know, in my own court of public opinion, I tend to believe that, you know, Wafula Chebukati bungled this particular election. That is my own view and my own opinion, which I'm allowed to hold and express. And I agree to a large extent with Raila Odinga, that Wafula Chebukati, the person who should be in the dock, perhaps if the tribunal was to investigate any other person, they should today be investigating Wafula Chebukati and not the Cherera 4. Because the manner in which Wafula Chebukati operated, he was alone to himself. Article 138 of the Constitution talks about the commissioner in when it comes to tallying of the election results. And we saw one man here in the name of Wafula Chebukati purporting to do the tallying. We saw him assigning roles, including hospitality roles, to other commissioners. And that's what that is in public. That's public knowledge now. So the manner in which Wafula Chebukati, managed this election was not a fair manner. But because we hold two schools of thought in this country, there are those people who are happy because now William Samoei Ruto is president, and because they supported William Samoei Ruto, they might not see the evil or hear the evil in Wafula Chebukati, because their man won. And now because their man is president, they are not ready to see the evil or even hear the evil in Wafula Chebukati. And there are some of us who are trying to scrutinize and try to understand whether Wafula Chebukati ran this election in a manner he was supposed to have run it. And to many of us, we believe that he did it. And if something is not done in reforming the electoral process in this country, my brothers and sisters, I tell you that, the morale in many people, including myself, now I'm not young. I've voted many times in this country, but I'm not getting any younger. I don't think that I'm getting motivated to go to the ballot again. I don't think that if things remain the way they are, that perhaps in 2027 I'll go voting. We know that we have an issue now at the IBC. Wafula Chebukati is exiting on the 17th of January. We already have 3 commissioners who already resigned, so we are likely to have 3 on the Wafula Chebukati side and 3 on the Cherera side who have gone. So we are likely to have 6 vacancies, and we don't know what the tribunal will rule in terms of the Commissioner Masit. If they say that she goes home, that will be 7 vacancies, and this will be 7 vacancies, that will be determined by the new administration. And that we are in Africa, and in Africa, those in power want to control electoral commissions. Just try to understand what is going on today, even in Congo DRC, where Felix Tshisekedi is trying to control the electoral commission in Congo DRC, so that next year, which is 2023, as they go to polls, that he may be in control of the electoral commission, in the same manner that Joseph Kabila tried to do. So, we are likely to see the new Ruto administration try to have a real influence in the electoral commission for their own good in 2027. And, such a development, might discourage most of us to go to vote, because we have all along been told in this country that, it's not your vote that counts, but what counts in this country is the person who counts the vote. For example, in 2022, it's Wafula Chebukati who was counting the vote and is the one who determined who the winner was. Perhaps it's not the vote that I casted, where I casted in Mwangaza Primary School. So, if we don't reform our electoral system in this country, majority of us will not feel the need to go and vote, because, it's so demoralizing, it's so disheartening. Some of us, get pained every time we see the way things come out in form of elections in this country. So to avoid that pain route, and some of us are now getting older. We don't want to develop high blood pressure, diabetes because of elections. We might just decide to sit home and relax and watch and allow the country to go the way in the manner that they want it to go. And I feel for the younger generation, the 35 years and below. In the 1980s and early 1990s, we had younger people, the generation of Wakina Paul Mwite, Wakina Gitobu Imanyala, Wakina James Orengo, you can name them. These were young people who were convicted that, Kenya needed to take a right direction. Moi had all the money that he could have bought or bribed these people, but because they believed in the principle of a good nation, they fought for the goodness of this country. Unfortunately, we have 35 years and below who don't care. They don't care about the goodness of this country, and it's likely to hurt them more than it will hurt me as we go forward. Because me, I'm now 50 years. I don't know how many more years God will give me ahead. So, perhaps I've lived most of my time, but they are the people who have most of the time to live in this country. But, they have become careless, they're not defending the constitution, they're not defending the democracy in this country, they have become mediocre, or they don't care so long as the leader is from your community or from your political party, or even when he's doing wrong, you want to defend the wrongness that your leader is doing. So, the direction that we are taking, and especially being supported by the younger generation today, that direction, I don't know. We can count. We can count another 10 years. In another 10 years, I'll be around perhaps 60 or 61 years. And we can come here and, we can come here and we assess how far we'll have moved. But if things continue the way they are continuing, in the manner I see them, in the last 3 months, the war against corruption is not being talked as much as it used to be talked about during Uhuru Kenyatta's time. In the Uhuru Kenyatta's last term, his government tried, to fight corruption. In the last 3 months of William Samoei Ruto, the war against corruption, has been zero. We don't hear much about that fight, and we are talking about no war against corruption in a country where now the levels of poverty are high. I'm from the village. I just arrived last evening from the village. Let me tell you the levels of poverty down there, my brothers and sisters. It's not something to be talked about. People are poor down there. Poor. That if you give somebody with only 100 shillings, 100 Kenya shillings, this person will celebrate you forever because of the type of the poverty that is down there. And if you're not going to do anything, and in the terms of the poor governance that I'm seeing, then, I don't know the direction this country will take in another 5 or 10 years. And we ask that God keeps us here so that we may witness 2027 or 2032 and perhaps analyze to see whether this government will have delivered or not delivered. Oh, finally, on the issue of Muchelule, the choice of Agre Muchelule to chair that tribunal that is now investigating Commissioner Masit, because it was supposed to have investigated 4 commissioners, but the 3 other commissioners resigned. So, it's Masit who remained, and she's the one who is being investigated. Agre Muchelule was among he was among the 4 judges that President Uhuru Kenyatta refused to appoint to the Court of Appeal. And President Uhuru Kenyatta claimed that he was privy to some intelligence report, which I'm not privy to, that did not paint Muchelule and other 3 in very good light. And Muchelule only ended up being promoted when President William Samoei Ruto became president on the 13th of September. And through that executive order, or the first executive order that William Samoei Ruto signed, that's when now Muchelule was, appointed, and he now moved to the Court of Appeal. And there was that issue of Juma, the other judge, Juma, I'm just forgetting his second name. The judge who is supposed to be investigated for this judge is supposed to be investigated, the tribunal that President Uhuru Kenyatta formed just before he left office. I've not heard much about that tribunal, but there's a judge who is supposed to be investigated by that tribunal. There was that connection between that judge and Muchelule. And you remember there's a time where the DCI, during George Kinotti's time, I understand that they stormed the chambers and they found some foreign currencies in the judges drawer. If you remember those stories, So, there's a lot of story around Agre Muchelule before he was appointed to become the judge of the Court of Appeal by President William Samoei Ruto. And now his choice for the chair of this tribunal, in what I call in the court of public opinion, will bring about many questions on why was he chosen to chair the tribunal and not somebody else, and given the history I've just given you, some people might decide to read in between the dots to try to understand, to connect the dots, to find out why perhaps Muchelule was the one who was appointed to become the chair of that tribunal. So, we are in very, very interesting times as a country. We're in very, very, very interesting times. I don't know what will happen as we move forward, but we pray for God to guide this nation, because we seem to be under the leadership of a driver who could be not seeing clearly, he could not be seeing clearly ahead. And, that's why the inflation is high. The economy is not doing well. We must just agree that the economy in this country is not doing well. And we don't seem to be as cohesive as we are supposed to be. Listen to the sentiments by the deputy president every time he speaks. He is always purporting to be speaking for his community, as if he's not deputy president of the Republic of Kenya and is only deputy president of his community. So, things are not very, 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 very good. And just before I conclude, I was in the village, just like I've told you, and I met somebody in the village who surprised me. He told me that he has been watching us on Mutembei TV, and he has been watching me on Mutembei TV. And I was surprised that, there are people down in the village who really take Mutembei TV seriously, and they keep on watching us. So, every time we contribute, let us contribute, points, that make Kenya a better country, because there are people even down in the village there who watch us and, who depend on our views and on our opinion to shape, the future of this country. So let me just leave it at that and allow somebody else to come in. Thank you.
Asante sana Bwana Wangira. I'm just going through the comments at the back of the curtains, and I'm happy when people talk about Mateo says he has started his church in the house. Shiko says that he cannot believe the leaders we have today. He knows the difference between religion and being religious. And I'm excited because that is a sentiment. It's all over the country. People are like, what happened to where did the dingy Mwana Wanzeki go? And Mato says again, if Dingy wakes up and finds a pit, kazi yake ni kunona na kuombea rais. Anaweza shangaa huyu ni kiongozi ya aina gani? Alex Media, welcome. And I know this is a time that mnaingia, unajua you have the veto power. Nyinyi mko na, unajua in the United Nations, I think the NATO, kuna ile nchi zinakuwa na veto power. Alex, mko na veto power. You need to now come in and contribute and manage, moderate, and give us the way forward. Kwa hivyo sasa tutamkaribisha Alex Media. Alex, then tutaendelea na hiyo msururu. Najua tuko na mambo mingi sana ya kusema, because we will never stop talking. We can never talk. Ruto tells me that I'm now outside, I'm not in the curtains again, and nimeacha uoga. I was not afraid. I've never been afraid of his government. I think above everything else, we should not be afraid of his government. Yeah, they have a history of making people disappear, but that is not something that we can really fear. We need to talk, and when people stop talking, that is when they start fighting. Alex Media, karibu sana. As we continue, we'll go back to the line. Moses will come, Big J will come, Chaka, I know you have done a lot of research. Mary Wainaina went to do a research on the constitution change that Raila was talking about, and the areas that we need to improve. So we are aware that many people have very good stories to tell, and those who are watching us, buckle up. We are not yet ready to sleep until something happens. We'll talk until something happens. Karibu Bwana Alex.
Asante sana Mr. Uprising. Huyu Mato ananisumbuanga sana, ananiforce niingie kwa panel when I just want to listen and learn and sometimes just take a break and you know, sometimes we talk until, you see, there is one author who said, when you have said everything that you can, you have done everything that you can. Sometimes silence is a powerful statement or speech. And I've reached a point whereby I feel like that. But Mato keeps pushing me. But anyway, I was not prepared on what to say. But anyway, we have been gifted on what to say by the grace of God. We can always find something to say. For me, the word criminal is under estimation of Chebukati. Chebukati is a gangster. And when I call him a gangster, is not a subject expression, Mr. Uprising. It's an objective description of someone who does not believe that there are constitutional constraints, someone who does not believe that there are constitutional boundaries, somebody who does not believe in the rule of the law, somebody who believes that he can use his arbitrary powers to do anything just because he has been given a position. I am not trying to denigrate that man, but Chebukati, I can say that is a gangster. I don't say that I'm not. I have gangster proclivities, but you know, this man Chebukati, Mr. Uprising, is a we can say we are also part of the failure in this part of election. He bungled 2017 election, and for some reason, we were comfortable again to give him an opportunity. I blame myself so much to have been comfortable with the word deep state, not knowing that we had had an individual who had bungled an election that was overturned, and he was told to open the servers. He never. The man is a gangster. He's not just a criminal. You see, Mr. Uprising, you see, he has taken our country into a neo-fascist dimension, like countries like Argentina and Brazil in the 80s, when you used to see the coups. Now we are witnessing Kenya as a failed social experiment, because where we had reached, we were no longer an experiment. We were a progressive country. Now you can see our younger brother Uhuru Kenyatta told us last time, and I can look from far and I can tell him, say, I told you about this man. He is a tribalist. I told you about this man. You're going to get into poverty. I told you about this man, about his opulence and materialism, and you saw what he did when he went to Qatar. I told you about this man, that he was going to take you back to Kanu era. My friend, the chicken have come back home to roost, because we allowed gangster Chebukati to bungle again 2022, when he bungled 2017, and we kept quiet. Now, the reason I'm saying that we are not going to have a revolution is this. We have politicians, professional class, middle class, who are too accommodated to capitalist economy,
because they have accumulated a little bit. They have a house somewhere in Runda, somewhere in Lavington. They have a car. Their school, the children are going to Maseno or these kind of Brookside schools. They are too accommodated to market-driven culture of celebrity, of power, of fame, and all these superficial stuff. And that is the reason that it's going to become very difficult for us to have a revolution unless the poor people come out and say capital N-O. You see, my father used to ask me sometimes when I say no, he used to ask me, what part of no don't you understand? When he tells me no, and sometimes I used to insist because I was the only son, and sometimes I used to take advantage of it because I knew he loved me. But at some point, he used to get mad at me and ask me, what part of no don't you understand? Is it the N or the O? And he will whoop me like hell. Now, let's continue to talk about this. Even with all these failed state, as Kenya as a failed social experiment, we still have hope. We must fight. We must have people who are anti-fascist. And I know one of them is Stone PK. Again, we must uprise against Ruto's government. We must continue to tell the truth because truth is incontrovertible. Even Christ said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. Without truth, we are not going. Amil Kabril said, Amil Kabril, the great Guinea-Bissau agroeconomist, said, in truth lies our strength. If we are going to sit here and tell ourselves lies, we are not going anywhere. And we must be critical of ourselves for what we allowed to be done in this country. We must criticize ourselves before we criticize them. We must ask ourselves, how did we allow this gangster Chebukati to continue to become the IBC chair when we knew he could not even open the server? He was a criminal because he did not open the servers. By now, we should sober up and we should continue to know that we are brothers. But what I want to continue to say that Chebukati is not a criminal. He's a gangster. He has been together with Ruto for a very long time. They have a gang of people that we did not know. Koome was in this gang. Ruto was in this gang. Chirchir was in this gang. These are gangsters. Thank you very much.
Asante sana, Alex. You've spoken as the good thing is that you don't miss your words. You say it as it is. This guy was we just elevated a gangster to oversee an election, and you know he lacks in many ways. He doesn't show any confidence to anybody, and you know the behind the scene of these people is cruelty. And that is why we see things happening the way they're happening. So we are happy that you've put it the way it's supposed to be. And we will not lose hope. Because as you quote many people who spoke great words, one of the greatest inspiration by Martin Luther King, as he was agitating for the freedom of a black, he said, you will never and you can never oppress people forever. There comes a time when everything comes to an end. It has been a long fight. They have called Baba all manner of things. They have said he is mganga, amezeeka, aache siasa, ni mchawi, amefanya nini. All those kind of things they have mentioned to that old man for many, many, many years. Yeah. To them, they don't take alcohol. They don't do what? They are saved. They are God-chosen government. On the other page, they have stolen land in Taita, in Mount Kenya. So you wonder what kind of a scene or which scene is larger than the other. So for me, I agree with you. This is not a country anymore. but we are not going to lose this country. We are going to stand up and claim our country back. It is easy, as Mother Karua says, to have mafias in a country. It is easier to have mafias in the system or in the country, but it is hard when the mafias are in charge, are in charge of a country, and that is the situation we have. That the HNAB led by Itumbi today, the one that was using a lot of propaganda to campaign for Ruto. It is now the group that is being used to award tenders across the country. If you are not pro-government, you will not work in this government. So we are in a situation where we need God to come and not to send anybody. Pale unaambianga Mungu tafadhali kuja mwenyewe na usitumane. That is the situation we have. You can see the energy sector now is being messed up. Electricity is on the high now, and it seems it is bothering nobody. Somebody talks about being a responsive government. This government is not responsive. It is not responding to the people's needs, and it's actually a very ugly situation, very ugly situation. We hope and pray that God will come and come himself, mwenyewe akuje aokoe hii nchi, kwa sababu sasa iko katika mikono na ya watu ambao hawajali na wamefika pahali walikuwa wanataka after many years of planning. Big J, anything to add on what we are saying? Where is Moses ameenda? I wanted to ask him, is it true that some Kenyans own petrol station in Uganda? Anyway, hiyo tutaiuliza baadaye, lakini BJ tuambie saa hii, what is happening? Where should we start?
Thank you so much, Uprising. Nasalimia Lex Akwa wakati tuliingia, ameingia saa hizi, ametoa contribution very elegant. I mean, najua sasa I like the way sometimes, Alex calls a spade, see at a spade a spoon. And I thank him for standing strong. Hata kwa mpira wakati tunacheza ball, I used to play soccer when I was young, and katika timu ya watu 11 kuna mtu mmoja anakuaga, he overworks himself because he wants his team to win, but that one doesn't mean that his team want to lose. So kusema ukweli, for me, Chebukati, I think Chebukati, we have never liked him since the 2007, I think, 2017 election. We never liked him, but we have got no choice because, it went like that, and he continued again, and he managed this 2022 election, of which we expected things will be different. We thought maybe he will change, because hata Kivitu unajua alianza vizuri akamalizia vibaya. So maybe we thought maybe huyu alianzia vibaya atamalizia vizuri. I think that what happened. But this government, I want to talk a little bit, if you allow me to talk about education a little bit, please. Kusema ukweli, anybody unaona Ruto ameacha kwa serikali, alikuwa kwa former government, ujue wao ni wale watu walikuwa watu wake. The people that he used to support Uhuru's government. That is the truth. Wale watu wote unaona nani ODPP amebaki ni kwa sababu yeye ndiye alikuwa anatumia kuharibu what Uhuru wanted to do in his government. Alafu in the Ministry of Education kuna huyu mama naye ndio mmoja wa waporaji. They have been, I think yeye ndio mmoja ambaye anaharibu the education system in Kenya. Uprising, can I tell you that in Narok County, especially my the primary school that I started my education is called Olopi Primary School. That school has about 1,500 students. That's a primary school. And this primary school has every student is paying between 500 to 700 shillings. It's all good, you know. So I wonder, anajua like people are suffering outside there, hakuna pesa, watu wakuna shida, yani people are struggling, they are struggling in life. Alafu mwalimu ana part time you're paying 700 times 5 times 1,500. Sasa unashindwa kuelewa what is happening here at in your PTA. So why is the government, why is it that there is no enough teachers every school? Actually all schools ya karibu division moja inaitwa Logorian division, all schools kuna hiyo wanalipisha hizo 500 to 700 shillings. So I wonder what is happening here. Education is something that should not be played on. Okay, if you want to spoil a country, just joke with education. The other day I was listening to Julia, I think it was the day before yesterday, I don't remember. Education, they are playing with education in a very, very dangerous way. Education should not be politicized because, but one thing, Najua Ruto, he doesn't care about education in other parts of the country because, number one, ukijaribu kuangalia uprising, Kiambu 2022 aliwapatia nani as a governor? Not 22, 2013, 2017, yeah.
Waitito.
Aliwapatia Waitito. Nairobi? Sonko. Ebu enda uangalie North Rift. Kama kuna governors ambaye hana degree. Even now. Enda uangalie zote za Wakale, enda Kericho, enda Bomet, panda juu, and everywhere. Hakuna mahali kuna mtu ambaye hajasoma governors. Hakuna. But other parts nawapatia watu sasa unashindwa. Narok size ni mtu ana anything. I mean, he doesn't care about education mostly in other parts of the country. We have to be serious about leadership in all parts of the country. That's why I feel so sad because if we don't support education in a better way, then where are we heading? Watoto wataenda. Myself, I support it because I'm spending a lot of money kwa watoto wangu ile watoto wasome. So I think kusema ukweli, these things are connected. Hiyo sasa hiyo ya I like the word Alex amemuita Chebukati, amemuita gangster. It deserves that name. Because election should be done, I mean, because that is the life of the country. But if you don't care about the rule of law, na kwanza yeye ni wakili. I don't understand what happened. Mtu wakili, he doesn't even follow, he doesn't care about the rule of law. Anyway, wacha kwanza nimalizie hapa, mwingine aendelee, alafu niko hapa. Thank you so much.
Sawa, yeah, it's true. Vile umeongea, unajua something I noticed with this, kwanza when you talked about education, Big J, did you notice that wakati CS wa education ito Machogu ama ni Muchogu alikuwa anatangaza, did you notice that private schools they performed so poorly? I mean, drastically no private school ili perform. Alafu shule zingine kama huko Kisii unakuta they have the same marks. Ni kama watu walipea instruction, yani ni kama mtu ana deliberately anaharibu education sector akijua. You know, what happened to Kenya? Meru Wainaina, weko uko wapi? Kama amelala Meru Wainaina, wacha tusikie
Mary
Chaka
amelala.
pia amelala, lakini I think anasikia from the background. Chaka,
Mimi nipo.
wewe endelea basi, nafasi ni yako sasa.
Asante. Ukweli yani hata sijui nizungumzie wapi, kwa sababu nashindwa kabisa.
Hausikiki vizuri, songea kwa speaker.
Mnanipata?
Kabisa sasa. Uwanja ni wako bana. Tuambie
Yani
kitumbua cha ingia mchanga hiki.
na siku wa kufanyani siku zote miti huteleza. Sasa serikali yetu mpya inabambanya kutaka kuungwa mkono kila pande, lakini huu ni msitu wa waliojipanga, kwa sababu kama alivyozungumzia kaka hapo, wengi ambao waliasi ile serikali ndio walikuja tena upya kuungana pamoja, lakini yote wao walikuwa na mipango, kwa sababu walijua kama kutaingia serikali ingine hapo, basi wao chao kiko motoni, kwa sababu kama ingeingia serikali ya Azimio, ili donda sugu linalotumaliza Kenya la masuala na ufisadi na corruption, hilo lingetekelezwa, kwa sababu Martha Karua yeye alikuwa amesimamia pale, na do believe kwamba hapo ndo tungepata zile 6,000 zetu kwa tumeahidiwa, but walivyoona kwamba hapana, tutaenda wapi na tutaficha nyuso zetu wapi machoni kwa Wakenya kama tutaanza kutumbuliwa haya majipu? So ndo wana wakahakikisha piga ua hivyo vyote vile lazima tushirikiane, na walishirikiana mpaka na Chebukati, kwa sababu Chebukati anajua ndio alikifanya 2017, na yeye pia angekuwa miongoni mwa hao wangeweza kufuatiliwa zaidi. Kwa hiyo ikawa ni lazima piga ua, lakini wakisha kwamba tumeingia katika uongozi, but hawakuwa na mipango ya kuweza kuwahudumia Wakenya, na ndio hapo panapokuwa na utata, kwa sababu laiti kama gharama ya maisha list ya Mkenya ingekuwa chini na aone kweli hakika kwamba muda mchache tu madaktari wameajiriwa, madawa yapo hospitalini, chakula nacho kimeshuka, mafuta yameshuka, umeona, sawasawa na swala la elimu, kwa sababu naamini kabisa kwamba elimu ndio uti wa mgongo wa taifa, na ukweli ni kwamba hawakuwa wamejipanga. Kwa hiyo ni kubambanya tu na kuanza kutoa malaumu ili watu wawe na imani kwamba hao ndio wazuri kuliko ni hao wengine ambao waliweza kuwashinda, na ukweli ni kwamba hawajaweza kuwashinda, ni hiyo mikakati tu. Kwa hiyo inafikia wakati Wakenya tuamue, kwa sababu tumeiangalia miezi mitatu hii serikali, wote mawaziri wenye wameteuliwa pale ilikuwa kizungumkuti, yani tunabandika tu, kwa sababu ni hawa ni wetu, watu wetu na ng'ombe wetu, kwa hivyo tutabambanya tuhakikishe kila mtu kapata kiki, but some hawakuwa hata wana qualify kuitwa waziri. Na the worst thing ambayo mimi niliweza nikaona na nikashuhudia na nikagundua hii serikali itakuwa na mapungufu na itamtoa imani mwananchi, ni pale ambapo waliweza kureward, kwa sababu ni kama kureward, kuwazawidi wale wafuasi wao, na kibaya kilichowatongea ni pale walipofuta kesi mahakamani, especially zile za masuala na pesa. Mfano wa DP wetu ambaye yupo 7 point something million inakuwa released tu, inaachiliwa hivi kwamba hiyo ni kesi iliingizwa kisiasa. Hapo nilipoona mapungufu. Ukirudi tena kesi za wale ambao walikuwa wanahusika kabisa, tunajua kuna mauaji, mfano kama huko kwetu Pwani, Bi Aisha Juma, jinsi mambo yalivyotokea katika ule mkutano wa jamaa kupoteza maisha, yeye alikuwa pale. Na wengi waliokuwa na kesi mahakamani, kesi zile zikaweza kufutiliwa kwamba ni za maonevu kwa sababu wako upande ule. Ni jambo lilikuwa mapungufu ya hii serikali machoni kwa mwananchi, na ulikuwa ni waibu machoni kwa mwananchi. Lingine ni zile ahadi wenye waliweza kuziweka kwamba within 100 days tutaweza kudeliver ABCD, but kibaya zaidi wakawa wanabambanya tu, maana walitudanganya mambo mawili haswa. Kwanza hasara fund na hati kuregesha bandari Pwani, lakini still bado kazi zinafanyika Naivasha, hakujafunguka vile. Ni ile tu kwamba tumeregesha hizo huduma kule Pwani. Hasara fund ndio kwamba haina riba, lakini mwisho wa siku hatujui mpaka source ya hii hasara fund imetokea wapi. Unaona, vitu vingine ni vya waibu kwamba hii serikali ina mapungufu. Tukuzungumza na mapungufu jamani, tusifikiriwe wabaya. Watu angalie na jicho la tatu, tusiangalie tu hapa, tufikirie tu. Subsidy ile pesa ambayo ilikuwa at least niweze ikatupunguzia, kwa sababu I do believe kwamba serikali ili kusimama vizuri lazima iwe na short term solution, iwe na mid term solution, na iwe na long term solution. But hii ilikuja direct kwa long term solution, of which kuna mambo ambayo yalikuwa ni lazima yafanyike kwanza, kiapewe kipaumbele kwanza, kwa sababu ni dharura. Angalia mzigo ambao unabebeshwa Mkenya, ile harama ambayo mtu anatumia haswa kwa siku tu upande wa chakula peke yake, na especially wengi wa Wakenya ni wale ambao ni mwana nguvuze, yani unakula kwa nguvu yako, tuna uwezo wa macho na nguvu ya mkono yako na neema ya Mungu tu ndio wamebeshwa huu mzigo, na hao ndio walipa ushuru, wao ndio wanawalipa walimu, wanalipa kila mtu. So kutoa hizi pesa ambazo zilikuwa zinasaidia angalau at least Kenya sibebeshwe mzigo, watu wametoa na hatuzijui zimeenda wapi. Na kile kinanikera kabisa ni mambo na cartels, that's kwamba kuna makartels, wale wahuni wenye wanaingilia kati, ati kuna wahuni, kuna cartels. If kuna cartels na walichukua mapesa na kuna huo uhuru ulileka, situambiwe fulani tumekamata hii pesa, mmeipata wapi? Rejesheni kwa wananchi. Hii ingie kwa walimu, hii ingie kwa madawa. At least tungeona mfumo kama wale, tukajua kwamba hii serikali kweli imeingia, lakini ni kifagio kama walivyojipiga kifua na kujiahidi, lakini yako wapi? So imekuwa cartels ni jambo la kupigiwa kufumbiwa macho mwananchi na kupewa matumaini kwamba tulieni tu, yaje ile siku ambayo mtaweza kufikia nchi ya maziwa na nyama, of which ni uongo. So for Kenyans lazima tufunguke kwa jicho la tatu ili kumaliza yale ambao ni madonda sugu ambayo audible, unanipata wao, ambayo na I do believe kwamba ni masuala na corruption na masuala mambo mawili tu, corruption na masuala na tribalism. Hayo ndo ameweza kutumaliza Kenya. So this is the time kwamba tuungane, tumalizane na masuala na ukabila. Sisi wenyewe hasa wananchi tuungane, kabila zote, kisha tuhakikishe kwamba kama ushindi huu ni wa bwana Raila, apewe ushindi wake ili apigane na hii masuala na corruption, Kenya tusonge mbele. Lakini hata iweje, hata tukaeje, kama hakutapigana na mambo na ufisadi na watu wamelimbikiza miji pesa, kisha watufumbe macho hapa wakituletea hasala fund ambayo haina msingi, kwa haijulikani nchi kwa miguu ni wapi, kwa kichwa ni wapi. Please Kenyans, tufikirie zaidi, tusidanganywe tu na katonge kamkononi ambako hakashibishi. Hebu tupiganie ule ambao uko kwa sahani na kwenye sufuria, maana hapo ndo tutakaposhiba. Tusiwe yule ambaye unaambua mkatieni tu. Hebu turudi mahali ambapo tutaambua mpakulieni, mmwekee, si mkatieni. Sasa tumewekwa mkatieni tu wananchi sisi wanazo tupo. Kwa hivyo ni kitu ambacho hatushibi, lakini kushiba ni pale ambapo tutakuwa tunapakuliwa, na kupakuliwa kwamba mambo na ufisadi, mambo na usimamizi mzuri wa rasilimali, kuwe haswa na mipango. Unapewa sekta, unaifuatilia, unadoa, useme ni kwa nini. Lakini haya mambo tunashuhudia kwa mahakama zetu, mambo katika mambo katika masuala na tume kama vile ya uchaguzi, ambayo inatumia mamilioni ya pesa, mwisho wa siku sauti ya Mkenya inakuwa ni ndoto, sio inaosikika. Tuna watu tunapangiwa, haja gani tuingie katika uchaguzi tena if haki haitakusimama ya Mkenya na sauti ya Mkenya ambao ni kura yake haitasimama? Haina haja tuingie kwa uchaguzi 2027. Wakae watupangie kwamba huyu fulani atakaa basi, alafu tuone nchi itaelekea wapi. But kama tunahitaji kwamba tuingie katika chaguzi, basi sio ni chaguzi ambazo zina haki. Anayeshindwa nakubali kihalali, na anayeshinda anakuwa katika mamlaka. Hii Kenya ni yetu wote, si ya madosi. Mtu asiwe ameiba, amejilimbikizia mali isiyokuwa na msingi, anahofia kwamba mimi anayeingia pale hataweza kunisaidia. Maana ndio kitu ambacho tuko nacho Kenya, kwamba mimi nimeiba, nimefanya yasiyokuwa sawa, na endapo kutaingia mtu ambaye hataweza kuwa na kusimama na mimi, basi mimi ni changu kwa matoni. So watu wanaumizwa na matumbo yao, especially wanasiasa, na kibaya zaidi kimeingia katika watu wa makanisa. Hawa wachungaji wameingia katika hali hizo. So dini imegeuzwa kuwa biashara. Panda mbegu, the more unapanda mbegu, the more unapata maombi zaidi. So ni vitu vya waibu, ndugu zangu. Mimi kwa kweli Chaka ni mnyonge, kwa huku mashinani na nabeba mzigo mkubwa, maana mimi ndo nayeuona haswa, na si mimi tu. Simaanishi kwamba labda ni mimi, ni wengi wa Wakenya wanabeba huu mzigo na ufikiria mimi haswa, na unakuona mzigo mzito mno. Ili kutua huu mzigo ni tuungane pamoja wa Kenya. Tunaye mtu ambaye alimwajalia, amjalie maisha marefu, mzee Raila Odinga, ampe maisha marefu. Huyo ndio mkombozi wetu, kwa sababu yeye track record yake iko wazi wazi, tunaiona. Pigia vyama vingi, ametoa masuala ya chama kimoja, amerudi pale, ametuletea ugatuzi, katiba mpya na mambo mengi yanayofungamana pale. Na pia alikuwa ni mwenye kutumbua majibu, akisema hapo kuna shaka, basi kuna shaka kweli. Sasa wamepewa serikali, wanasema wamepata empty. Hii watu walioiba mpaka wamepata empty shelves ni akina nani walikuwa hapo kwa serikali? Wao walikuwa tunawalipa mishahara, wanakielewa kwamba hii pesa imeenda hapo kwa sababu hawakuwa nje ya serikali. Wale ambao wako katika uongozi walikuwa hapo hapo, wasidanganye kwamba waliachiwa hii nchi tu haina kitu. Haina kitu wakati matrips ndio hayo. Haina kitu wakati mambo na Thanksgiving ndio hizo ambazo haziishi na hazina msingi kwa Mkenya. Leo hii Wakenya tuende Eritrea hapa tukatafute kazi hapa, baada wao waje hapa kwetu, kwa sababu ni nchi komavu, tumetoka mbali, na katika tuna lead haswa katika swala na uchumi na infrastructure. Leo tutoka hapa tuende Eritrea hapa tuende utafute kazi watu wetu. Udi waibu gani huu? So for real, hii government imeshindwa. Ni government ya sympathize, kujikaribisha na kujikurubisha kwa wananchi, wakidhania kwamba wao ni watu ni waswafi kama pamba, lakini kumbe tu ni wale umbwa mwitu waliojivisha ngozi ya kondoo, wanatula tukiwaangalia hivi hivi. So ni wakati tufungue macho kwa jicho la tatu, tuache ukabila, tuache ushabiki wa Kenya, to stand for our rights, ili kusudi tutatee vitezi vyetu. Huu ndio wakati wa kupaza sauti zetu juu na tuseme hapana, tunataka Kenya iende mbele, si turegeshwe back to where we used to be. So for my submission ambayo naweza ngachangia hapo padogo, mimi kwangu kawaida ni kuwarai ndugu zangu wa Kenya wote, kabila zote. Kenya ni yetu wote. Hakuna mtu ambaye yuko perfect, naamini hilo, lakini kwa kweli ni yetu wote. Tukiruhusu wanasiasa waweze kutupangia, hatutoshi. Ni wao tuwaambie ni hivi ndio tunawapangia, kwa sababu tumetuma wajumbe watuwakilishe, na hata tumeweka hata rais atuwakilishe, but si wao watupangie ni nini haswa. Hebu tazameni huo mpango ambao mpaka sasa hivi mpaka machifu waandike masuala na mbolea, machief, masubchief, machairman, village chairmans ama village elders au mabalozi waandike sasa wakulima, kwa sababu kila mkulima atatolewa 1500, alafu kule mbele napambana hali yake ndio tuweze kupata mbolea, ndio tutoe hali ya njaa hapo. Unaona hiyo mipango yenye inakaa, yani ni kitu ambacho kwa kweli ukikitazama hivi hakina tija. So tunageshwa pale kwa DODC nini, na mwisho wa siku tutakuja wimba na nazungumza tu kiutano, tutakuja kuimba chama kimoja UDA, na usipoimba huo wimbo basi you are in for it. Sisi ambao tuko hapa tuna uhuru wa kutangaza na kuzungumza haya. Huu uhuru ulitafutwa jamani, tulitoka hapo enzi za Moi hapo. Lazima useme KANU, ufuate nyayo, lakini ukijaribu kuikosoa makosa na tutapelekwa pale pale, kwa sababu this is the way hii serikali inaelekea. Kwa hivyo ni wakati tusipe muda wa kutosha tena. Tumewapa miezi mitatu, tumewaangalia. Ndio waliingia na mlango wa nyuma, lakini kama angekuwa anatangaza mazuri tungesema Kenya iende mbele. Lakini hii desturi ya kwamba let's accept and heal na nini, mimi ndio imenisinya kabisa. This time around hakuna cha kuheal, ni haki ipatikane na mwenye mbuzi apewe mbuzi wake. Asanteni.
Asante sana. I think Kenyan with Love is here. Alex Media is here. Take over this thing, bana, so that we move to the next level. Mary Wainaina can be next, whatever method you want to use. Asante sana.
Wewe kwani unaenda mahali? Uprising?
Niko tu hapa but nataka unajua wewe ndio mkubwa bana.
Hapana, hakuna mkubwa hapo. Unajua hiyo ndio shida pia tuko nayo Kenya. That's why we are having this problem with our government. Well, ukiambia mtu mkubwa, hakuna mtu mkubwa mahali popote. Sisi wote wa Kenya, sisi wote binadamu. Hakuna mkubwa hapa. If you're the chair, you're the chair. That's how it works. And that's the problem that we have with our country, because we have tunakuwa na hiyo kitu ya mkubwa. Hiyo kitu ya mkubwa, I hate it. Na usiwahi niita mkubwa tena. I hate kuitwa mkubwa. Manake hiyo ndio kitu inafanya ndio tunaita kila mtu mkubwa, mheshimiwa, kufanya nini, and I hate doing that. For the people that know me here, if you're a public servant, you're a public servant. If you have a chair, you're the chair, you're the chair. It doesn't matter. So I think it also starts with us. Sasa ukianza kuniita mkubwa wewe, na wewe ndio chair, you have to give me the, lazima mimi ndio ninyenyekee kwanza, nijue wewe ndio chairman mpaka unipatie time yangu. So wewe wacha hizo vitu bwana, endelea.
Haya, sawa, nimesikia hiyo maneno, and next time nitakuita tu. Najua ni ile tu wa Kenya tunaitananga wakati imefika December hivi, na wakati unataka kakitu unaambia wewe chairman nini mkubwa, but now I get it. We need not to elevate people like that. Anyway, we have been here with Mary Wainaina, Chaka, and Dune, and there was also the Moses, I think, and Kidube. They were all here. I think it's time now you take the night shift, alafu tuelekeze tu katika njia most, so that we know what next for Kenya.
Okay, thank you brother. You've done a good job. Nimekuwa nikiwa huko tu nyuma, but you're a great person. Umefanya kazi mzuri sana, and I really appreciate you, and I think everybody appreciates you. Thank you so much. Na usipotee, tunafunga na wewe leo. You know you've been gone a long time, na unakujanga kama umejificha. We know your name, lakini hatuwezi sema due to national security issues. Lakini nimeona leo ukiulizwa mbona umejitokeza leo na uogopi sijui Ruto atakufanya. Haizi tufanyia kitu bwana. Hii country ni yetu, si yake. We will say, we will talk. and we will go back wenye tuko nje na hatutaogopa. Some of the, just a little bit before sasa niachie kila mtu, some, when you read the history of Kenya, you do understand the people that actually live outside, that they never wanted to live outside. And there's a funny part that I was just reading the other day, and I understood that actually the infrastructure of Singapore was the Kenyan infrastructure. Where we are today in our country, politically, and what politics boils down to everything that we do, infrastructure and everything, is that we are backtracking. We're going back instead of going forward. We're backtracking. We had gotten to a place where we were doing everything was working well. Our economics, infrastructure, everything was working well until we came and got this government that we have. And mind you guys, Uhuru Ruto's government was not the best of the best that was liked. In fact, Uprising, because I want you to support me on this. Are you still there, Uprising?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening to you keenly. I'm listening. Yes.
Uprising, tell me if last time, the very first time when the ICC, the time when we were getting the Uhuru Ruto government, was there Kikuyu on any side? Please be careful, be nice, and don't worry about the tribalism, because I think we are crossing the tribalism line right now. Was there Kikuyu that wanted to be with anybody else at the time?
Wanted like how?
Like, was there Kikuyu with the Baba side? Was there anything like that when it was that time of when the last two elections?
There have always been Kikuyus who love Baba with a passion. There have always
No, but
been.
at the
But
time, could you even say it? Could you even come out?
No.
And I can also, if I had a car engineer, I could say the same thing. But the thing I always say, and I'm is trying to say nowadays, is that this is the most peaceful time that we have, because we have the Kikuyus, the Kalenjins, and everybody with us. We have our country together. And Uprising, if you remember, there was a time we said 40 against 2. But now, this time is not. This time, Kenya is united, knowing that we are all together. Do you agree with that, Uprising?
Yeah, I do. I think for the first time we find that you will find all kinds of tribes, all tribes actually supporting the right thing, because actually it makes me wonder how this government won, because we had a very big chunk, and even Raila alluded to that today, that so many Kikuyu voted for him, and he was even grateful to them. And Kambas voted for Raila Odinga. The Kisis and Alex voted. Coast voted. So for the first time, we are all together in one thing, and I think you're very right in your analysis.
Thank you. And it means a lot. And sorry to put you on the spot on that, because I know you're a Kikuyu, but who cares? You are a Kenyan. I am a Kamba. I'm a Kenyan. Who cares? So the thing is that with the biggest problem that we had even since independence was ukabila. And there comes a time where a country changes. It took the United States to go to civil war for them to start changing, and for them to understand that you have to invest in infrastructure, and for them to understand that this continent has to be together. Now, one thing that people don't understand when they talk about like something like the United States,
Let me interject there for a minute.
Yeah. Alex, go.
Mato, let me interject there. Mato, let me.
Is it my network or Alex's? Can anybody hear me?
Mato.
President, can you hear me, or is it Alex that is having a problem with network, or is it me?
I can hear both of
Mato,
you.
can you hear me?
Yeah,
I can hear you. Yeah.
I want to disagree with you in a minute. What had been done in Kenya had been very unfair, and I think to a point whereby some of people like Kimunya, SK Macharia regret. There was an election that was done, that was in 2013, and in Kiambu, Raila did so well that Kabogo asked, where did he get these votes from? Kikuyus have always voted for Raila, for your information. But because
Ni Alex amepotea?
Network yake inamsumbua, network inamsumbua.
Oh, so I thought ilikuwa nini yangu. I know he'll be back. Anyway, mimi nilikuwa nikisema uprising. He's back. Yeah. He's back. Okay. Alex, sorry. I think you got kicked out by the network. I don't know what happened, but go ahead. Alex. Hey, kwani tumevamiwa leo? Wewe president unanisikia?
Kabisa.
Okay, so I think ni Alex.
Alex, I think ni network tu inamsumbua. Na Mary wenena?
I think Mary alienda kulala, don't you think?
Yeah.
Ni mtoe ama niache bado? Mary wanaina bado huko?
Maybe anasikia from the behind. Wacha tu akae.
Okay. Alex atarudi. Yeye anaweza jirudisha. But ile kitu uprising, ile kitu imenifurahisha na this time and the political season where we are. Yes. Ni vile Wakenya wameshikana wote. Na cause I talk to people back at home, and one thing is that I also have myself. Alex, are you ready, or do you want me to finish what I was saying? Because ulikuwa umekatwa na internet kidogo.
No, my Wi-Fi was reconfiguring. I'm not sure why it does that sometimes.
Yeah, even mine does that sometimes. I think ni kuvamiwa, lakini hawezi nipata. So anyway, yeah, go ahead, Alex. I think we were somewhere.
I wanted to remind Uprising that for a very long time we had this notion that Kikuyus don't like Raila. And in private moments, I could find some progressive and professionals who looked beyond politics and wanted real development because they understood that wealth creation is a matter of leadership. And the media, even though sometimes we think that SK Macharia, with his reformation and coming back to support Raila, has been a good thing. There was a time he put a machinery, a political machinery in his station to a point that we believed that Kikuyus can never, ever, ever vote. Kuna mzee hapa ambaye anatoka kule Kiamu. He came here and told us for several times he did vote for Raila, but he could not say it because the narrative that was going through the media. I have come to understand that there are many, many Kikuyus for a very long time who have been supporting Raila, but could not come out because of the media narrative. So this idea that Kikuyus have never loved Raila or have never supported Raila, I think it's a wrong notion. We must go back now and they must come out and say the truth, because that truth is the one that going to liberate Kenya. Because that is the one thing, again, Gachagua wants to use Mr. Uprising to think that you people are going to go back to the days whereby you used to fear to say the truth, that you know what, you can't compare Gachagua with Raila. When it comes to wealth creation, when it comes to job creation, when it comes to economic growth, and those three things are very important to the Kikuyu nation. So this nation, this notion and the question that Mato has asked and the way he has framed it, I think it's a wrong way to frame that question. I still believe that for a very long time, there were so many progressive Kikuyus who believed that they needed a leader who can change this country. It is the media narrative that created this notion that we had so much division, and actually it ended up creating some division. And the people who bought that division are the people who are not enlightened or who are not exposed. Exposure is more important than education. When you are exposed, there are people who are not learned, but they have been exposed. They have gone to Eldoret, they have gone to Kisii, they have gone to Kisumu, they have done business, they have interacted with these people, and in the end, they have come to know that, you know what, all these people are good people. It is the media narrative that made us think that a Kikuyu can never vote for a Luo. Thank you very much for that. I don't know what you can say, Uprising.
I agree with you. I agree totally with you. I think the only fear Kikuyu had is to associate with Raila, but I think there have been many Kikuyu who have voted for Raila Odinga, and they didn't vote for him because of Raila Odinga. The ideology, the principle of Raila Odinga is very attractive because he stands for the truth. We are where we are in the standard of democracy in Africa because of that man called Raila Odinga. I feel bad many a times when they refer him as Mganga, as a devil worshipper, or those names. And that's the narrative, as you said, coined to separate the Kikuyus and the Luos so that it benefits some people. And that is what Gachagua is trying to do now. And is going to fall flat-footed because Gachagua is not a leader in any... He doesn't look like a leader. He doesn't display leadership in him. He is a chauvinist. They call it the people who... bigots, those who think that the world revolves upon hate to excel. I should hate that tribe so that my people feel like I'm the person who should fight for them. That is the kind of politics Gachagua wants to bring back. And we are telling him he doesn't represent us. We don't know what happened. He became the deputy president. I think it is... I know they did whatever they did, but he is a leader with no qualities, with no manners, and for lack of a better word, is a disgrace to the tribe of Kikuyu because we have better leaders. We have people who are proficient, efficient, and eloquent, and people who have character. He has no character. Yeah, he has everything wrong in leadership. So I agree with you when you say they used it to separate and benefit from it.
And I also think Uprising, I also think there's something that is happening right now that is the best thing that has happened to our country. Tribes are starting to fall apart. You know, things fall apart by Chinua Achebe. You know, things are starting to fall apart to where we're no longer going to be Shamba la Wanyama, but be one like, you know, the Tanzanian, what was his name? The Tanzanian, Alex, remind me, pia hata wewe najua unamjua. The one that came up and said there's no tribe in Tanzania.
I don't know him.
Mzee Nyerere.
No, you could have said the president of Tanzania then. But
No, I was just saying what he said. That's what he came up with. Right now, Kenya is starting to see that. But we're on a ticking time bomb. You make one step, one wrong move, and Kenya will burn down because of where we are. So you have a citizenry of Kenya that is not happy about what is happening. You have a citizenry that is understanding things. Na venye Ruto usema, you know, watu wajinga waliisha. You have a citizenry that is just waiting, and that's why you hear people saying, Baba tuambie tunataka kwendaje. Tuendeaje. That's why you hear that kind of saying that you've never had, and it's only 3 months. Uprising, it's only 3 months. And these guys are, I mean, people are just here. Watu wanajua waliumizwa nini, the media is trying to change the narrative, whatever the man can do is trying to do it. Ruto trying to do whatever. Gachagua is here acting like he's a vice president of Kikuyu land, and Ruto is trying to put, I mean, we know that
Josiah come.
You should be here by now.
Alex, mute. Yeah. So you find like you have people who are a ticking time bomb that they're just being quiet because they're being told to be quiet. I've spoken to people. Unfortunately, unfortunately, one day I was talking about, because my what you call send wave doesn't work, mine. Something happened and it doesn't work, and I called the customer service. Fortunately, it was a Kenyan that picked, and then he started talking, and he was like, at some point he told me, ama unataka kutuambia tukule ujeuri yetu. And I was like, kwa nini unasema hivyo? Akaniambia, because we messed up. This guy anaharibu uchumi ya Kenya, anatumaliza, and we don't know what to do. Thank you, Mama Mary, for coming back. And akaniambia, we don't know what to do, and we are stuck with this government. But there's coming time. And I told you guys here, I told you, you cannot have a mafia. It's never worked anywhere. Even Pablo Escobar did it and got all the way to the Congress. It will change. However it changes, I hope we don't go to war, because it will change. That's hiyo ni kitu niko nayo kwa roho yangu, because I've studied a lot of political science while I'm still doing my other things, and I've looked at countries that went down. I know where the civil war started, and the First World War and the Second one, and even the Russia one, we already knew that was not going to happen. Now, the problem comes is when you already have the results. People have the results. We know how many votes Ruto got. We have them. We did that. Diaspora did that because we didn't want the server to be closed. And that's why the same number that we've been speaking about, 3.57, is what Raila said again. I am just saying that this is the last time that election will be stolen in Kenya. And the last time that Kenya will be divided. But what I'm scared of personally, this I'm talking personal, Mimi, what I'm really scared about is that by the time we get back that just what we had, because we wanted to be the hub of East Africa, because either way, Africa is going to combine. And it started with East Africa. Kenya was supposed to be the central part of it. By the time we're done, we might lose the hub that we had. The fact that we could even go into Somalia and maliza the Al-Shabaab threat, it means intelligence and everything. The reason when you go to Nanyuki and you find this, army, United States and how they, and the UK working together, we might actually lose that if we are not very careful, because the person that we have is not a leader, he's a businessman. And that's why to him, everything is business. That's why he's giving you money and telling you to pay 25% of it, and he's gonna save it for you. So if you go, which bank are you going to get your savings from if you want to use it? So who told you can come and save? Which government in the world saves for their citizenry? You don't save, you save the taxes that we pay. After we pay the taxes, it's done. Let me live my life. If I become successful, that's fine. If I have a business, that's fine. But now a government telling me that they're going to save for me, what are you saving? And when am I going to be able to go and withdraw that savings? You're being given 475 and you have to pay back 500. Multiply that by the population of Kenya. Though here, it's impossible that anybody is gonna take. All the population is gonna take that. But actually, multiply 25 times 1,000. What is that? How much money is that? Ni venye Kenya ametoka, nilikuwa nataka hiyo swali nilikuwa nimemtumia Mama Mary. Hiyo ni pesa ngapi? When 25 times half of the population of Kenya.
25 what, Nata?
25 shillings?
Yes.
Times half of the population of Kenya.
That is times 25 million. I can do it off head. Hold on.
Tupige, let's be realistic. I can see Julia is here. Kuna mali maybe tumemguza. Thank you, Julia. I know she's here. Thank you, our sister. Ameenda tena.
25 times 25. Because
hiyo ni hesabu gani mnapiga na wapigia na kichwa bana?
That is 6 625 million. 625 million.
A month. Where do you think that money is going?
Your guess is right as mine.
A month.
A month.
Actually, not a month. 2 weeks. In every 2 weeks.
So in a month, twice.
Times
2. That's 1 trillion.
Okay.
1.25.
Okay. And that's how people make money in corporates. So the guy is running the country as a corporate. And you can never withdraw that money. You're being told that it's being saved. Who saves your money? You or me? You see, that's where the problem is. When you have a president that is running the whole thing as a corporate, and because that's how he's had this money, giving the churches, and that's how he's been able to buy the churches, because he goes and gives your church at, and most of the churches back in Kenya, they're not really churches, they're just a money-making scheme. There's very few churches that you can find in Kenya that really unaweza enda huko bila kupeana sadaka. So if you go over there, and it's okay, it's also been used by mafia. Churches have also been used by mafias for a long time to do money laundering. So it's a money laundering scheme. You see, when Uhuru changed the currency to the small currency, there was a lot of people who did not know where to take the big bill, they did not know where to take it. And our constitution is there, but it's been haijatumika. Why? Because we have mafias in the government. And when you have a mafia in the government will go down. Mama Mary, I will ask you just before I keep quiet. Who knew where the pesa kwa wazee was coming from? Who actually, before now, knew that subsidies were a part of everything that was happening? That even there was subsidies for help loans, people going to university. Who knew? People did not know, but that was a supplementary budget that was always passed all the years. Hata tangu Moi. So you come and take it because you want everybody to cry for you. Aki mutalia. Hii Kenya, if people don't get Ruto out of that place, because Ruto is worse than Moi. And I'm just saying it. Mama Mary, I'm sorry. I've studied economy, nimefanya vitu zangu na whatever I do. And I've been in politics for a long time. This one, I came to a point where I started saying what Stone Piquet says. I think there comes a time that a revolution is imminent. That all of us, now that we are all united, unless we want our country to go the Somali way. Sorry, I'm being radical squeezy, but I think that's the only way that we have to go. Because if you got there and you were not elected, you shouldn't even be there. How do you become a president with 3.57 million of people who the whole country is almost 50 million? How do you do that? And then you still want to stick to be there. But people are so scared because of 2007 and what happened. People are so scared of shedding blood because we've learned how to be brothers and sisters. And that's why today we are brothers and sisters from the Kikuyu, from the Kisii, from Kalenjin, from Mukambani, and everything. And that's the biggest thing I used to say here when we were campaigning to Alex, that we in Ukambani wanted to change that monopoly of every leader that wants to be a Kenyan leader wanting to go to Kikuyu land. And that's why we brought Ukambani Mzima Mzima. That's what we wanted to do, to change it so that even Kikuyus feel that there's another area that can be spoken to. So, Mama Mary, nimeongea vitu mingi. Bado nitafungua vitu tu kidogo kidogo as we continue. You know, with other conversations, not necessarily today, but this is something because we are here to really educate people and actually agitate our country to become together. I think that's all I'm going to open for now, but I want you to react to that, tafadhali. And even Alex. Alex, kwani umelala? Anatusikiza. Okay, so Mama Mary alafu Alex.
Thank you, Kenya with Love, Alex Media. Hapo mbeleni nilikuwa nimeongea nikasema Kenya inatakiwa iwe huru hata kama ni wakati wa election. And I remember somebody at the back in comment section anaitwa Washington Okechi alisema yes, supervision should be there. And I had said that there shouldn't be supervision. Kwa nini tuna supervise? Is it because we are expecting people to steal? Now, there are countries whereby they do supervision, but it's not a supervision of votes being stolen. It's supervision of directing people to the right place, to show them this is where you go, this is where you stand, and this is how you go about it. If you have any question, ask me. That is the only supervision that is done. But in Kenya, supervision is about looking your vote not to be stolen. Why should it be stolen? That's the first question about our election. Why should my vote be stolen? Why should somebody stand there to bribe somebody so that to vote for the wrong person? Because I would say, when you bribe, it means that you are not sure of winning because you know your character. That is why you are bribing. If you know really people want to vote to you, I don't think you can line up there or stand there to bribe people. If you are a good candidate, if you are a qualified candidate. That is one problem we have in Kenya. And that is why we have no peace in Kenya when election come. Because people are anxious. They have been drawn to feel or to understand that any time of election, there will be somebody doing dubious business. It's not fair and free. And fair and free, I mean, even the voters themselves, they are scared. They are not free. And they are not happy. Because they feel anytime they go and vote, the vote does not go their way. It goes the other way around. So they feel tired. What is all this we are doing? And this is what we want to end by turning 2022 to be more digested, to be more dissected, to be more investigated. We get to the bottom of the problem. And Kenya should be allowed to do that. Because if we are not given the truth of what happened, people are becoming demoralized, which is maybe the happiness of the current government, so that they can go on doing the dubious business they have been doing. So I'm saying, if we agree, we Kenyans, and do the better thing and the best thing that we supposed to do right now, getting on the street in a very humble manner. It's not about violence, it's not about anything but solidarity of our country, and get the answer of what happened. I'm thinking Kenyans, kila mtu awe na placard. Placard umeandika what you want the constitution to read, what you want the constitution to do for you, what you want the leader who will be with us to present each and every Kenyan request. Meaning there are so many things people want, and they should be aired out, that should make them happy in their country. We are not foreigners, we are Kenyans.
Mama Megi, there was someone that I was talking to the other day, and I want you to comment on this one because you came into that. Someone was telling me, why don't you, he's not even a Kenyan. He was like, because I was explaining to them the constitution and how it works and the devolution. And he was like, why don't you guys just at least get the more money, the 35% that you guys are talking, take it to the county level, and then let the national government do what they do. Don't even vote, don't do whatever. Let them just do whatever they want to do. Whoever they bring, as long as you're getting your county government, money. Why can't you just do that? It was a stupid question, but I still don't think it's very stupid. I had to think a lot about that. What do you think about that as you finish your thing? And I'm so sorry to come in front of what ulikuwa unasema.
I don't think I got it. Can you repeat again, Mato?
Okay, so nilikuwa naongea na mtu akaniuliza.
Mato, mama alikuwa amefika climax kwa point yake, ukamuinterject. Please, Mato. Mama alikuwa amefika climax. There is something important he was saying. You can umetoa a point, a line of thoughts. Alikuwa amefika climax.
Sawa, Mama Mary, maliza kitu yenye ulikuwa ukisema, alafu nitakuuliza hiyo. I thought you went through na wewe.
Thank you. I think I had reached a point of Kenyans standing to write with a placard written what they want the constitution to look like. And these requests be presented to the leader who will present it in the right way, maybe shortlist the important ones so that Kenyans can feel comfortable and satisfied with their interest, because Kenya is their country and they want them heard what they want Kenya to look like. The people who are living in Kenya, who are lovely Kenyans, they want to have many things, and that is not a demand, it's a right. It's their right that they should get it. But it should be presented by the right person, in the right way, in the right time. For example, There before I said that politicians, when they go to parliament, they started a behavior of how to increase their salary. And the moment they started doing that, Kenyans complained just a little bit and they kept quiet. So the politicians won and they got the money they wanted. This money has made many people crazy. It has enticed these people. That is why they fight, whether die or live, so that they can win the election. And the election in Kenya, if you look at, people spend a lot of money so that to get there. Where do they get this money? Still, some of them is corruption so that they can be able to go in and corrupt more. And why corrupt more? Because they feel I've spent a lot to get there, so I have to get my money back. Tell me, who is that getting back his money? Is he thinking about the people they elected him? First of all, he has to fill his pocket. That's when he gets to the trap of getting greedy more and more every day. Kenyan, you are forgotten. Whatever you did, you ashamed yourself because the person you elected does not care about you anymore. If we knew, or if that time Kenyans were like today, we would have opposed and stopped that. Because this is why you see them, they don't want to lose and they better even do killing. They better do any worst crime in Kenya to win the seat. I'm saying this because we have seen it and we have experienced it. And what they have done, really, we have seen it. They have forgotten the people that have elected them, and that's where Kenyans now we should think about. We should also know that we have the right, and we should have that also on our written placard, that any politician that fails to deliver, we have a right, vote of no confidence, and we get rid of him. It doesn't matter how long he has served, because this is the only way we Kenyans, we can get service. Otherwise, we will be always complaining and we will never get anywhere. We have got so many things we can demand to be put in our constitution. And this is one of it. Either tribe matters. Politicians' pay should be reduced. Term limit should be discussed. 1 man, 1 vote, 1 shilling should be discussed. County productivity should be discussed. Protection and safety of any Kenyan should be discussed. We should have fair and free hearing in court, because we have seen the court has really thrown us through the window. meaning us, we Kenyans. Referendum is a must for any change of constitution. So those are examples of what my opinion or what I feel as a loving Kenya person. When I talk, I personally, individually as I am, I talk because I'm a Kenyan, I belong to Kenya, and Kenya is my home to stay. So when I see how Kenyans are being treated and how Kenyans are being thriftily used and thrown, makes me wonder, how long do we live in that country in such a situation? I hope things change for the better, but not with the current regime, because what they have done, it's nothing somebody can dream of. We are Kenyans who want peace in our country. We have seen people shed blood because of the country. But the people we have right now in the government, they have no respect of what happened. Remember, they said we don't want history. History is our teacher. History is our reference of how we can guide and move to the right direction. History is an experience that can make you have a good decision. What is next? But if it is abolished, if you are made to believe that history is not a good item to use, a good tool, then you are mistaken. Because what we see is a shamble of problems being piled up. Let's entangle all these problems and live free. Let's not have leash on our neck. Let's be leash free so that we can know really we are freedom. We have freedom of our own everywhere we are, because we are good people. We are not criminals, and we should be treated by the government the right way. I'll stop there, Mato. I'm still here with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Mama Mary. We really appreciate you so much for always being with us. I know it's not easy for you to be here with us, but you take that. But it's because one day people will listen to us and see what we were talking about, and maybe how maybe we changed or did not change. We might not succeed in changing by talking to our people. But anyways, Alex, the floor is yours, sir. Alex.
Matt, I don't have much today. So much to say today. You know, the topic, it's not yet open forum. I've said enough about Chebukati as a gangster, somebody who bungled our election, and we still allowed him to do it. And I think we are complicit of who had a gang of many people. And we allowed him to be a referee in an election whereby we kept having our own doubts over and over and over. We had so many doubts and we saw what he was doing. So up to that end, I mean, I can't keep on repeating of a person that I don't even want to even see his picture. The other day I saw that he's the person of the year. It was just a laughing stock. I mean, I don't understand who could even think about that. I think the Star newspaper has degenerated itself to the lowest level by trying to tell us that Chebukati is the person of the year. I just don't want to talk about Chebukati, but let me divert into something else. Today, I had a sort of insomnia and I was kind of listening to the Senate about the impeachment motion of Our Lady Excellency from Meru. It took me back to two incidences on how the motion of impeachment of of the Kirinyaga governor and how Malala, who was the chair, handled it. And the compassionate they gave her was unwarranted because whatever she had committed, I think, was even more serious than what they are alleging this lady. What I have come to know, and I may not be right, I may be wrong, but the patriarchal society of the Meru people is so strong that I think they demean the leadership of that lady. And I think that lady understood at some point what she was going to go through, especially being an independent governor. You see, being an independent governor has so many disadvantages because you do not have members of county assembly who comes from your party, and therefore they can gang together and decide to choose a speaker for you who can do anything. I think after watching and listening keenly, that is pure witch hunt. Pure witch hunt. There is nothing that you can say about that. Pure witch hunt. But let me tell you what made me feel offended today most. Feel offended most of all things is this lady called Peris Tobiko. The speech of Peris Tobiko was demeaning to that lady. She comes out as a holy lady, telling us that the women who came in front of us, like Phoebe CEO, all these ladies that she, and then she just says, are you going to bangle the name of the governorship of our ladies so that in the future we may not come from 7 to 10? As if she's so holy. If you look at what is happening in Meru, even if I was a woman and I was that Mwangaza lady, I could behave exactly the way she's behaving because those people do not respect her. But I like how Edwin Sifuna came in. Edwin Sifuna had some sort of wisdom. At some point, Edwin Sifuna left Kenyans talking on on social media platform because of what she said, that everybody should be given an opportunity to cross-examine evidence that has been filed. It should not be for some people. And I think he was very fair. He was completely very fair. Boni Aluale came out as a person who had compassion and he wanted to listen carefully because he realized the witch hunt, but being the chairman, he could not come out openly and say this is pure witch hunt. There are some senators who I could not believe what they were saying. And I'm saying this in comparison to what happened to a person called what is the name? Waiguru. Waiguru impeachment was a joke, and it was led by a man called Malala. And what is happening to this woman, Mwangaza, and I know they are going to impeach her. From the way things are going on, I think they have made a decision, and that decision is coming from State House. They want to make sure that Meru has gone to UDA because from the look of things, the president has been appointing people from Meru, and he has an interest in Meru. So they are just typically witch hunting, and they are going to sacrifice that woman because not only there is male chauvinism and witch hunt, but also there is disrespect for women, I think, from that community. That impeachment motion made me realize that women still have a long way to go, especially from other women, because some women failed to become governors. Now they feel entitled to lecture other women on how they must govern. We have different ways of governing. Now, let me tell you some of the things that they were accusing that woman. And it's funny. I wrote them somewhere here. I wrote them somewhere here. Let me read them. The offenses she is accused of through styled gross violation of the Constitution and the law that boils down to 6 issues: failing to follow the procedure in hiring county staff because she was doing it anyhowly, failing to submit alternative names after some of her county executives were rejected by the assembly, and instead refashioning her ministries to number approved and alleged verification, and humiliating of MCA in its leadership and the county and other elected and appointed leadership. So the funny part is, if I was, you see, they even showed it in not even in hindsight, openly in the Senate, on how MCS spelled stones on her openly. And then you tell me that this woman should not be defiant. You are a woman, Mama Mary. Male, 17 male, spelled stones on you. Are you not supposed to be aggressive? What are you supposed to do? Become timid and senile? I think that is the most, I think women, you must uprise and tete this woman. If you allow this motion to go through and she be impeached, just know this: the future of women is going to be very difficult as governorship, especially if most of the MCAs are going to come, are going to be men. It is not wrong to become an independent governor. The fact that you don't have MCAs that are coming from your parties, they should have embraced her, and they should have worked with her. They should have stopped. And at some point, one of the conditions that they gave her, and you know, it was appalling. And I was asking myself, what nonsense is going on in our Senate today? One of the conditions the MCAs gave her is that she should not walk with the first gentleman. Did you hear that? That asitembea na bwana yake. So I was wondering, Ruto anatembea na bibi yake, Uhuru alikuwa anatembea na bibi yake, Raila anatembea na bibi yake, huyu mwanamke anakatashwa asitembee na bwana yake.
Alex, I think this MCA were out there to shame her in all ways they can, all manner of shameful talk, because especially when I heard In fact, I didn't even look about other points. I looked at the point whereby they say that the husband should not go to the house where the wife lives because she's a governor. It's a governor. She should. I was like, are they divorced now because she became a governor? So that is one thing that put me off, and I felt that the parliament, even, I don't see why even they should listen to that impeachment, because it is childish, very shameful. Some of the points, really, they don't need even to be tabled. And the other thing is that how you see, don't think women love each other. I'm telling you this through experience. Women don't love each other. They have kind of a jealous kind of behavior towards one another, and especially where the achievement comes. I'm sorry, women, I have to say this because it is something I have seen. And so don't think that women will come for her side. I would even say maybe men would have said no. This is a woman and we should give her a chance. But now she's fought side by side, up and down, center and everywhere.
You know,
Alex, can I say something real quick?
Sure, go ahead.
You see, what Mama Mary said is very important, because I was looking at the whole thing, and personally, I haven't found anything that is substantial. I've followed those proceedings to the latter, to a point where they had to beg her to come and stand to stand on the podium. And when she was being questioning, I followed the whole thing. And in as much I thought maybe she had done something wrong, because I didn't understand how you in the first place. And that's why you hear perception is such a bad thing. Because in the first place, when I heard that she had employed her own husband, I did not understand it until I saw her in the podium and she answered everything. And I understood this guy was not even employed. He wasn't even getting anything. He's just a first man. So what? These first ladies, Mutua had them. We even know of Mutua's first lady. Every governor that we know has always had, unless you are a player. And then I looked at her and the way she was answering everything. I did not hear anything that she did wrong. Alex, I'm sorry, but I did. But I'm a good student and I know how to read people. I know that lady did not do anything. And when they start talking about what she said, everybody has a right of what they want to say. It's called the freedom of expression, freedom of speech. Why are they bringing that thing and they cannot even substantiate it? And they're having a hard time to even substantiate it. But I think there's a bigger picture that is going to come out of that. But yeah, no, that lady needs to go back to doing her job. I think the only thing is just what Kivuta Kibwana did too. Just cancel the whole thing. Funga your chapter. She needs, it's just that she didn't give some contracts where they needed to go for the MCAs that they think, and now they want to push her because they have nothing. There's nothing substantial. I looked at it and there was nothing, Alex, unless you saw something that lady did wrong. If you're not an iron lady, you are an iron lady. So what? You're the governor. Kwani Alex, kuna mtu ukiwa gavana wa Kisii utataka tukuje tukusukume na sini ma MCA? Unataka nini yako iendelee vizuri? No, you will tell us no. So ukituambia no tukupeleke at impeachment. Na hata hatuna chochote. We're trying to find everything at the roadside appointments. What roadside appointment did she do? Are they even appointed?
Ruto has appointed her daughter to an office that is unconstitutional, that does not exist. Nobody has taken her to the Senate to impeach her. You saw Kawira impeachment is a reminiscence of the dethroning of what was her name, Justice Baraza, for an omission that could otherwise have reprimanded, something that was so small that she could have been given a small or maybe a leave of absence without being salaried. But you know what? We celebrated it and we got Kohome because we were foolish. The reason we have Kohome today is because we celebrated of something of what Baraza did that was an omission that anybody can do. We have all done foolish things as human beings. And you know, while you see, what hurts me is this. While men in high offices are shielded from allegation of high crimes, somebody like Gachagua, somebody like Waititu, somebody like somebody like Sonko, we are seeing women being haunted on flimsy grounds. Flimsy grounds, things that because roadside, look, there are people. Simbarati right now, her wife, you can't, she's like the governor of Kisii right now. There was another, was it Ribo or Roba, a governor in Northeastern, who was out of the country, and the wife was in the office like the governor. I think Kiraitu is sponsoring, and because he is so bitter that he lost to a woman who was a nobody. He's so bitter using money, you know, paying MCAs to do things that are very undemocratic. And I think it's time for us to stand for women. That woman has done nothing. Roadside declaration is not a criminal offense. That is a petty offense. And it's not even a crime. It's not even a crime. What is happening to our Senate today is so foolish. But what made me happy? We had men of reason. At some point, Sifuna asked him, what should we do? I think what she should have said is not that we can try to work together. These people are not going to work together with her. They've been sponsored, they have made up. A mind that is made up cannot be reprimanded. What she should have said is this: let us dissolve this thing. And you could have seen no MCA will come back, because the people of Meru are going to be bitter with her. If I was her, I will say it is the Samsonic theory. When Samson, when they took her eyes off and Samson could not see, he told God, give me one more chance. And what happened? He took his hands like this, and everybody in that hall died. It should be Samsonic theory. All of them should go home. They dissolve it.
Alex.
Once wait, I finish. They dissolve it. They go home. They go back to election. We see this MCS who is going to come back, and they are going to cry. They think they are more powerful. You cannot reprimand a woman just because, and you start telling a woman not to work with her husband. That is the lowest of the lowest that we did in the Senate. That one of the conditions was that she should never come close to her husband. What is that? Are we trying to force people to divorce? You can go on, Mato.
Alex, he was Samson ilikuwa nywele. I just wanted, that's in a funny note. That's in a funny one. Ilikuwa nywele daddy. Lakini you're very right.
Nywele, walinyoa nywele kwanza, wakamchukua wakati alikuwa read the story of Samson. Kwanza walimkata nywele. Nguvu ilipoisha wakamngoa macho. Ndio wakamleta kwa hall. Hapo kwa hall ndio akaomba akaambia Mungu, give me one more chance. And that is when he finished everybody. They all died together. Go read that story.
No, I know it. I know it. I was just making fun. I was just bringing some humor in it. But also, I wanted to, it was a good thing that I wanted to support you on. So are you telling me that today, if I was chosen to be the governor of Machakos, that my wife ceases to be my wife and I cannot go stay with her in the county house that is there?
You are a man. They can't do that for you. That is Manchuvism. I've come to know that the Meru people are patriarchal society that are retrogressive. They have not come out of that. I used to respect Njuri Jeke, thinking that they can. The woman even said, when things got so hard, I knew that we have an arbitrator. I called Njuri Jeke to come and arbitrate for us. They refused. You could see the woman very humble. And look, at some point, Sifuna or Khalwale said, what we have been told about you, you see, these people brought so many videos so that they can reprimand this woman. But this woman also brought one video to show how they were pelling stones on her. How can you pell stones on somebody? MCS pelling stones on this woman, hitting her car, and then you expect her to be timid. I mean, I pitied that woman, and I think the Meru people should be very ashamed. And I'm not saying that the whole Meru people, but the people who are doing these things to this woman. This woman should accept the dissolution of the whole county assembly. And we see all these MCAs, if they are going to come back. None of them, I swear to God, is going to come back.
You see, Alex, that is what happened to Kivutha Kibwana. But at least Kivutha Kibwana knew how to say, kama hiki kitu ifanyiki tufunge chapter yote. Kivutha Kibwana went all the way. You remember Kivutha Kibwana's story?
Yeah, because he did not have MCS from his side. And after that, when they realized that they are going to lose their jobs, what happened? They started working with him.
Exactly. So it's a repeat thing, but this thing, the gender thing is being thrown there, and we don't need any gender thing being thrown there. Women are very strong, and women are good people. And I think this lady, when I was listening to her, I was really listening to her with she was not supposed to take the stand. But the moment she took the stand, I actually really now started listening, and I couldn't even move because I wanted to see what she was going to talk. And everything she said just resonated with a good leader. I think she's a good leader. And she changed my mind of what I used to think might have happened. And I saw a leader who actually knows what is going on, but she's under fire because she did not give some MCAs leverage and everything. I saw a leader that wanted a good thing for Meru County. But the problem is the MCAs. She's not in a fight that she broke any law. There's no law that she broke. It's just that she did not agree with the MCAs and what they wanted. That's the problem. And that is what Magufuli also went through when he said that we're not going to do the benchmarking and everything. You guys are going to stay here and you're going to do whatever. Magufuli was, he was almost crucified by his people.
And Mato, I like what Richard has reminded me. You know what they were later on when I saw everything that was happening, the center stage now came in and I realized why they are attacking her. The question that Mandago asked her now made me understand why they are fighting her. Mandago asked her, did you know that you did not come to the meeting of Ruto when Ruto came to Meru? Then I was like, really? Is that what Mandago can ask this woman? In an impeachment motion, whereby you're trying to bring facts of why you must impeach somebody. For Mandago, he wants to impeach her because she did not come to the meeting of Ruto. That was very low. Let me read for you what this foolish Tobiko said. Tobiko started by reading the Bible verse. And these people think they are holier than thou. Okay? This is what she said. Paris Tobiko was forced to read the Bible, where she warned the governor that, do you know that Alustan can burn a whole city? She went on to say the main aim of woman leadership is to empower each other and act as beacon of hope for younger generation. She went ahead to note that the win for Kawira Mwangaza should have brought hope and not the moment of shame that she has brought right now. Paris highlighted that many women leadership looked up to her to make sure that she escalates through the ladders of leadership as democracy dictates. But she has left shame. She's too arrogant. She's not fit for leadership, and she should be impeached. A woman telling another woman like that, instead of standing on her, knowing that if Tobiko had become a governor right now in Masai, sai angekuwa analia. Being a woman governor is not an easy thing, especially when you are an independent and you don't have what? The lowest part of it, for me, was this Tobiko thing. I think women must reprimand her, must exercise their duty to criticize her to the core, because this woman was pelted stones and we saw it. What was she supposed to do? To become a beacon of hope by just sitting there? I think this is wrong. And I know from what I saw, they are going to impeach her. Unfortunately, from what I saw, from everything that the way it went, they are going to impeach her. Unfortunately.
Alex, she's not going to survive. Impeached, eh? She's not going to be impeached. She's going to retain her seat.
She's not going to survive, Mato. She's not going to.
She will.
She's not going to survive.
Alex, we can bet.
Mato, she's not going to survive.
We can bet.
Mato sometimes learn to listen. The question, why should we bet? We are talking of what we saw and what we heard, Mato.
Yeah.
Sometimes stop these things of betting.
What I'm telling you.
Look Alex, at, you must, when you, in an impeachment motion, you must look at the people that matter. That thing is instigated by State House. They want to take Meru. If you look at the way the State House and the way the president has aligned himself to Meru, look at how Linturi, a person who was not even supposed to become anything, was given what? Ministry. Kindiki was given. Now the Koomes have been given. If you look, 5 seats have been given there. They want that governorship, my friend. You like it or not. The question of Mandago.
I agree with you, brother.
The question of Mandago was uncalled for.
Just listen to me.
The question of Mandago was uncalled for. Why would Mandago ask her that, do you know when the president came to Meru? You refused to come.
Okay,
why
brother.
Ask that question?
Okay, just listen to me. Alex, this is what is going to happen. This is the beginning of the falling of the cards. And this is where you make a wrong move and it starts falling down on you. This lady, she's going to be the governor of Meru. Yes, what you're saying is very right. But this is the beginning of the falling. This is it. Right here. And Alex, if I'm wrong, I will quit this channel and you will never see me again here. Because I believe...
Stop Stop,
No, no, no.
stop, stop going.
I'm telling you. I'm
Mato,
telling
stop
you.
going into it.
No, no. I'm
No,
telling
stop.
you.
I don't want to hear. No, Mato, I don't want to hear that nonsense. We are
No,
here to
I'm
talk
telling you
politics.
because I
Not
want you
that
to
if this
understand.
doesn't happen. No, Mato, stop. Listen, Mato. Don't
I
say
am
because
telling
this will not
you,
happen.
Alex. Let
Now
me
I will
talk.
not come. Let's
Alex.
have a conversation.
Okay, Alex. I'm telling you what is happening with
But
our
don't
country.
tell us that if this doesn't happen, you will not come. This
I
is
will be here.
politics.
Obviously, I'll be here. That's the reason I can even say that thing, because I know what is going to happen. The lady is going to be acquitted. The lady is going to be the governor. Okay? She is going to be the governor. She will be the governor. She will be acquitted. And that is the beginning of the downfall.
I like what Danny Darius is saying. The Senate will impeach her, but the courts will save her. I like what Danny Darius is saying. But from what I'm looking at the Senate, the powerful forces are fighting this woman. They could not believe. Do you know that at the same time she was asked that she was rude to Linduri? She's being castigated over petty things. You wonder what she's being asked. There is no substantial thing that is being castigated. It is petty things. Oh, mulikosana na huyu mtu. Who do you work with? Petty things. I like what Danny Daria said. They are going to impeach her, but the courts may save her. Period.
She will be the governor for the next 5 years. The problem is, the thing is that this is the beginning of the fight that we've been talking about. And the fighting of where Ruto cannot take everything and feel that he can take everything that he wants to take. This is the first fight back. And it's coming in strong. That lady will finish her thing. And the ladies of Kenya will be respected. And the leaders will be respected from that. And once it starts that, then this is a trickle. It's what you call a ripples effect. It starts here. The revolutions that you guys talk, this is where it starts. It starts with the law, because the law has to be there to be talked about. So when you come and start talking about little things that don't make any sense about the law, it starts there. It's a big picture that has been played so well. And I want Alex to remember me saying this thing today. Anyways, because we are about to close, Mama Mary, talk to us about what you think about that lady and what is happening in Meru.
I may not have listened to the whole investigation or the parliament impeachment, but I said the moment I heard that the husband should not live with her wife in the government quarters or whatever government house, it made me feel out of place. And I didn't want even to listen. Sometimes you don't want to hear more things that will irritate you. You just say, let God work his way. I'm hoping and believing that let people of Meru who elected this lady stand with her, because she's a leader of a big group, a big number of Marian who elected her independently, and they knew her and they know she can deliver. So for these other people who are playing their cards around her, let them be ashamed. I pray that court see her innocent and let her be in the office. And let's see her deliverance of work that she's going to do. But now it's a lesson learned that people surrounding you, they are the real enemies. And that has been said many years. I pity her. because of what she has gone through as a woman. She's a leader and she has stood with her word. And I believe she's going to make it. Let it be that way. And I pray that those people who elected her stand with her because she deserves it. She has been called names, very ashamed, shaming her in front of many people. Even throwing stones is an example of bad characters around her. Those MCAs, in fact, I don't know even what they talk when they are together, if that is the behavior they have. And whoever is doing this so that to put her on this big problem of not even knowing what is going on, because completely she don't know what is going on. She is just being beaten with no reason because she has not committed any crime. I pity her and let them be ashamed. I pray that shame be on those people. I can say Kawira, she has fought her fight and it will end up well. There will be good news at the end. Happy endings. So for me, I know women, we are challenged in so many ways. But I pray this time she is given that chance to continue with her job. We are not weak. We think and we can do something and we can deliver. But for that lady who commented whatever she commented, I hope she'll be ashamed one day and see herself like a real woman who should talk something that stands and can support a number of people in a better way that she can be appreciated. I mean the lady who commented against Kawira. I think I will stop there. Thank you.
Mama Mary, before you stop, I have a question for you, if you don't mind. Are you still there, Mama Mary? I wanted to ask you a question. What do you think of, there's one charge that she has, and that charge is because of telling nominated ladies in the county assembly that they need to go for elective seats and not wait to be given or for freebies, you know, to just be given because they are ladies. That's one of the charges that she has. I haven't said anything. I'm just quoting one of the charges that she has, that she was alikuwa naongelesha wanawake vibaya akiwaambia ati you need to go fight and get your elective seat, and because you can't just sit down. Do you think she said something bad? Do you think that's something she needs to be vilified for?
In all the life we live, there's nobody will ever bring you a plate on the table. It's you to present yourself. Even when we go for interview, you don't go saying that I'll be employed. You go for interview to fight for yourself, and then you can move from there if you get employed. So for them to sit back and wait that Kawira will fight for them, I think that is not the right thing for the people who are expecting to be executive somewhere. You need to show your energy. You need to show your elegancy of how you can work or you can do the work if you are given. So Kawira, she has so much to do in the office, but I don't see why she should be given a burden of looking for a job for the people sitting down to wait for her to cultivate and get vacancies for them to work. For me, I think that is too much for her, being given that she has to take care of people who have already been nominated and they are looking for another executive work. They should cultivate their way. That is my take.
So you don't think she said there was nothing wrong? I mean, according to you, you feel like there was nothing wrong with her telling the women that you guys should have gone and gotten an elective seat and not just waiting to be nominated?
Definitely no, because okay, when somebody comes and tell you, can you help me to do, okay, those are people already who are looking for a way of getting a job. And Kawira telling them that, it means that she is using, let's say, for example, if you cannot be employed, what do you want me to do? Do you want me go and bribe those people to employ you? Kawira is avoiding, in between her church and her belief, to do things which are not right. Because definitely going to show that I'm going to assist you to get a job, that's another way of asking her too much. And she is already having her work in the office, and already you have been nominated. So you cannot make me feel that, you cannot make me feel that you want to feel hated by me because I'm not helping you to get a job. So I would rather tell them, no, you have to fight your way to get that job done, or you get that job through your own effort, because I might not be able to do that for you. Me, I would think that is a better way of handling it.
And I do agree with you, because that's one of the charges that she's being accused with.
Mato, I think they misquoted that lady. And you see, the politics of expedience is really bad. Mato, if you are aware, or if you don't know, there are privileges that elected members of parliament have and nominated members do not have. Okay?
Okay.
There are things they can vote, there are things they cannot vote. What the woman was telling her was, for empowerment, you sit here, when important things come, there are things nominated MPs, senators, MCAs are not allowed to vote on or to comment on. Did you know that, Mato?
Yeah.
There is some privileges they do not have. So this woman was telling them this way, for us to empower ourselves so that we are able to have a better voice.
Sorry.
For us to have a better voice, for us not to be fought the way we are being fought, because today it's me, tomorrow it's going to be you. Let us go for elected seats, whereby we have the power of veto, of voting, and not to be silenced. And it was taken out of context and out of content. Okay? So these MCAs, out of political expediencies, they skewed it to look as if that's what she said. Mato, I can also tell you, you have been nominated this time. There were privileges you did not have. There are things you could not vote upon. There are things you could not comment about. Don't go now for nomination. Go for elected seats. Empower yourself. That is what she was saying. And because she was saying that, Chuvazim comes out for political expediency, try to denigrate her so that she can look like she's fighting other men. That's not the case. Go look at her statement. Most of the things they are charging this woman, for example, the grabbing of the microphone. How can you decide that the Senate, the governor is there, and then the person who is officiating the meeting is the majority leader, and then the governor is just seated there like a zombie? She went and grabbed the microphone. What's wrong with that? Everything they are castigating this woman is witch hunt. And it was trying to look like this woman is arrogant, she's an it for office, she's bipolar. They were trying to look like she's psychologically not incapable of holding an office. But when she took that stand, which she was not supposed to take, her lawyers were supposed to take. When she took that stand, I was afraid. But she did a superb job. She did a stellar job. She was very excellent. And she answered all questions and convinced these people to a point that sometimes when they were trying to distance this thing, some senators started, instead of asking questions so that they can get facts, they started giving her advice. To a point, Bonnie Alwale told them, hey, this is not a plenary place. We are trying to get facts from what she has been accused from. Ask questions, let her answer. And that's what she was doing. Even our faith was being questioned, that you have been a pastor. And you know what? They were digressing to his, how do we call our organization? Okay. What was the name of, somebody remind me, what was our organization that she had held for 10 years? If you have had an organization for 10 years, that is your organization. You cannot distance yourself from it. And then now they start putting it to be the center of what? Of the investigation. And yet, that was not the problem. The problem is the accusation. As a governor, this is what she's doing. So if I become a governor and I have LX Media, so I negate it, I say I cannot be a CEO of LX Media.
Thank you, Alex. I asked myself that question for a long time, and I wish somebody can remind me that what she said for 10 years. I asked myself for that long. Now, if I become a governor, do I negate to have, mdeto.com or mdeto, .co, whatever my company is? Do I now, I cannot do any business with it? That was a big question. And thank you for bringing up that question, Alex.
They don't want her to have a business. They don't want her to have a husband. They don't want her to live with her husband. They don't want her to do anything. They just want her to be a governor. They want to frustrate her. Oh, that is bullshit. And some of the things they were listening to, you see, I listened carefully, diligently to see, because from what the media has been reporting, at some point, I questioned the psychological reasoning of this woman. Because what the clips they were putting, the edited clips intentionally that they were putting in the media, showed that this woman is a psycho.
And Alex, do you remember one that the young, very young lawyers? Actually, I think one was asked where he was by Kolale, where he was in 2010. He said he was in class 8. But do you remember at some point where they were asked? They played a video, and then one of the lawyers said, "Stop it there." And then I think it was Sifuna who came. I don't know if it was Sifuna who came back and said, "Well, they wanted it to be played. Why can't we keep on playing it?" And eventually, that was the point where she was saying that I had to get in by force or by God's grace or by God something, and they didn't want it to move on after that. And then after that is when actually it's when they played after that, because she said that and everybody laughed. But then again, when they played, is actually what she had actually said.
Yeah, and I loved her answer, because she forced herself into the assembly, and she was asked how. She said it's by God's grace, and I loved her answer, and everybody laughed, because you see, when you look at those 17 MCAs, that was pure. There is no fact that they said. I wanted to somebody like Mandago that I respect. That thing is coming from powerful forces. They want that seat by force. And if you And I've seen everybody say that she will survive. And that's what I desire. That is my desire, that she survives. And I know she will perform. After this ordeal, I know she's going to perform. But that nonsense of being told that she can't live with her husband, that should be stopped. That we must go to court. You cannot criminalize association of a husband and a wife. You cannot criminalize it. Mbona Ruto anatembea na bibi yake? Mbona Uhuru alikuwa anatembea na bibi yake? Mbona Raila anatembea na bibi yake? Alafu mwanamke akatashwa yeye asitembee na bwana yake. What is wrong for them to show romance openly? It's not like they are having sex in the field. They're just holding hands. They are walking like people who love themselves. Obama always holds the hands of who? Michelle Obama. American presidents do that. Even when we are having the nation address, they even kiss openly on TV. We have never criminalized that. But when it comes a woman, I think it has reached this men's chauvinism that Kenya Kwanza wants to propagate must stop. Because
I think,
go ahead,
okay.
Mama.
I think this game should be over, and they should look at themselves and find that they don't have a point, because what they have presented is to show how cheap mind can do, because there's nobody there who can be somebody who can stand in front of people and explain himself or present himself in a better way than what they are doing. I'm ashamed of how many men can attack a woman. This one I put like a lion in the wilderness, having been attacked by many hyenas. But the moment that lion is attacked and become like paralyzed, the moment that lion will jump and get one hyena and squeeze it, all the hyenas will run away. And I hope this will happen like that. The court exonerate Kawira to continue with her job. I'm praying for that, and I'm hoping everything will go fine. In fact, when I look at those people, the way they are arguing, it's like people who are in group thinking. They go and sit and say, you'll say this, and the other one will say this, and then they present their thinking that it will hold water. But I hope this will not. And I hope the people who elected Kawira stand with her, fight for her, so that she can go back to her work. She's seriously a woman leader. Thank you.
Thank you. And I really do appreciate that, because we need to really, especially in the generation that we are in, even in the world that we are, we need to support our women. And when they're going and they get a leadership position, we need not to, kupigana now. And even without putting the gender thing in it, I think, I think Kivuta Kibona went through this and eventually ended up being one of the best governors that performed at this time. So I'm glad that is happening too early, very early, just 3 months. And I think that she's going to come out guns blazing. And the ones that thought they would take her there, the ones that are looking very stupid, now they will actually now toe her line to what she wanted to do. I think she wanted to be very serious in what she was doing. And just because you're an MCA on this one, you don't get that tender. I think that's the problem in Meru, that she was just not towing the line of the MCAs. And I want her to come out, be a Rudy, so that now they have nowhere to go, because they've already gone all the way thinking they are going to intimidate her. They've already gone all the way to the Senate. And I was so happy when she finally decided to take the stand. And the lady that was being reported is not the lady that I was thinking. I saw a different lady. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think we are coming to the close of our show. Mama Mary, thank you so much for being with us. Alex being with us also here. I want us to start taking our closing remarks. Mama Mary, I'm going to start with you. No, actually, Mama Mary, no, I'm not starting with you. I'm starting with Alex, because you have to tell us the national anthem today. Anza kutafuta. I got you. Last time nilikupata ukanikimbia. Anza kutafuta.
I'm wondering, Bono unafunga show at 9 o'clock, and I think Stone PK is coming. I think Julia is coming. I don't know why unafunga show. So just call them.
Unless they're coming, but I was thinking that this would be a good time to close. So
no, it's too early. It's 9 o'clock. Stone PK is coming maybe in 10-15 minutes, and Julia is also coming. Anyway, let me give my finishing remarks, because I think you have decided as a moderator. When that woman was asked the main reason they are fighting her, this is what she said. Previously, they are being bribed because of some reasons. They were being given 20 to 25,000 every ward, 25 million. But according to the budget that they are supposed to be given, it's 10 million. And that is what I gave them. And she explained why she gave them that money. The national government has not released yet through the treasury money to go to the county center, to the counties. And the monies that she had at that particular time was 10 million. I think it has reached a tendency whereby governors fear being impeached, and therefore they release, they get threatened. Kidogo tu na MCS. They give more money that they are supposed to give. And this money, it's supposed to be 10 million. So they are given 25 million. Then 15 million does not go for development. It goes now to the MCA. And this woman was trying to stop that. She was trying to say that, let every ward receive 10 million. The extra money that you're being given that goes to your pocket, I'm not going to give it to you, and I don't have it. And even if I had it, it has to do development. And I think it has exposed on how county government works, that to prevent your impeachment, to prevent the MCAs not to refuse to pass your budget, to prevent some of your money laundering activities within the county, what do? You give them more money in their kitty when they are supposed to be given a certain amount of money. And I think this Mwangaza lady has exposed other governors and on how they operate. And I think it's a high time now, if we had a functional judiciary, they should have looked at that thing. Unfortunately, we do not have. It's going to continue to do that. So, but I think some governors are going to stand up and say, if a ward is supposed to receive 10 million, let it receive 10 million. This issue of being threatened by MCS, instead of giving every ward 10 million, munawapea 25 million, then 15 million goes to their pocket. It doesn't go to development. Only 10 millions go to development. And that's how you find these MCS have become even more richer than MPs, because the allocation of money. I'm telling you, there is no ward if every ward was going to be getting 25 million in Kenya. Remember, we have almost how many wards do we have? Almost 1,300. Calculate that. It goes to billions, which we cannot sustain, which means our payroll money that goes to what we are supposed to pay the county officials. That is why perpetually we are late paying them, because we are busy corrupting and bribing the MCS so that they don't touch the governor. That must stop. If that doesn't stop, that's why you find in many counties, county workers stay 3 months without being paid. You wonder why. Kumbe, money is being allocated
instead of 10 million per ward, Kiraitu was giving them 25 million. But in law, it is written they were given 10 million. Where does the 15 million go? To the pockets of MCS. That's why they are driving Prados. That's why they are building homes that are millions of money. So I think Mwangaza today exposed something that we must all castigate. Sometimes I wonder how somebody becomes an MCA. In 3 years, they have built a home, apartments, so on and so forth. Kumbe, they are being given 15 million more, which is not budgeted for.
Alex, let me throw something at you. Actually, Henry, this is something I saw during the thing that was going on, and I did that calculation. Henry saw her. I hope Daddy, kama nimesema vibaya, I'm sorry. But he says something that I did a calculation and did not work. He says, and I think you can see him on your side. He says, even the public participation was a joke. Meru has 800K registered voters, but only 3K showed support of the impeachment motion. And that does not constitute to the percentage of what it takes to be impeached. I don't know if you remember people asking that. Kina Sifuna.
Sifuna asked that question several times. And let me tell you the good thing about this impeachment. And for the first time, you see, politics is a bad game, Mr. Ndeto. When we are out here in rallies, we show ourselves to be bullfighters. Sangina tuna dance in the floor. We act weirdly. But today, Kalwale was a gentleman. Kalwale amazed me. The way even he was, some people were coming hard on that woman, and they were saying things that were not right. And I remember Sifuna bringing that point. He says he did not even have a threshold for impeachment. He told them clearly. He did not have a threshold for impeachment. If only 3,000, if they said it is 8,000, then 3,000, the percentage did not come out right. So those are some of the things that they are noting. And I think the leaders of this, because Sifuna was the legal one, and Boni Aluale was the plenary, and I think they are working very well. I think for the first time I saw that they were working very well. And they were directing and giving direction to some of the people who are saying things that were not supposed to be said, especially to Biko. There was this lawyer who at some point said, "This husband of yours," and then Halwale told him, "Hey, you cannot say this husband of yours. Call him first gentleman. Have some respect." So for today, I really respected Aluale on how he conducted himself as a chairman. But the funny part of it, the irony came when they talked about the stone, the pelting of the stone, and I remember Aluale carrying stones on the back, and
in Kibera. And then he actually went hard on that, and he said, "Oh, so
and
now
he went hard and said, why did you throw that stone?" And then they were saying, when you look at this stone, it came from this side. And I was like, Kalwale is a stone thrower and a stone expert. Therefore, on this part, I congratulated him. It was a good irony.
I know, because I thought about it and I was smiling, and then I was like, okay, but anyway, you have a point, sir. You remember his picture holding the stones in the back, and
yeah, I remembered that, and I was like, now he's questioning how could MCS throw stones, and I'm like, Alwale, do you remember you were carrying stones behind one day when there was a by-election? That was a Aurelius.
And actually, he did not even let that conversation go too far, because he was just like, okay, so now you've confirmed that there was stones thrown. And that's what I thought. That's what came to my mind too when he got with that picture. I still have it in my mind.
But in short, we had the leadership in that committee is superb. And I think they are giving good direction, especially Sifuna. Sifuna is a young man who has a bright future. If Sifuna continues to do his work the way he's doing it, I don't think even Kenya Kwanza or Azimio are going to think that he's on this side or on this side. Sifuna has come out as a man who loves Kenya, and as a man in the Senate, the voice of reason. The last Senate, we had people who were very superb. Even though they were in the other side, they debated very well. In fact, many people were watching. South Africans were watching our Senate. Nigerians were watching our Senate. Many people were watching our Senate because people like Mutula Kilonzo, people like Murkomen, we lost a bunch of good debaters. People like Orengo. You see, remember during the revenue allocation debate, we had one of the best debate. In fact, I was glued to the TV because you see what? I came to realize Kenyans are smart. It's only that politics that separate us. But this time around, we have a few of them, Sifuna being one of them, the bullfighter being one of them, and just a few of them. Some are learning. There is
and Alex, who's this Kiambu one? The light-skinned guy.
He's also good. I've forgotten his name. He's also good. But sometimes he's learning to be a better senator. I think in 1 or 2 years, he will be good. But we have a goon called Cheregai. I don't know where this guy, I don't know how he thinks.
That's a goon. That one, why would you even mention that name? We were closing one now. You want me to go to sleep in nightmares?
No, we are only trying to say that we have very good senators, but we also have goons. People who even Kingi cannot stand that man. You know, you even threw him away. How he reasons like somebody who reads True Love. He doesn't read the Constitution. He goes and reads True Love and comes to the Senate.
The man is always on a point of order of anything. If you stand, you sit. It's a point of order. He just messes up everything in the Senate. Anyway, he just messes up anything. Mama Mary, tupatie closing remarks kabla utuambie, and I hope umeangalia. You know what? What you owe me.
I don't think I have much tonight to say, except that as far as we are talking here, I hope people are gathering points of how we can tackle the problem in our country and how we can entangle the situation we are in. It's not in Central, it's not in Rift Valley, it's not in Pwani, it's not in Nyanza. These problems are emanating from all corners of our country. And for that, Kenyans, we need to unite unanimously because we need to have a country that we are happy and we can go anywhere we want. Right now, it seems like there are regions that you cannot go. You cannot feel safe. And still we call it Kenya. So, as for my own view, I'd be very happy and very comfortable in my country if I feel today I want to go to any part of the country and I feel that I'm really confident I can be there. There's nothing good like that. People who live in their country knowing that I can go any corner and I'm safe, they make a lot of fortune for the country. So we are praying and hoping that these things are going to change as we fight for it, so that we can have liberated Kenya. As somebody else said here, that I want to go to Kisumu, I want to go to Mombasa, I want to go to Rift Valley, I want to go to Northeast with no barrier or strings attached. We want to be free. There's nothing more. It's freedom in our country that we can go any corner. And this problem has been created. It does not exist. It's being created by very few people. If we refuse, neglect to listen to these people, we will be safe and we can make our country look beautiful. So for me tonight, I'll tell Kenyans, let's be shoulder to shoulder, make our country beautiful again. Let's listen to our Baba, because now he's the guide who will give us a word of how we can walk forward. And our country will be healthy. I think that's the much I can say tonight. God bless Kenya and our lovely Kenyans. Thank you.
All right, Mama Mary, are you ready for ama nikuache leo? Are you ready for our first answer? While you're looking for that, Mama Mary, while you're doing that, let me actually do some shout outs here while you're doing it, so you can do that, and then we close. And Mama Mary, if you're looking at them, if there's anyone that you want to shout out on the comment section, because these people actually support this team so much. Most of them don't come into the panel, but they do really matter a lot. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the close of our show, and we do appreciate everybody that comes around and comes and be with us. And even though you don't come to the panel, we do really appreciate you, because we see you, because you also make the topic of the day. Sometimes you might see the topic going down there, but again, sometimes we divert from that topic because of your conversation down here. So always know, when you're down here on the comment section, we are always listening to you guys. We really do appreciate you guys for always being here. There's people who are always here and listening to us, and we do appreciate for the support that you give us. I'm going to start with saying, Penyagaka, 13th, bado kona shida na mimi. Okay. Denny Darius, father, asante sana for being with us. And just Jay, that's as much as I'm going. Nimeanza huko juu na Rudy. Let me see. Sami Kambui, I think this is the first time that I'm seeing you. Thank you so much for joining us. I think you've been here for a long time. Maybe I haven't seen you for a while, but thank you so much. Danny Darius anacheza bado. Brian Richard. Brian Richard, wewe ni mtu wetu kabisa. We really welcome you, and we always appreciate you, sir. You always here. You make us at least enjoy what we're having, the conversations that we are. Geoffrey Ruto, unapenda kusumbua lakini ni sawa tu, haina shida. Rose Anderson. Hey. Yeah, it's Anderson. I believe I said it right. Thank you. Penyagaka tena. Huyu hapo. I'm looking for someone else to do a shout out. I'm going down. Brian Richard bado anachoma. Danny Darius, Penyagaka. Kwani watu leo wako wapi? Okay, due diligence. Hiyo ningeumwa kabisa. Due diligence. Thank you for always being around. We appreciate. Pamela Akelo, thank you so much. She said, what can I say? Is women in Kenya, even if wako na story mingi, wacha niruke, but we appreciate you. Na yuko tena hapa chini anaambia okay. Kuna George Onyulo, thank you so much. Thank you. Kuna Papa Lolo, thank you. If you're still listening to us, we do appreciate you. Aya, nipatieni basi, niambieni sasa, nimefika huko chini kabisa kwa Akelo. So if you're still listening to us, I can see there's 132 people. Make a comment there and I will make a shout out for you. And thank you so much for always being here and listening to us. We really do appreciate everybody. Na mtupatie blue, bado hatujapoteza blue, we're still coming. Tutarudisha blue. Na yellow yetu ya Wakamba tutatupa hiyo. Anyway, so as Wairimu N amesema good night all. Mama Mary, tupatie basi hiyo stanza while we are waiting for them, and then I'll give the shout out for anyone that is commenting from here all, and then put on that blue, tupatieni blue heart, because we're still bado tuko blue. Yellow tumetupa. Mama Mary, tupatie the national anthem, first answer.
Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu. Haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Thank you, Mama Mary. Betty ametupa huko blue zake na kila kitu. Sami Kambui ametupa pia. Another Mama Mary, unaonanga comment section kama unaweza ona. Pia wewe upatie.
I can see. I am seeing, but I just want to say all those Kenyans, and I pray and I hope we are going to unite, and everybody who is here is a lovely Kenyan mzalendo. Tujenge Kenya yetu na tuangalie mbele, tuone tumeshikamana vizuri, tuweze kuishi Kenya yetu na upendo. Asanteni sana.
All right. The streets journalist alikuwa hapa mapema. Na actually Bernard Kuleuko na watu wenye walikuwa hapa kitambo, the panelists that always actually have the cahoots to get into the panel, we really appreciate you so much, because without the panelists also the comment section wouldn't be and this show wouldn't be. So I really want to appreciate everybody that comes in here, and we want to say, me on behalf of everyone on Mutembe TV, and on behalf with Mama Mary here, as we close and we go to sleep, I want to wish everybody a good day. And as Bernard nowadays is starting with a prayer, I want to do a prayer and say, God bless everyone. And we really thank you for the people that come over here and everything that you're doing here and the gift of life that you give us every day. Lord Almighty Father, we do appreciate for this show, and we appreciate for the people that come over here, because the health that we have and the minds that we have is what you blessed us with. And in that I do pray and believe in Jesus' name. And let's have a good night. Let's see each other tomorrow. And God bless everybody. Salam. Asante, Mama Mary.